Hello, friends, and welcome to my Dota 2 7.28 ASMR patch analysis video to fall asleep to. I'm sure this is going to be long. You can't see the scroll bar on here, but it's a lot. So we're going to go through this as first impressions, and we'll see. We can't go on the client yet. This is on the website, but maybe that means I'll actually get to play tonight. So it looks like this is the new hero. Kind of interesting. Hoodwinked. All right. They say she's ranged, nuke, or disabler escape. I don't know if we need to read all the lore. In fact, let's just go find the abilities real quick. Let me scroll down here. All right. Let's see. Acorn shot. Fires an acorn. Are the numbers not on here? We probably have to wait till we're in the client to see them. Nearby enemies. It can plant a tree. All right, that's pretty interesting. Anytime a hero, I always find it interesting anytime there are heroes that interact with like the trees. So like this, we just see this tree get planted. That could be pretty cool. Oh no, acorn shot is like cut off. Hang on, guys. Let me fix that. Like move this to the side a bit more. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's see. What else you got? Bushwhack tosses a net trap, stuns enemy heroes if they are near a tree in the area. All right, so that's why she can create a tree, is to do that. Interesting. Scurry. Hoodwink passively has a chance to evade physical attacks while near trees, so she has natural evasion. When activated, she gets bonus move speed, phased collision, and tree walking. Another hero with tree walking. I kind of like that. But I'm also a little sad because it was unique to Treant. And I guess she has to activate it to have that though, so maybe it's okay. Alright, what's her ultimate? Sharpshooter. Charges up and fires a deadbolt from her crossbow, dealing heavy damage, slow, and break. Hey Larry, thanks thanks for subscribing. There's not a lot of things that apply break. Alright, the hero is interesting. It does seem like these could be support abilities, but I mean, she's going to be played in every single role when she comes out. Without seeing the numbers, it's harder to say. So we actually won't spend too much time on this right now until we get to be in the client and get to see the actual numbers. All right, let me move this back over to the center a little bit. All right. Treant and Wind Ranger have offspring. Yeah, that's kind of what this hero looks like a bit, right? All right. Aghanim's Shards. Cost 1,400 gold. Am I in the center? Okay. Cost 1,400 gold. All heroes have their own custom shard upgrade as part of this update, which permanently adds a new ability or improves an existing one. Can be purchased starting at 20 minutes and gets consumed immediately when it's given to your hero. So this is different from Aghanim's Scepter. You can now check what Aghanim's Scepter and Shard upgrades do for the selected hero directly in the hero UI. Oh, the game's finally telling you how, like, what the game does. This is incredible. Assumed Scepter buffs no longer show up as a buff icon mixed in with other buffs. Alt-clicking Scepter will notify that you own the upgrade. Okay. Alright, so we have changes to the abilities, changes to talents, and Aghanim Shards. Hey, Zamoku, thanks for subscribing, guys. This is oh, man. I guess everyone has a shard, right? This could be a while. All right, let's see. Aphotic Shield cast point. So that's kind of nifty. Not a massive change. Scepter duration. So it's a buff to the Scepter, but not the base hero. The talent, slightly increased. That's really not that big of a deal. Armor to damage. That could push him more to a core role, maybe. If you get the damage earlier at level 15. Because that could be pretty good for, like, off-lane Abaddon. Maybe even carry Abaddon. Like, 65 damage is quite a lot. I bet there'll be some meme Abaddon builds. Level 20 talent changed from plus 80 damage to 8 armor. So it's just swapping a little higher armor. But the fact that you get the damage sooner gives you like more carry potential, because he actually doesn't really care about the armor until later when his ult, like as long as he has his ult, he doesn't care, he can just do damage. Level 25. All right, just a slight increase. So nothing like crazy drastic, but this switch in talents makes me think that we'll see him be a core a little bit more. And what's the shard? The first of many. Causes Miscoil and Aphotic Shield to apply a Curse of Avernus stack on enemies. Increases base slow by 8%. So when the shield breaks, and when he casts his heal, or I guess it's the Miscoil damage in that case. That's going to make it a lot easier to apply his passive, because before he needed to attack 4 times, and that was kind of tough sometimes. But with this, it'll be a little easier. Specifically as a support, this is easier, because as a core, you built, not always, but you would usually have some kind of attack speed, and that made it easier to apply the passive. But as a support, you didn't have that. And so this might help supports apply the passive a little easier. Because you would essentially only need like 2 auto attacks, right? You cast shield on someone, it breaks, you heal, or you miscoil the target, you attack twice. And that's the passive. All right, Alchemist. Let's move on. This is, I don't know how to judge like whether shards are good or not yet until we read a couple. So Abaddon, I think, will be pushed to a bit more of a core, and we'll see from there. Alchemist. Unstable Concoction, mana cost reduced from 120 to 90, 100, 110. So cheaper mana from 22. I'm getting some support Alchemist feels here. When you don't have to spend as much mana on your stun and it's lower cooldown by level 1. Yeah, maybe. Acid Spray. Damage a little higher. First damage instance is now immediate. Okay, that's a nice quality of life change. Could help him get some last hits. Probably makes stacking a little easier too. You just cast it when you need it rather than having to do it like ahead of time. Ooh, I wonder if this also means it actually increases the total damage, because Jakiro also had this issue where you would apply. I thought they just like move the damage instances ahead. This is why Jakiro, it looks like his spell does 100 damage, but it actually does 110. Or like whatever level it is, but like level 1 it's 110, because they added another damage instance. And I suspect Acid Spray probably just got the same treatment. Gold bonus cap reduced from 18 to 26, 18. Okay, so it's a little less. To 5, 6, 7, 8. Does that mean you don't need as many last hits to get to the max bonus? If an ally already has a scepter buff or the item, it refunds them based on which... Oh my god. That's really good, right? Because before, if you were an alchemist and you had like a Zeus on your team, Zeus wanted to build a scepter and he didn't want to wait for like alchemist to give him one, so you just had to buy the scepter. And now alchemist can pretty much just give him a ton of gold. That's crazy. Oh. Alchemist granted scepter buffs provide the full stat bonus. Scepter damage, spell amp bonus reduced from 30. Okay, that's fair. He was already getting a lot of buffs with this. And then his cleave talent brought down a little bit. So I'm wondering if you could do like a support alchemist style now, because the stun is pretty cheap at level 1. And the fact that you now pretty much give gold to your teammates, and like the benefits to you are less, and this cleave talent reduction is also a nerf to core alchemist. And the fact that it takes less auto attacks or less last hits to hit the max bonus makes it a little easier on a support who's not taking all the last hits but still taking some. That's probably a little bit of a stretch though. But this might let Alchemist play like other positions, and instead of being like the hard carry, the true position 1, because even when you have Alchemist mid, he's the true position 1. Maybe you could play like offlane Alchemist, who like goes for like a fighting lane and then later like buffs up the real carry that's not him this time. So that could be pretty interesting. And then let's see what the shard does. Berserk Potion grants Berserk Potion throws a potion at the targeted ally, applying a basic dispel and granting plus 50. Yo, this is screaming a support alchemist, or at least like a not full core, more of a support style. Can you self cast? Oh, can be used on self. Okay, so never mind. It could still be just about himself, because he now has a built-in basic dispel. That seems really good. This seems pretty good. I feel like we'll see a bit more alchemist now while people try it. I mean, we have to see everything else, of course, but this is pretty interesting. All right, let me see what you guys are. Hey guys, everyone's popping in. Yeah, let's try not to do too many spoilers. I mean, we can say like we're excited for a future thing, but hopefully we'll get to it. Yeah, this alch buff could be pretty interesting, but maybe other people are also broken. Ancient Apparition, nothing here. Okay, Ice Blast, max travel time, improved from 2 seconds to 1.75. Okay, just a slight quality buff. I assume this doesn't affect, so you still have to send out like the tracer, and then after you activate it again, the time is now 1.75 instead of 2. So probably won't seem like a huge impact, but it will make it, it'll have like less niche cases where you like just miss a target because they get out. And mana cost reduced. Oh, this is quite nice actually, because I found that maxing this first was really tough on your mana pool. So this is it's 15 at max level, which doesn't sound too much, but when you cast this a lot, it really builds up. So that's kind of nice. Causes Ice Vortex to deal 40 DPS and reduce attack speed by 20. Okay, I have to keep in mind that Aghanim shards cannot be bought until 20 minutes. Because I was about to say, some people have played around with Ancient Apparition core, and like if you bought this right away, I could see this being a farming item. But he can't actually buy it until 20 minutes. So a core would want to be farming before then. So the DPS, like I think Ancient Apparition will still be mainly a support. So the 40 DPS is like nice, helps you de-push waves, which is probably the best benefit of this DPS. But I think in like a team fight, this attack speed, along with like the spell amp and move slow, is probably what's going to matter more. Are shards limited like tomes? No. So you know what, we're pretty close. We'll scroll up real quick because we may have started before everyone got here. The shards cost 1,400 gold, and you can start to buy them at 20 minutes. I don't think they're limited like the tomes. I didn't see anything that said it. So I think you just have to, what is that noise? Oh, has gifted a sub. Thank you. Larry, thanks for gifting a sub. Whoever got it. Danielle, enjoy our sick single emote. Pog chick. We'll add more soon, I swear. Oh, but thank you. All right. Where are we? Ancient Apparition. Okay. Anti-Mage. His scepter was reworked. Oh, that's a shame. I kind of liked the concept of his old scepter. Okay, Mana Break Burn reduced from 1%, 4% to 3.4% by max level. Okay, let's read it all before we judge too much. Level 15 talent, 12 agility to 8 armor. That's a lot of armor. 15 talent, slight nerf to the blink range. That one's really annoying. 25 range does not seem like a huge deal though, but okay. Oh, wait. Let me read this first. So the scepter now creates an illusion at the... what? Grants blink fragment. So the scepter is now a new ability. Blink fragment? Or is this passive? At the target enemy or location. Because that implies you have to like target an enemy with this ability. Or the ground. And attack them for 7 seconds. Uses blink cast range. So that means you can increase it with the talent as well. Illusion cannot be controlled. Deals 50%, takes 250. Casting counterspell also casts it on the fragment illusion. Only a 20-second cooldown. Could you buy Ags as a farming item now? Like, you could just cast an illusion to farm for you. 20-second cooldown, 50 mana cost. Probably not worth it. And then the Aghanim Shard, counterspell upgrade. Successful counterspell creates an illusion attacking the caster for 5 seconds. Removes counterspell mana cost. Removes the mana cost? What the heck? He didn't need that. Okay. So, having read it all, the reason they nerfed his mana break, mana burn, is because they just added in another illusion. So having the same mana burn before would have been too strong. But there are now going to be more illusions, assuming if you like buy some of the stuff, that can burn off your mana. 12 agility is a shame for his attack speed and damage, but 8 armor is a ton. This seems really good against other, like if he has to fight against a PA. 12 armor is, or 12 agility is 2 armor, but 8 armor is obviously a lot higher than 2 armor. So that seems really good for the right click, like 1v1 matchups, which is kind of where Anti-Mage struggled, because he would like pick up really quickly, but then if you get to the late game, his 1v1 versus true like physical damage dealers, because he has magic burn, wasn't as good. So this 8 armor will actually help him there. I'm not sure how I feel about these extra illusions. I think this is going to be the bane of a support life. I think it's going to be miserable. But maybe if they take a lot of damage, maybe you can farm them up and they still get a lot of money. We'll have to see. Yeah, I don't think you know. Oh, actually, I should probably just looked at this. Okay, so he successfully repels a... Oh, yeah, this is going to be the bane of a support life. If you get a spell reflected, you're just going to lose all your mana. That's going to be a huge pain. All right, let's keep going. All right, strength gained, reduced a little bit. He had crazy strength gain. Scepter rework. Yeah, no one was buying Arc Warden Scepter. It was just not... not happening. After impacting an enemy, Spark Wraiths now spawn a new Wraith, which then starts its activation period. Has a 3-second spawn delay. Duplicated Wraiths do not duplicate again. I was about to say, it would be like this insane chain reaction. Has a 3-second spawn delay. So this is really good with his like 25 talent, right? Oh, it got nerfed, looks like. Let's see. So level 10, nerf to the cast range, that's fine. 15 reduction to 12, slight nerfs. 50 attack, slight nerfs. 20 from 1.5 to plus 150 Spark Wraith damage. Level 25 changed from 250 to plus 12 Tempest double duration. Magnetic Field now pushes enemies out of the area at cast time. Oh my god, he can cliff people now. And provides allies with plus 20 magic resistance. So now it's good against right clicks and magic. So the bubble is like where you go to survive. Okay, so it's probably pretty fair to remove the 1.5 Wraith cooldown talent, since the Ags now like doubles your Wraith spawns essentially. Like when one goes off, you get another one for free. And the reduced damage means it's not like super busted. Like a support gets hit by 2 Wraiths and just straight up dies. The plus 12 Tempest double duration is pretty interesting. I feel like that's really good. I wish we were in the client. I can't remember what his other 25 talent is, actually. So I'm not sure like how to compare it. But 12 seconds on his Tempest is actually a long time. This also sounds like the bane of supports, because his Tempest can just hunt you down. I feel like with this talent, you have enough time to spawn it, teleport, Shadow Blade, hunt someone down, kill them, and then Shadow Blade again, and look for someone again. And that sounds incredibly irritating. It means like all of his illusions should get a second cast of his items, like Scythe, Orchid, Shadow Blade, stuff like that. Whereas before, the illusion would die before he could get like another cast in usually. But this actually means he's very likely to get multiple casts out. Level 25 talent was 25% lifesteal. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like plus 12 Tempest duration sounds better. Although maybe if you just need to win like a straight up fight, then maybe this is pretty funny. maybe the lifesteal is better. Like you know you have to man fight their carry, and so you want the lifesteal rather than the duration. This will be interesting. I bet we're gonna see some clips of Arc Warden cliffing some people. And like the fact that it like repositions is always anything that forces movement is usually pretty powerful when used really well. Yeah, 12 seconds could be the difference between getting racks or not. So I feel like 12 Tempest double duration sounds way better to me than Lifesteal, but admittedly, I'm not an Arc Warden player, so I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Okay, Axe. His Scepter was also pretty uncommon to buy. Battle Hunger cast range rescaled a little bit. Wow, this is... So it's a nerf at level 1, but by level 2, it's actually a buff. 925 is quite far. This makes it easier to like cancel blinks as Axe. Berserker's Call applies Battle Hunger to affected units. Battle Hunger also reduces enemy armor. He's part of the negative armor strat fam now. Reduces enemy armor by 7 and grants you 7 per affected target, half on creeps. Lowers Berserker's Call cooldown by 2 seconds. So just this, I assume this still applies to like Battle Hunger. So even if you don't cast Berserker's Call and you just apply Battle Hunger to someone, you still get like 7 armor. Well, that's crazy. You're going to be so tanky because you already got armor from Battle or from Berserker's Call. Let's say you cast like 3 heroes, that's an extra 21 armor. That's crazy. That's pretty good. I feel like this seems like a really good survivability item against a lot of like heavy right clicks. Okay, 11 level 10 talent change from movement speed to 1.75 mana regen. 15 talent change from mana regen to move speed. I feel like most Axe players would like that. This is only slightly less mana regen, 0.25, but you get it 5 levels sooner when Axe like really wants mana regen then. I feel like this is really good for him. And then like move speed later. Then change from attacking procs counter helix to plus 300 health. I like that. I think this talent was kind of silly because counter helix has a cooldown, and so you still couldn't really like who cares if you could proc it from attacks? You still couldn't like surpass the cooldown. So I much prefer him getting like this 300 health, which is going to be even more when you remember that he now gets all this bonus armor from the Aghanims. Is going to make him like this 300 armor or this 300 health is going to have way more effective health if he built the Ags, or if he just like calls people, because he already built armor and gets armor. So this 300 health is actually quite a lot against right click damage. Counter Helix Shard causes your attacks to have a chance to proc Counter Helix. Okay, so the talent's back anyways. Oh, see, there we go. This is the whole issue. Attacks now ignore the Counter Helix cooldown, provides plus 20 attack speed. Okay. I was about to say, for this talent to be like good, it needed like instead of attacks proc Counter Helix, it should have like reduced the cooldown or something. So this shard now means that you essentially you get that talent and you don't have this issue with cooldown. And he can I feel like this example clip is not doing him justice. He should be like getting attacked and attacking, so we see like double helixes together rather than like it still looks like he's affected by the cooldown. But what this means is you can get like double helix procs now if you get one from attacking and from spitting. So that could be cool. Unless someone's doing like a meme build though, I feel like people won't build this until like way in the late game. So we'll see. Okay, Bane. Oh, Bane's got a lot here. Okay. So, we got Night Vision improved from 800 to 1200. So he's one of the few heroes that now gets increased Night Vision. That's really cool. Brain Sap damage back to pure. Because I'm pretty sure it was pure before, and then they moved it to magical, and now it's back. Reduced So they reduced brain sap damage, but it's pretty much the same. And in fact, this is probably better because brain sap damage, like 100 damage at level 1, it was affected by 25% base magic resist that everyone had, so it was doing 75. So in that regard, it's the same. But then later, people would buy like magic resist, and then your brain sap does less. So in the end, this is actually a buff. But I wonder if I think it pierces spell immunity. I actually don't remember now. I don't play too much Bane. This is why I like to be in the client, because then I could see stuff like that. I don't think it pierces immunity. No, I think it does actually. No longer improves cast point. Okay. The Ags was kind of silly anyways. Brain sap cast point reduced from 0.4 to 0.2. That's pretty good. Fiend's grip damage type changed from magical to pure. Oh my goodness. Fiend's grip damage reduced from 100. This still seems like a huge buff. He's like the true BKB killer now, right? Swapped the Nightmare and Enfeeble hotkeys. That's funny. Reworked Enfeeble. Reduces all attack speed by 25 up to 55%. He reduces regen now. Oh my god, that's so good. And cast speed by 30. Is this like the first? Is there anything else that reduces cast speed? I can't think of anything. Lasts 8 seconds. Does not pierce spell immunity. Cooldown. Oh, is this an active now? Oh, looks like it. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Because I was about to say, do you just get this with auto attacks? Because that's kind of silly. But looks like it's an active again. This is really good. Anytime you affect regen, I mean, this doesn't affect lifesteal or heals, but someone like Huskar, he would hate this. Someone like Timbersaw, they would hate this. And I like that because in the past it was just like Ancient Apparition or and then eventually they introduced Spirit Vessel, and now it's got like also Shivas and Scotty. Those can affect regeneration, and now we have another source in Bane. I like that. It adds more flexibility. It does make life a little harder for like Huskar and Timber. Level 15 talent. +3 spell amp. Reduce the cast range. Level 25 talent. Reducing this, but that's fine because it's pure damage now. Fiend's Grip. Fiend's Grip now creates an uncontrollable illusion that is also channeling Fiend's Grip on the target. Illusion takes 750% incoming damage and immediately dies if it is interrupted. Multiple Fiend's Grip do not stack on the same target. So does this mean... So both of you channel, and then if you get stunned, your illusion keeps channeling. Oh, that's really good. I really like that. How do you control... Is it just random where it spawns? Okay, we'll have to test that to see if it's random. But this is really good, I feel like. Because Bane, pun intended, was that if his ult got canceled, it was miserable. That's why he built like so much cast range and everything like that. But if you now have this second illusion, I suspect a lot of the time you wouldn't even cancel your own channel to attack. I think you would just both channel so that if one of you gets stunned, it keeps going. Especially if you're a support. But the fact that they increased his spell amp and then reduced his cast range makes me think that some people will experiment with Bane mid. Or maybe not mid, but at least a core Bane. Because this Enfeeble is kind of strong. And if you built a lot of damage on Bane, you could now like solo pick people off with this shard where you ult someone and then you like just auto attack and cast your spells while the illusion channels pure damage on the guy, and you could just be like this solo killer if you were a core. So that could be pretty cool. Bat Rider, you got a bunch of changes. Base armor. Untouchable. Base armor is always great. Sticky Napalm no longer does less damage to creeps. Sticky Napalm damage per stack got reduced from 10 through 25 to 6 to 24. So at max level, it's not a big deal. Sticky Napalm turn rate slow reduced from 40 70% to 10. That's a big nerf level 1. It's got to have some kind of buff, right? Sticky Napalm radius increased from 375 to 375, 400, 425, 450. I mean, that's cool and all, but this seems like a big nerf to the early game. Let's see what else he got first. Firefly movement speed decreased from 4, 7, 10, 13 to 3, 6, 9, 12. Flaming Lasso. These are all, so far, a lot of these strike me as nerfs. Although the Sticky Napalm is like quite a buff to his farming speed, but the rest are all like nerfs to his ability against enemy heroes. So there needs to be like, I feel like there needs to be a buff somewhere coming up. Flaming Lasso, cooldown, increased. Oh, this is really long, from 80 to 110 at level 3 ult. That's a big difference. 30 seconds? Where's the buff? He has to have one. Flaming Lasso cast range from 100 to 175. I mean, people are still going to build Blink on him, so I mean, that's nice, but I don't think it's amazing. Flaming Lasso, Scepter, secondary target, okay. Level 20 talent, plus 25 move speed to plus 30. Level 20 from 12% cooldown to 2 flame break charges. I mean, that's kind of nifty. Level 25 talent change from minus 10 flame break cooldown to minus 35 second Flaming Lasso cooldown, which actually just brings your ult like a little below the original cooldown. Okay, this shard better be like sick. Flaming Lasso upgrade. Allows Flaming Lasso to be cast on an allied hero, granting them 80% damage reduction. Has 20-second cooldown when used on allies. What? Alright, let's see this. What, they're not gonna use like I thought they picked Lion so that they would use Finger on him so you could see like, look at the damage reduction. They're just auto-attacking him. Is this good? I mean, your carry can't attack, right? So you were like, in my mind, this was like a possible support build, and you use this on your carry to save him, but then they just can't attack. Is that is that good? Yeah, it seems like a lasso trolling thing. You can now like cliff your own teammates. I mean, the fact that it has such a short cooldown is really cool. So if you just used it as a save. But the issue is you disable your teammate. And like, that's only good sometimes. Especially like if you think in the late game, if your carry has like Satanic, they actually just want to attack, and that might save them more than the 80% reduction. I don't know how I feel about this. It seems good and it seems bad. I am conflicted about these Batrider changes. I didn't think he was that strong in this current patch anyways. So this base armor is great. This Sticky Napalm no longer doing reduced damage. That's pretty cool, and that could speed up his farm a lot. I kind of forget the how much it got reduced by. But then a lot of these are nerfs to his early game. And then like even his late game seems a little nerfed because he like his cooldown on his ult is way up there. And these talent changes as well. So I don't know. We might see. It's weird because like this shard seems like a support ability, but then the fact that Sticky Napalm does more to creeps is a core change. Like the support never cared about that, and in fact, support bat really hates all these other changes to him. So I don't know how to feel about this. It feels like split in two directions. Maybe I don't play enough Batrider to like realize some true potential here. I think BSJ plays a good amount of Batrider. I'll be curious to see what he says about this. Let's move on for now. Beastmaster. Wild axes damage per axe increased from 30 to 120, from 40 to 130. Okay. 10 more damage at every level. Level 15 talent, or I guess 20 damage because he has 2 axes. Level 15 talent changed from 200 Hawk Vision to +3 mana regen. That's pretty nice. Level 20 talent changed from +450 health to +50 wild axes damage. Level 25 talent changed from +100 wild axes to +350 health on Beastmaster controlled units. That's pretty good, because the issue with all like heroes that have summons is that in the late game, their summons just get killed immediately. So this could be really good. Although I guess if you're playing Beastmaster, you don't really plan to make it to level 25, but... Call of the Wild Hawk. Hawks become controllable and gain Dive Bomb. Channels for 1 second, revealing itself, and then flies towards the target enemy, dealing 175 damage and stunning them for 1 second, killing the hawk. Oh no! Let's see this. They just added more micro back to Beastmaster. Cast range 500. It's like a mini Visage. But the strength is that you can move your hawks again, right? Because now, you used to move them, and now it was like you cast it and then they stayed there. Being able to move the hawk seems almost better than this like extra micro to do 1 second stun. But I mean, the 1 second stun is still good. You like, with your ult, you have essentially another second of chain stun, and that's really good. How long is the channel time? 1 second? Yeah, so you could definitely chain stun that. What if you got Meteor Hammer? Ult Meteor Hammer and this hawk? That could be pretty funny. He said that bat lane was already bad, but now it has a lot of cutting and farm potential to have important items and split push, and not only disable in team fights. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I wonder if it's gonna change the way bat gets played, because the way he used to get played was like you were really good in certain lanes. I felt like, and then you like did some cutting after that, but maybe he's now no longer gonna be this super oppressive laner, and he's just gonna like be this crazy farmer. I don't know. We'll see. Probably why they took the vision talent away. Yeah, that's probably why. Having this crazy moving vision would be really strong. Still, seems pretty good. Especially because you can have 2 hawks up at one time, right? If I recall. This is why I hate seeing it in the website. But I'm pretty sure the hawk cooldown and survival lasts long enough where you can have 2 hawks. So maybe maybe the play is you just have 1 hawk running with you, then you summon a second hawk, and then that's 2 stuns between them. You know, if you have the micro to not cast both at once. The tree Hoodwink spawns also doubles as a branch for tangos. Oh, that is pretty good. Although you have to be careful about using it against the enemy then, right? Because they could also eat it. Just like Nature's Prophet, in the early game, if he sprouts someone, they can tango it if they get double regen. But still, that is pretty cool if you're careful with how you use it. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how people will use the tree. Like, there are a lot of paths in Dota that are like 1 tree wide, essentially, and you can block it with a tree. And I'm thinking of, like, I frequently say this in like replays, you should cut like a certain tree in the lane so that you can walk back and forth, but it's only 1 tree. So now if you were relying that on your safety and you're like walking towards it like, haha, I'm gonna get away, and then Hoodwink like grows a tree there, you're now like screwed unless you have a Tango or a Quelling Blade. Oh, starting Quelling Blade just got a little stronger, guys. All right, let's take a look at Bloodseeker. Base intelligence reduced from 21 to 17, getting a little dumber, okay. Blood Rage HP cost reduced from 2.2, okay, so just a flat 2% now instead of 2.2 to 2.5. Blood Rage attack speed increased by, looks like 10 every level, yeah. Blood Right damage reduced. Oh, that's kind of big. Reduced by 60 damage at level 4. Blood Right cooldown reduced from 12 to 15, 14, 13, 12. Blood Right mana cost increased by 20 at every level. That's pretty fair. Bloodseeker offlane was a little oppressive with the amount of Blood Rights he cast. But it's interesting that they chose to nerf. Like, they didn't... Okay, they nerfed the cooldown at level 1, but the damage level 1 is the same. But it's the late game, or the level 4 damage that got nerfed by a lot. But I feel like Bloodseeker by level 4 Bloodright had already won the lane or not. So, I guess it is still reduced by like level 2 and 3 though, so... And the mana cost is actually probably the bigger issue. From 70 to 90 at level 1, that's a lot. Okay, Thirst, non-hero heal increased from 8, 12, 16, 20 to 11, 14, 17, 20. So that's a big buff to the level 1, 3%. Maybe that's not like big, but... Thirst no longer provides half heal when within 300 range of dying creeps. Thirst now provides full heal rather than half when within 300 range of dying heroes. Thirst hero heal reduced from 12, 18, 24, 30% to 10, 15, 20, 25%. Does this mean he has to get last hits to get the heal from Thirst? And he doesn't get like passive ones? So it punishes him if he can't get last hits. Because before he could just like play carefully and try to like steal some health and then get back into the game or into laning aggressively, but now he's like required to get last hits, which is kind of how his Q used to work before. Rupture mana cost reduced by a lot. 200, 225, 250 to 100, 150, 200. I guess that's fair. They added a lot of mana to his other spells. Rupture damage increased from 30, 40, 60 to 36, 48, 60%. So just stronger at the start. Level 25 talent from -5 to -4. Blood Rage attacks now deal 1.5% of the target's max health as pure damage and heals you. What? For the same amount? Only affects Bloodseeker? Oh, that's pretty good. How long? It doesn't say. It doesn't say what the cooldown is. What is this? Oh, just attacks. Every attack deals 1.5% of max health as pure damage. That seems super good, actually. That seems so strong. Is it, though? So if a target has 1,000 health, you get 15%, or you get 15 extra damage and heal. And in the late game, some people have like 3,000 health. That's considered a lot. And so that would be 45 extra damage and heal. But I mean, 45 heal per attack is quite a lot. I wonder if this damage can like crit or anything. Probably not. This seems good. This seems like a pushing Bloodseeker back to being a carry versus like spell casting offlaner. Like all these nerfs to his spells and the emphasis on getting last hits now with Thirst, it seems to push him back to being like a 1 or 2 position rather than this 3 position that would build like Veil and other spell casting items. And especially with the Shard. The Shard seems really strong. Might see these numbers changed, but maybe not. We'll have to see. Okay, Bounty Hunter. I like Bounty Hunter. Let's see if he gets, let's see what's got. Okay, 5 more move speed, so now it's 320. That's pretty fast. Intelligence rescaled from 19 plus 2 to 22 plus 1.9. I'm going to assume that ends at the same max level, and it's just a buff to his early game, essentially. Shadow Walk Slow increased from 14, 20, 26, 32 to 16, 24, 32, 40%. So that's 2% slow more at level 1, but 8% when maxed out. That's pretty good. Track speed radius increased from 900 to 1200. Okay. I never really thought that was like something he needed, because doesn't it only affect Bounty Hunter now anyways? But I guess that's good. The Shard. Oh, that's why. Allies now gain 50% of track speed boost. Provides 800 vision around the target for your team. Ooh. This 800 vision is quite nice. This seems really good. Like, the move speed bonus is cool. But if anything, this last patch showed that it wasn't strictly necessary for Bounty Hunter's ult. But this 800 vision looks like it's ground vision, but that's still pretty good. It now reveals, like, everyone around him, all of that. I mean, not invis. That seems good for a support bounty. I like that. Yeah, the 800 vision seems crazy. I have to remember, though. Hold on, let's check something real quick. So, when I buy a shard, okay, it doesn't take up a slot, but it doesn't give me any stats or anything. And it is 1,400 gold at 20 minutes. Which means, by comparison, you could buy drums or something. Unless, like, those items got changed. That's possible. But by comparison, you could buy something else that gives you a lot of stats. So, we'll have to see. Maybe we'll have to check out item changes. This does seem pretty interesting. I really like Bounty Hunter, so we might end up playing him again a bit. I may need to see some item changes before I try to imagine a build with the Bounty Hunter. Okay, Brewmaster. Oh man, Brewmaster's got a whole essay here. All right, let me make sure you guys can see this. Yeah, Vision is so OP in pro game, so I think it seems good. I wouldn't be surprised if the Vision got nerfed. We gotta go abuse that quickly. Okay, Brewmaster. Base agility reduced by 3 to be 19 at the start. Drunken Brawler now passively provides 6 to 24% evasion and 24% critical strike for 145 to 190% damage. Drunken Brawler can now be activated to provide 3 times the chance for evasion and critical strike, and alternate between 20% slower and 40% faster for 5 seconds. So I think this has been changed a lot, so I kind of haven't been keeping track with him, and he's not that popular, so I didn't quite remember it. But I believe you had to activate it before, so now you just have some passively. That seems pretty good. Drunken Brawler cooldown increased from, oh, that's a lot, 23 at level 1 to 29, but by level 4, it's the same. So this does seem better in the early game, but that extra cooldown does mean that you can't, like, abuse it too much. But that's pretty cool. That still seems good for him. Primal Split Earth Bruling armor increased from 3 to 357. Health from slightly reduced, but that's probably balanced out by the armor. So it's actually, because you have the same armor at level 1, it's strictly weaker at level 1, but level 2 and 3 it'll be stronger because it has higher armor. HP regen increase, I didn't even know it had, from 122 to 246. Again, just stronger later. And that HP regen is going to be even better because it has slightly more armor. Storm HP regen also buffed up. I didn't realize the Storm Panda didn't have any magic resist, but apparently it now has 25%. Health reduced 100, 1500, 1900. So reduced by 100 for level 2 and 3. Doesn't seem too bad since it now has the magic resist. I'm sure that's still a buff to it. Well, I guess it's a nerf to physical damage, but a buff to spell. Primal Split Fire Bruling armor increased from 036 to 048. HP regen, so they all just have 246 regen now. 30% status resistance on the Fire Bruling. That's interesting. The Bruling never struck me as, like, quick stun the fire Bruling, but I guess that's not a bad thing to have. Seems like just like this extra buff. I don't know how much of a difference it'll make. but still pretty cool. Scepter rework. Primal Split now has 2 charges and can be cancelled at any time. Your hero forms back on whichever Brewling you cancelled it from. That's really cool. Charge replenish time is equal to the normal cooldown. That seems potentially broken. Let's keep reading. Level 10 talent changed from 175 health to 1 second thunderclap slow. Level 15 talent changed from 2.5 thunderclap slow to 30% cinder brew damage and duration. The other one from 15% magic resist to 350 health. Level 25s, 120 drunken brawler crit, 2 plus 80. That's probably to balance out the fact that you now like. Well, actually, what'd you activate? And critical strike chance? You don't activate. You don't get like extra damage from it, right? Probably not. Still, that's a lot. That's probably why it got nerfed a bit to balance out this. Like when you activate it, you have like crits essentially every 3 out of 4 hits. So I think like average DPS is probably balanced out. Level 25 talent change from minus 65 primal split cooldown to Brewling's gain drunken brawler passive. Okay, this was probably necessary to counter to not let the Ags be absolutely broken. Oh my goodness, what the heck is this? Hold on. Okay, finish the thought. So now the Brewlings all have the passive, so they get some extra evasion from right clicks and a bit of chance to crit. Aghanim Shards adds the Void Brewling. Oh my god. Has Astral Pulse. I was wondering if they were going to do this, because now that there was a 4th Spirit Brother, I was like, Brewmaster doesn't have the 4th bear. Oh, but now he does. Affecting enemies in 500. Applies 20, 30, 40% slow and disarm. What a disarm. I wonder if this disarm can be dispelled. Most disarms can't, but like Treant Root and Crystal Maiden can technically be dispelled. And they also technically disarm. So I'm curious to see if this one can be dispelled. So why would you do this, though? Let's go back to the Ags idea. This is where I wish we were in client so we could test this, but I don't know how the cooldowns on the Brewlings work. Like, could you ult, go through all the Brewling spells, cancel your ult, do it again, go through all their abilities again, like immediately? If they still have a cooldown on some of these, then it doesn't seem as good. Yeah, more pandas. This is really cool. I really like this. And I can see this being really good against like against a magic heavy lineup. You don't need to get this shard, which is a shame, because having 4 bears would probably always be cool. But against like you have like a PA Huskar lineup or something, then this disarm becomes so good. And it's an AoE disarm as well. So like against CK, oh, he's truly a counter to illusion heroes now. The dispel was already on the Storm Panda, was already really good against illusions, but now you have this AoE disarm as well to stop like all Naga, CK, PL, Terrorblade illusions. Brewmaster is probably just jumped up in priority against illusion heroes with this Void Panda. It seems really strong against illusion heroes and heavy right click lineups. This is really cool. How does this affect support brew? You could take 1 point in Drunken Brawler just for the passive. Is that any good? 6% evasion, 24% critical strike. So every 4 attacks, you would get a crit. But the crit damage isn't that high. But then you can maybe go for the shard pretty quickly on the support and just play around your rulings. You can already remove them with the blue one, right? What do you mean? The illusions? technically he doesn't remove them. His Dispel just does like a crazy amount of damage. I think it's like 1,000 plus. Oh, now I'm not sure. I have to double check. It does a bunch of extra damage to illusions, and so that usually like one shots them, but it's actually just a flat amount of damage. So if the illusion has enough health, it survives. Okay, so it is 1,000 damage, and then because illusions, I think because illusions take bonus damage, it tends to do more than 1,000 damage, or is it always 1,000? Guys, I like rarely see Brewmaster. I've kind of forgotten. I should probably know it a bit better. Either way, I still think it's really good against illusions. So that'll be really cool to see. Bring 1,000 damage on the spell. Okay. It's like a Bristleback. Warpath bonus damage increased from 22, 28, 34 to 25, 30, 35. Okay. Viscous Nasal Goo Scepter now increases max stacks from 4 to 8. That's a lot more. Scepter radius up a bit to 825 to 950. Level 15 talent change from +5 max goo stacks to 15 attack speed. Yeah, that's probably fair because now the Ags does it. And what's your shard? Hairball. Man, Bristleback is such a gross hero. Nasal Goo and Hairball. Coughs a quill filled hairball towards... How does he even have hair? He has quills. Towards the target location. Erupts at the location, hitting enemies in a 700 radius with goo and 2 quills. Cast range 1500. Cooldown 20. 100 mana cost. This is a big range. And they're affected by 2 quills. That seems pretty good. And don't forget, this is an extra spell cast to boost up Warpath. And another way to apply goo to go with the fact that you can now have more stacks. Though, to be honest, this Aghanim shard seems better than his actual Ags. This seems pretty cool. And it's a really good way to cancel blinks from afar. Because actually, like, look at this cast range. It's crazy. It even goes further than what we can see in this little clip. If you wanted to hit someone max range because of the radius, the 700 radius, along with 1500 cast. So that's like a 2200 max range. That's absurd. So that'll be... Oh, the travel is so funny. That seems really good. Is Shard now in the Scepter recipe? I don't think so. I think they're separate. I think you can get both an Aghanims and a Shard. But the Shard does not fill an inventory slot, I believe. But the Aghanim Scepter, it seems like it still does until you get the Blessing. Broodmother. Nerfed in agility, 3.2 to 3. That's the only change. But the Aghanim Shard, Silken Bola, grants Silken Bola, consumes 1 spin web charge, and roots the enemy target for 2 seconds. Oh my god. Cooldown 12, mana cost 50. This is really good. I feel like. Because Broodmother... One of Broodmother's issues is that she just didn't have control, and she had to build control. And this is only 1,400 gold, the Shards. Now, I suppose she can't get it until 20 minutes, and at that point, some people should have a solution to this. But this means she can now cancel teleports, and it gives her something to do with spin web charges. Because before... Well, I guess after you got the Ags, you did move around a bit more. But before that, you would just like set up your webs, and then they would just sit at 8 charges. But now you have like a use for them. This seems really good. Oh yeah, we can hover over this to play. Let's see this. Pew. Oh, you know what? I also think it should give like mini webs right there, so that like your spiders, like if you web someone off, all the spiders get like movement off the web or like on top of this like silken bola. I want to see that. Ice Frog, change it. It looks like it already, you know? This seems pretty cool. Ew, Brood. Dude, I hate spiders in real life, but I like Brood Mother. I don't know. It's like some tackling your fears through video games, something like that, or whatever. Um, so I kind of just moved from Bristleback to Brood, but like Bristle, this seems good. I expect to see a lot of Bristleback. Maybe it's not as good as I am reading, but this seems really strong. And then Broodmother, I think this seems good, but she's probably still a niche pick anyways. So I don't know, but maybe not. Maybe not with a shard. Maybe people will do it more. We'll see. Centaur. Stampede duration rescaled from 4 to 3.5, 4, 4.5. So nerf to early Stampede, buff to late game Stampede. Stampede damage increased from 100 to 300% of your strength, 200 to 300. So this is a nerf or a buff at level 1 and level 2, and actually quite a large buff at level 1 for your damage. So I suppose many people don't really use Stampede for damage, but maybe they will now. Level 15 talent change from plus 40 damage to plus 1 Stampede duration. That could be pretty good because that means you have like 5.5 Stampede duration, and that means if you get an Ags, that's 5.5 seconds of damage reduction for your whole team. That could be pretty good. Aghanim Shard ability, Double Edge. Causes Double Edge to increase your strength by 15% per hero hit for 12 seconds. Duration refreshes per stack up to 5 stacks. Slows enemy by 15% for 2 seconds. It probably only works on real heroes, right? So you wouldn't get like a crazy amount of stacks from illusions. I wonder how Meepos work though. If he gets one for every Meepo, I wonder if Centaur's now like a Meepo counter. Because you could just get like a crazy amount of strength really quickly. Slow all the Meepos, stomp all the Meepos, stampede through all the Meepos, and then like right click one Meepo down. That's kind of cool. I don't know if this will be a core item though. I need to see the math on like how much health you get from this extra strength versus what it costs to use Double Edge. And then that might be like could this be a way to heal? Like if you have enough strength, you just like Double Edge and it like increases your health enough to heal you up. Brew just got a root for half the price of Atos. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And what might balance it out though is that she can't get it until 20 minutes, which means that like a lot of the mid heroes she plays against should be able to get like a Yules or something by that time. But yeah, it's a it's a huge pain for supports who might have like had an AoE stun to use on her and the spiders and then like quickly TP out or something. But yeah, just giving Brood a way to control heroes for 1400 gold, which is like nothing to a Brood Mother, seems really scary. I expect to see a couple Broods test out. CK, no changes except the Shard. How nice. Chaos Bolt creates a phantasm illusion attacking the target for the duration of the stun. Increases cast range by 300 or 300. Is that worth it? This needs some math. It very well could be worth it. Like the total damage you get from the illusion hitting your target. But I would need need to do some math to see. It doesn't really. Oh no, it's probably just based on your alt. I can't remember what the alt illusions do. But that's interesting. I wonder if it's worth it. I feel like if you were to get like Armlet and some other early strength items, it might be worth it. But the recent like Ags build, maybe it's not so worth it because you don't have as much strength, so your illusions aren't as good. At the cost of a web. That's true. I forget what's the charge time on Brood's web. I should just like have Dota up so I can double check at the same time. But that is true. You can't use the root too much from that shard, otherwise you lose all your webs. So that could be another aspect balancing it out. Okay, Chen. Divine Favor no longer has an active component. That only affects like the high tier Chens, because this was absolutely not used at lower tiers. Holy Persuasion can now be cast on an already converted unit to teleport it to you, or can be cast on your own hero to teleport all creeps to you. So he used to have this ability, didn't he? And then now it's back. Level 10 talent increased, so a slight health increase, okay. 150 cast range to 175, slight buff. Level 15 challenge change from minus 32 Divine Favor cooldown, since that's removed, to plus 12% Penitence slow. Level 25 talent change from plus 4 Holy Persuasion max units to plus 3, and 3 charges though. This seems really good. Who really cares about that 8th creep? The biggest issue with Chen in the late game is that when your army got killed, you had to play passive for a really long time until you could resummon your armor or your army. But this means that instantly you could get 3 new creeps and start fighting again. So that seems really good. But then again, it is at level 25, and many Chen games are done by then. So maybe it's not that big of a deal. But at least for the talent, it seems like a big buff to what it was before. The Aghanim Shard, it just brings back Divine Favor. Allows Divine Favor to be cast on allies, teleporting them back home after 6 seconds. 35-second cooldown, 200 mana cost, 500 cast range, purgeable, cannot target spell immune allies. 35 seconds, though. That's kind of low, right? That means you could, like, if someone on your team buys bots, you could send them home and then they teleport out to fight again. And you could do that pretty much in sync. It does cost you a lot of mana, though. That's pretty cool. It is going to cost him money, 1,400 gold, but this would allow for some, like, really high tempo plays. This will probably only get used by pros or, like, high-level players. I suspect this kind of coordination is not found in pubs. NP Enchantress. Yeah, stuff like that. We're just, like, super mobile. I don't know if this is worth it at the highest level, though. Like, Divine Favor was pretty good in the lane. I guess you could only use it, like, once every 3 minutes, though. So maybe this is better. To be able to teleport creeps back to you again. Because then you could have your creep split push and then resummon them. Or, like, teleport them to you for a fight. So maybe this is still overall better for Chen. I mean, we're still not going to see him in our pubs. No one plays Chen. Okay, Clinks. Base mana regen reduced from 0.25 to 0. That's kind of a big nerf. Level 10 talent change from Skeleton Walk. Exit summons a Burning Skeleton army. A Burning Army Skeleton to +8 agility. That's quite a quite a change. Level 20 talent change from Kills Reset Death Pack cooldown to -10 Strafe cooldown. Aghanim Shards Skeleton Walk causes Skeleton Walk to create 2 Burning Army Skeletons on exit. So the hero itself feels like he just got nerfed. But this shard is kind of good. Wait, what's his ags now? This hero got, like, changed so much. Hang on, guys. Don't mind me. Hope I didn't just dox myself. Oh, it was the Burning Army with the Ags. This guy got changed, like, so much. It was so weird. Interesting. If you eventually got a shard and an axe, you could create a ton of skeletons. I don't know. The fact that it's no longer on the talent seems like it would hurt. I don't know. I don't really expect to see a lot of clinks based on those changes. Clockwork. Level 25 talent change from plus 40% magic resistance to spell immunity while inside power cogs. That seems really good. It is a level 25 talent, though. Plus 40% magic resistance in general is really good, though. But spell immunity while in power cogs is pretty nifty. Jetpack. Aghanim Shard. Grants jetpack. Rises up. Grants flying vision, flying movement, and 15% move speed, but significantly reduces ability to turn. Is there a number attached to that? Just significantly reduced? Okay. Lasts 6 seconds. You are disarmed during flight. Casting hookshot ends this buff. Cooldown 25. Mana cost 150. This is the goofiest animation I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. This is a kind of a high mana cost. I was gonna say this is really cool because now he has an easier way to check like high ground wards and stuff. He could sort of do it with his E and cogs anyways, though. I don't know. It's kind of cool, but it's 1,400 gold. So I don't know if it's worth it. I guess you get flying vision, though. That's pretty good. In a team fight. Flying vision. Especially around, like, trees and stuff. And this could be really good against, like, a Treant Protector. And the new hero, when they're, like, running through trees. You activate your jetpack and chase them through the trees. Oh, man. Hey, Matstenda. Unimpeded hook lands. Is that how it works, though? Like, I mean, there's only axe in this clip. We'll have to test it when it's on client. But I would assume you could still get it interrupted. Crystal Maiden, all right. Frostbite damage interval changed from 0.7 to 0.25. Thank God. Now the math is easier. Woo! Frostbite DPS changed to a fixed 25 per tick, rather than being defined by its total damage. Same overall damage to both heroes and creeps normally, but affects things that change spell duration, like her talent and status resistance. Is this a nerf? So it's a buff to her talent, but now any carry that has status resistance, which was many of them, will take less damage from Frostbite. I don't know. You gotta like test that out and see. Aghanim Shard reduces Frostbite cooldown by 1 second. Okay, a whole second. And allows it to be cast on yourself, reducing incoming damage by 70% for the duration. Allows casting Frostbite while channeling as long as a valid target is in range. So you could ult and Frostbite someone, or Frostbite yourself. But it doesn't solve the issue that your ult is still easily canceled by stuns and stuff. But you do get the cooldown reduced by a second, so you can farm the jungle faster. I thought it was going to be usable on allies, and like you were going to reduce the damage on them by 70 seconds, and then that seemed really good. But the fact that you just use it on yourself, I don't know. You already get a ton of armor during your ult. And if you're using it on yourself to save your life, that means you're not I mean, obviously, you're not casting it on an enemy, which seems more important as a support. 1,400 gold for this shard is a lot. And, like, you could buy, like, I mean, not quite there, but, like, Glimmer or Ghost Scepter. You can cast those on yourself for survivability and then still get to use Frostbite on the enemy. Or you could buy this, cast it on yourself for survivability, but not on the enemy. Not sure how I feel about this. I mean, we'll have to try it out. But to be honest, guys, I feel like this isn't that good. And in fact, I don't know if I like this Frostbite change either. It feels like a nerf. Which maybe the hero deserved it, actually. The hero was not broken, but it seemed good. So maybe that's deserved. Let's take a look at Darkseer. Ion Shell radius increased from 250 to 275. Okay. Level 15 talent change from Ion Shell. Provide 350 max health, 2 plus 6 armor. I'll be honest, I didn't even know it did that. It's not very popular. Haven't seen him in ages. Level 20 talent change from plus 8 armor. 2 plus 1 wall of 1 second wall of replica slow. What the heck was that? Hold on. This looks hilarious. I'm trying not to read ahead. Scepter rework. Causes Ion Shell to have 2 charges, increases duration by 20 seconds, and provides plus 350 HP. Ion Shell still dispellable though. But this is now kind of a cool way to buff up your cores by buying an Ags, and then you like use it on them, and they get the damage from your shell and the plus 350 like health, followed by the fact that like if it gets dispelled, you could just cast it again because you have 2 charges. Or you like hunt someone out and you cast 2 shells immediately. All right, let's read this hilarious One Punch Man reference here. Normal Punch grants normal punch. Passive cooldown attack. Causes your next attack on a hero to knock an illusion out of them and stun them for up to 2 seconds. What does that mean, up to 2 seconds? Knockback for 350 distance and deal 250 damage based on how far you've moved in the past 3 seconds. Wait, is the stun, are all 3 of these based on how far I've moved in the last 3 seconds? Or is it just, the wording makes me think it's just the stun that has changed. Cooldown 14 seconds. Max power is after 1,500 distance moved. Does Darkseer buy a blink now? Does that count? Like, do you blink and normal punch? Illusions last for 5 seconds? Hang on, what does it say? Does it say Dogon? I think it does. Why didn't they put this on Tusk, though? Tusk was the one that everyone did, like, one punch builds. Is this good? The fact that it has a stun is really good. I can't tell, guys. This is really, really bizarre. I just, it doesn't fit the theme of the hero to me, like, at all, besides the fact that you create the illusion and this, like, admittedly hilarious, like, Dogon, like, effect popping up. I think it's funny, but it doesn't really fit the theme of Dota, I feel like. I'm like, I'm so curious why this got added. I wonder if it's, like, do you build Blink with this? It's everything, just tested it? Okay, cool. Is it in the client now? Can I open the client? Can we switch from this to the client? So could you... Let me just check real quick. Oh, Dota 2 wasn't updating. Okay, I'll start the update. We'll switch to the client in a second here. This seems hilarious. Okay, this is the first thing we're gonna try out in the client. Let's read Dark Willow while this is updating. All right, base intelligence increased by 3 extra damage at the start. Great. Cursed Crown cast range increased from 600 to 600 up to 675 by level 4. Okay, slight buff. Bramble Maze cast range increased from 1200 to 1100 level 1, so that's a nerf. But from level 2 onwards, it is the same or better up to 1400, so that's kind of nice. Terrorize cast range from 1500 to 1300. That's still a pretty decent size, though. So not too bad. Level 10 talent increased from 0.4 Cursed Crown Stun to 0.6. They removed my cast range, which I guess they kind of buffed it a bit into my abilities naturally. I think you for sure max Bramble Maze now before Cursed Crown because of this extra 200 cast range. -2 second Shadow Realm cooldown. I might actually take... The cast range was just so good. I never took the other talent. But I don't really care so much. I mean, this is kind of good for survivability. But this extra stun seems maybe a little better as a support. Level 15 talent. Oh, we still get our cast range. Cool. Level 15 is now the cast range. I'm not sure. Level 20 talent reduced from 10-second Bramble Maze to -8 seconds, so less 2 seconds. Not a huge deal. Level 25 talent, an extra 0.2 seconds on Terrorize duration. What is the shard? Cursed Crown now creates 4 brambles around the target after the counter ends, regardless of how it ends. Reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. So does that mean if someone dispels this, it still goes? Reduced by 3 seconds cooldown. I can't tell if this is... I mean, the effect is cool, of course, but it is 1400 gold. Is this good? The thing is, like, everyone is going to be buying the shards now that this is out at around 20 minutes, but I'm sure that after people get used to the excitement of it, only a couple heroes will actually build shards at 20 minutes, and many of them will actually just, like, build it later. So, like, eventually this seems great, sure. But, like, whether it's worth buying it at 20 minutes or sooner, or not sooner, later, I'm not so sure. Okay, let's I'm gonna close this, guys. I'm gonna open Dota, move our way to the client. Are we gonna get a new cutscene with, like, the new hero?
Who said you could stroll in my woods?
What are her talents? She has an armor talent. Okay, so she got... Actually, let's just, let's demo this. Let's open the hero up now. Let's take a look at this stuff.
Gonna stand here all day? Or sniff out a bit of fun?
Demo mode has the, snow effects now, default. Alright, so let's see her talent. So, -3 second bushwhack. Actually, we didn't even see the numbers on her abilities before. So let's, look at that. Acorn Shot. Bonus? Wait. Fires Hoodwink's attack with an acorn at the target. Hold on.
Got heaps of them. Food for thought.
First of all, this noise is hilarious. Okay. 25 bonus damage. Bounce count 3 seconds. So each bounce gets damage. Slow duration. Movement slow by 100. So this seems good in the side lanes where there's actually like heroes to bounce from. 25 bonus damage. A bushwhack. Wait, does this count as one of the bounces? Okay, it does. So if I cast it on the ground, how far is the bounce thing though? Does it say? Same target can be hit more than once. Bounces will seek units in Fog of War, but not invisible units. The planted tree lasts for 20 seconds. So that means even though they're outside of my attack range, like this, I can still like do this and it bounces to them. Oh. Okay. All right. Bushwhack. This is a long range. Stun for 1.3, 1.6, 1.9, 2.2. 90, 180, 270, 360 damage. 14-second cooldown. Oh, these mana spells are not too high. So how does this work? Tosses a net, stuns an enemy hero if they are near. So if they're not, what happens? Nothing. Just nothing happens. Okay. But if they're near a tree... So... It for sure makes her much easier to play in the side lanes, right? Because there's no trees in mid. Even though you can plant a tree with your Q, it's just like harder to do, right? It means you can't target. It means you have to target the ground, which counts as one of your bounces. So you're not even, you wouldn't get the max out of it. You would have to bounce it between like a creep and the hero. So it seems like better in the side lane. Can I cast like seems hard to do. So it seems like you have to cast the Q first and then the like that. But I can pull him to like any tree. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, so I can pull them pretty far. And what happens if they're like next to multiple trees? Pulls them to the nearest tree, it seems like. It's pretty cool. Okay, passive, what does this do again? So I have some natural evasion, not too much. And then
now I'm the dodgy one.
I can run through trees. How much extra? I have 6 starting armor? Oh my god. Oh wait, I'm level 4. Hang on. Let's reopen this. I need to see your starting stats. Can't shift Q, but it's possible? Okay. I might have to try that out later. Alright, how do we close this? So she's an agility hero.
Where do you think you're going? Hey, side bits on the body count?
Let's get out of here. 4 starting armor is pretty good. 320 move speed. 53 attack damage. What's my attack range? 575.
But will it follow the same?
All right. Bonus move speed phased. Okay. She has some funny sounding sound effects. All right, let's see her ult. 600 damage. Slow and break. Slow and break. Okay. Let's get up to a maximum after 3 seconds, and the bolt is fired automatically after 5 seconds. So that means I can stop channeling it early. What the heck is this? Okay. So we reach max duration after the 3. Can we see the effect? Can the enemy see the effect? No. But I mean, you can kind of see where the hero's pointing. Okay. Oh, did it have the timer too? Oh, it does. Okay. What? 600 damage. That's quite a lot. 45 seconds? This seems really good. 45 seconds is very short. You could easily like TP mid and gank the mid laner with this. 600 nuke. And then like run up and tree the guy. Okay, let's take a look at her talents now. So -3 bushwhack cooldown. Which one is that? That's the W. So that brings it down to 11 seconds. And it's a 2.2 second stun. AoE stun at that. Scurry camouflage. Oh my goodness. How do I maybe like high enough level to Hoodwink becomes invisible. She's literally Treant Protector. Hoodwink becomes invisible near trees after 1.2 seconds of not moving, attacking, or casting spells. Oh, so I have to sit there though. Or 14 agility. So right now she's So how's this work? But if I move, it cancels.
Now I'm the dodgy one.
So I have to stand there invis. Okay. Of a similar aim. Caitlyn's ult, right? Makes me think of that. But she like targeted a hero, and then you could like jump in the way, which I always thought was hilarious, right? So like someone could be like, "I'll protect you," and then block the shot for the other person. And this like stand there and invis reminds me of like I think it's Teemo who has that. Okay, 25% sharpshooter, faster projectile charge time, or -5 armor corruption. To be honest, even as a support, 5 armor reduction seems really good. But let's, I mean, that's obvious how it works. So let's try
Chin up. This'll only hurt quite a bit.
what? Charge time. So I don't need like the full 3 seconds. I get like sooner than that. Like
I'm done with talking.
hmm. I didn't feel this doesn't feel as good as I thought it would. Like 25%. I think armor corruption seems really good even as a support. 2 acorn shot charges. These don't stun, right? Yeah, these are just as slow. I don't know if I care about that. Sharpshooter, pure damage, and pierces spell immunity. 2 shot charges, though. I guess it does bounce a lot.
Doesn't mean I don't give up.
So, like, what? You like...
To make a little fort.
Is this good for farming?
With you a bit. But yeah,
Why do you need to farm at level 25, though? I don't know, guys. 2 acorn shots doesn't strike me as amazing. But I guess turning this to pure damage may not be, like, that incredible either. But maybe always making sure you have a way to stun is good.
I did hit the tree.
Aghanim's. Oh, I need to buy it. Okay. I can't get this until it's 20 minutes.
What's this?
Okay, so Aghanim still does take a slot, and then you get it filled in here. I can't seem to click what it does, though. I don't remember what this is supposed to do. Can we hover over here? Oh, it's because she just doesn't have one yet. If I hover over jugs, oh, it does show jugs. Okay. All right. Pretty cool. All right, let's get back to can I not view the pat? Oh no, here it is. Okay, that was weird. All right. How's my Okay, I think we're good. Okay, let's scroll down to what were we at? Clinks, Clockwork, Crystal Maiden, Dark Willow, right? Okay, okay. Dazzle! Shallow Grave duration, change from 5 to 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5. Slight nerf in the early game. But honestly, I don't think it's a huge deal. And then 5.5 in the late game. That seems a lot more... The fact that it's buffed by level 4 seems better to me than the fact that early game you only have 1 second less. Shallow Grave cooldown reduced from 60, 46, 32, 18 to 42, 34. Okay, so this is a big buff too. Late game it's the same. I say late game, but like when you have this max, it's the same cooldown. But early game, it's way shorter. That's really good. Shallow Grave cast range also buffed in the early game. So this is just all around a better spell. I feel like. Yes, technically duration is nerfed in the early game, but I really don't think that is such a big deal. Okay, level 15 talent changed from plus 30 Shadow Wave heal / damage, which I like never got that one anyways, to 35 attack speed. Is that supposed to tempt you to do like core Dazzle? Scepter rework. Causes Shadow Wave to dispel allies. That's sick. Increases heal by 60 and increases damage by 80. All right. The fact that it dispels is awesome. That means like against Silencer, you could build like your own dispel, like Greaves, and then you build an Aghanims, and then you can like dispel your entire team's silence. This seems really good against certain lineups. Launches an attack at the 3 closest enemies within 1200 range, prioritizes heroes each time you cast an ability. So that's for core Dazzle. Shard plus attack speed talent and Ags for offlane. Yeah, he could be a core, but I can see this still working for just regular supports as well. Although having to farm up an Ags to get the dispel is a bit of a pain. Maybe this is good as like an offlane. Because you wouldn't really see the benefits of Ags or the Shard until the mid to late game anyways, and support Dazzle like isn't affected by that. So support Dazzle has a slightly better Grave, but that doesn't really change the hero conceptually. But I think he was like okay anyways. It kind of like jumped straight into Aghanim Shards and hero changes. I don't know if there was like if this is all heroes and items maybe, but if there are any like map changes, I'm curious. But maybe they didn't want to do that. Maybe they only wanted to do all these shards first. Interesting. I don't know how to feel about this yet. I think this Ags is really strong. The fact that you can dispel. I'm going to assume it's a basic dispel, not a strong dispel. And you know what? We can test that. If it's a strong dispel, it's bonkers. So it like has to be not, right? Does it just say?
Everybody gets set.
It does not. Okay. Hero Axe. All right, Axe, you stand there. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't. I guess it's a basic dispel. And these be dispelled? Yes. Alright, so basic dispel, still strong against slows and silences. I can still see this having a lot of value. That is true. It's hard to say. I could see him. For sure, people will at least try to play him core for a little bit. We'll see if it sticks. He might still be a support. At least the shard definitely pushes him towards a bit of a core, but the talent, I mean, you could still just take the other talent, right? Which is what, 150 cast range. So like you could still just be a support, I think. Okay, let's see. Death Prophet. Once this fixes, I think I saw a spoiler there. I think I saw something about Falcons. Death Prophet. Where are we at, by the way? Oh my goodness, we're at an hour 40 minutes. This is gonna be a 6-hour video. All right, Death Prophet. Base movement speed 310 to 335. She is fast. Holy crap! Is this now the? She's like tied for the fastest hero. Spirit Siphon no longer drains move speed. Spirit Siphon charge replenish time from 45 down to 36 at level 1. Many Death Prophets would max this out along with Q anyways, so this may not be the biggest deal, but it's still quite nice. It's still much shorter overall. You can now you pretty much get to use this twice a minute, whereas before you really didn't. That could be good. The fact that she's so fast is really interesting. Exorcism ghost speed increased from 500 to 525. Okay. Turn rate improved. Okay. Level 25 talent change from Exorcism grants haste to -20 Spirit Siphon replenish time. So it's 10-second Siphon charges. And then the Shard, Spirit Siphon now drains 0.75 armor per second and gives it to you. Armor gain loss lasts for 14 seconds. Starts from cast time. So now she's also part of the negative armor strat. I gotta see this. Ooh, I'm so fast. Look at that. This was not as much armor as I had in my mind. Still not bad, I guess. Is that worth buying a shard for? What else did it do? No, it's just that. I guess if you use multiple, though, you can still pick up several at once. And that's really good against right-clickers. No, it's not 14 seconds. Spirit Siphon only lasts 6 seconds. So you're only removing 4.5 armor and gaining it. But the 4.5 armor lasts for 14 seconds. You could use Spirit Siphon twice on the same target, though, like one after another, and remove total of 9 armor. It's still not bad. It's still potentially really good against like right-click heavy lineups, and if your team has like a negative armor strat going, because your ult does physical damage, and your Ags, I believe, counts as physical. Or am I wrong on that? I think it did physical. Yeah, it's physical. What about the Ags? Doesn't say. But I think it was physical. So yeah, you could potentially get like... It also helps solve her survivability issue, which is kind of all she wanted. So I'm curious if it's worth 1,400, though. I guess you could, like, if you have multiple Spirit Siphons going, you will get a lot of armor. Might be good. Dazzle DP combo, yeah. Oh, there's going to be so many cool things now. This is going to happen every time we do this. Oh, I see items. Spoiling ourselves. I'll close my eyes next time. All right, Disruptor. Level 10 talent, 2 seconds. Kinetic field cooldown to 3 seconds. Okay. The Shard allows Thunderstrike to be cast on allies follows the ally and deals damage around them. Each strike gives a short 1-second buff that provides plus 50% move speed and plus 75 attack speed. Increases radius by 160 when used on allies. This is kind of funny. That's pretty interesting. Plus 75 attack speed is a lot. Does it buff all your teammates or just the one? Where are you? Disruptor. Disruptor.
Disruptor.
No, so it only affects whoever you cast it on. But still, that's pretty cool. I could see this having some value, actually. Especially if you're playing with like a PA or a kind of any right-click core, really. You give them attack speed, and they're gonna run in anyway. So now you're still gonna do damage, and your carry gets this like move speed to keep kiting. This seems really good, actually. I really like this, actually. I guess you can't get it till 20 minutes, but that's still pretty early. 1,400 gold at 20 minutes, that's very possible. And if you don't need like other typical support items, you could just buy this, and it's very similar to like a medallion effect, where you're just like buffing a core up and making them stronger. So that's pretty cool. Doom Scepter rework causes Doom to apply break and reduces cooldown from 145 to 100. That 45 seconds is a lot, and the break is really nice. I kind of miss it on his E. I mean, not that I played Doom, but I thought that was a cool concept. But I guess it's now part of Doom. Level 10 talent increased from +2 Doom duration to +3. I still don't think many people will... I don't think that was a popular talent. Oh, and your Infernal Blade is now on your Shard, it looks like. Stun duration is increased from 0.6 to 1.2. If the enemy level is a... Oh, we're back to this. If the enemy level is a multiple of 3 or above level 24, they will be stunned for an additional 0.6 seconds and take 150 bonus damage. For you guys that haven't been playing Dota for too long, Doom used to have an ability that specifically did damage based on like what level the enemy was in these multiples. So now this is back. So that means if the hero is like level 3, 6, 9, so on, they will get an additional stun or bonus damage. Or it seems like if they hit 24 or higher, then they just always get it. I have a feeling people won't pick this up at 20 seconds. I think they'll pick this up after the enemy starts to get to level 24. And then at that point, you don't have to do math because you know you're always just going to get bonus stun against a hero. And this bonus stun your Infernal Blade is like 4 seconds, right? So if you're casting that a lot, that is a lot of stun built up over time. That's pretty funny. I forgot this was a callback. Doom 5 a little more viable? Possibly. The issue is you don't get this until 20 minutes, which makes your like pre-20 minutes like not so great. But maybe. The other issue is that you would have to max, like by level 20 or at 20 minutes, I am sometimes like level 10 as a support. And that means like you would have to have maxed out Infernal Blade to start making this useful. But that means you're not getting your like... Well, I mean, you have to choose. Like, do you max your Q or your W? Which could be an issue for support Doom. But possibly. This is funny. I think this just strengthens, like, Doom in general. I'm not sure what it pushes him to. I guess you do kind of need to farm up some of these if you... But he also needs other items. Oh, I'm not sure. He might still be a core. But maybe not. We'll have to see. Dragonite, breathe fire, mana cost reduced. Okay, 10 mana less at every level. Dragon tail damage increased by 25 every level. Elder Dragon form splash radius increased from 300 to 350. Level 15 talent from 350 health to 400. Aghanim Shard ability. Fireball. Grants Elder Dragon form the Fireball ability. Ignites a 450 AoE area for 10 seconds, dealing 80 damage per second, so 800 total DPS, or 800 total damage. Cast range 1400. Cooldown 20 seconds. Mana cost 150. But only when you're in your ult. Okay. Because I was going to say, this could be like a crazy farming. Oh, that's a huge effect. This seems really good with like Treant, Tidehunter, Enigma. Those kind of like AoE heroes. This could be really good. And it's only 20 seconds, which means you get to cast it like 3 times, I think. Where's Dragonite?
The dragon comes for war.
Yeah, about... Oh, but you would have to cast it immediately. You probably only get to use this twice. But still, that could be really good. You could use it to like farm a stack really quickly, or like in a team fight, use that. Coordinator down, yeah, probably. 7.28A. Oh man, haven't even finished this. By the time we finish, 7.2B will be ready. All right, Drow Ranger, base damage reduced by 2. Frost Arrow slow, reduced from 16, 64. Okay, not too big of a deal. Marksmanship agility bonus rescaled from 28.36 to 44 to 25.35, 45. Slightly nerfed at the start, slightly buffed later. Marksmanship damage bonus reduced from 70, 80, 90 to 50, 70, 90. So that's a big nerf to the start. Level 20 talent changed from plus 2.5 gust silence to minus 4 gust cooldown. So the cooldown makes it better against heroes that would buy dispels, because now you're just going to get to apply silence again sooner. But maybe weaker against heroes that didn't get dispels. That's probably still generally better, I feel like. Frost Arrows apply a hypothermia stack. This is getting a little too real for me now. This is supposed to be a fantasy game. A hypothermia stack to enemy heroes, reducing their regeneration by 10% per stack. Lasts 7 seconds. If an enemy hero dies with a hypothermia stack, with hypothermia stacks, they burst and deal 60 magic damage per stack and 25% slow for 2 seconds to enemies within 650 max or radius, max stacks 7. The biggest part of this is the fact that you reduce their regen. So this makes it good against, like, we talked about it earlier. Timber, Huskar, other heroes like that. So that's pretty interesting. So now, like, Bane and Drow now have a way to affect... Oh, Alchemist. This is why they buffed Alchemist. Yeah, maybe. Because other people are going to get... have ways to counter it. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. Though, again, this doesn't come into a play until, like, 20 minutes, which is probably still good against Alchemist, but not so good against, like, Huskar's probably already, like, doing stuff by 20 minutes. But then you counter him a little bit after that, so. Earth Spirit. Earth Remnants duration reduced from 2 minutes to 1 minute. Okay. Enchant Remnant can now also be cast on Remnants. Has a 5-second cooldown when used this way. I don't think I understand that. We'll have to go open him up and check it out. Causes Earth Remnants to provide 400 ground vision. Increases charge count by 4. Oh, this is pretty good. I think. Earth Spirit's weakness is his reliance on charges. But the issue is that you do a team fight, you use a bunch of charges. Then you have to wait till you have charges to fight again. Increasing the charge count means that he can participate in longer team fights or shorter team fights and like do 2 or 3 of them, but it doesn't strictly solve his issue when he has no charges that he then has to wait a decent amount of time before he has charges again. And I think a high-level player plays around the cooldown really well anyways. But it might still be good, and the ground vision is pretty solid as a chasing mechanism. Or like dewarding. Maybe you don't want to use a charge for dewards. Seems really cool though. Enchant Remnant can now be cast on remnants. Has a 5-second cooldown. Okay, I need to see what this is. I don't understand that. Where are you, Earth Spirit? Here you are.
Through conflict, one's nature is revealed.
Temporarily enchants a hero, granting them the properties of the stone remnant. After a short duration, the remnant shatters, releasing the hero and damaging. Oh, I see. Is that good? Maybe. And Crit can be rank 1 anytime he wants. I don't know if he needs a Earth Spirit buff. But yeah, maybe. The ground vision's pretty cool. I wonder if this is worth 1,400 gold, though. A lot of other things you could buy. What the heck is this? Reduces fissure cooldown by 2 seconds and allows you to walk on it. Whenever you cast a spell, an aftershock effect is replicated through the fissure path. Does this mean he can go through cliffs?
I'll find the way because I must.
Oh my goodness. So how far is the effect?
Not yet.
What the heck? So this guy has free pathing now with fissure. I mean, is that even good? Like, do you really need that for 1,400 gold? Like, it's cool. What else did it do? Oh, it replicated it over. But I have to be on. I have to be on the path, right? It's like I can't be over here. I can! Or is it just because I was close? Let's try again. Oh, that might be good. That means you can now chain stun along the whole thing. Instead of only chain stunning around you, you chain stun the whole whatever you stun. That could be good. That could be really good. And free pathing. That's crazy. I never would have expected that. That's pretty cool, though. This seems really powerful. Being able to chain stun like a whole line. If you line up fissure amongst like 3 or 4 more heroes, it'd be really powerful. E.T. Echo Stomp allows you to turn Echo Stomp on auto cast. When cast while on auto cast, you will take the place of the astral spirit as it completes. What? Am I teleporting? But why?
In one fire was for another.
Okay, so I can... But I can change it in the middle of the cast, so I can decide whether I want to be... whether I want to be there or not. I can decide, oh, this is a bad idea, regular stomp. Or I can go for the kill Be like, oh, let's kill this guy. This is an 11-second teleport. I guess you do have to use 2 spells to do it, so it's going to strain your mana pool. But doesn't this help with, like, your farming a ton? You get close to ending a wave, and suddenly you, like... Or farming a camp, and you, like... teleport off? This seems good for core ET. I don't think support ET will use this very much. Could be wrong. But core ET... seems really good. You gain the buff instantly, too. Yeah. Self-reminder, he only gets this at 20 minutes. But still. It gives you a crazy long engage, because you can send Astral Spirit really far away. And it's an escape. The enemy has no way of knowing whether you're going to teleport or not. And if they can't cancel your TP, it's kind of like Puck. When Puck casts Orb, they have to decide, like, do I chase the Orb? Because then Puck might not go. Or I, like, stand next to Puck and then he just goes to the Orb. You have to, like, split up to chase him. Now you get to do that. I mean, of course, you have to, like, channel and you could be canceled. But still, this is, I don't know why ET needed this, but it's pretty cool. I think this is like a core ET thing. I can see that working out really well. Ember Spirit. Intelligence gain from 1.8 to 2.2. That's pretty decent. Activating Fire Remnant Scepter. Mana cost increase from 25 to 75. Okay. Shard. Fire Remnant deals 45 damage per second and a 600 AoE around them. Dying or killing an enemy hero leaves a Fire Remnant nearby. Kills within 400 count... Wait, kills within 400 range of you count. DPS from multiple Fire Remnants does not stack. Dying or killing an enemy hero leaves a Fire Remnant. That means you always have the option to buy back and Remnant back in, even if you didn't have a chance to drop a Remnant.
Call me Ember Spirit. Who's that scorching fellow?
45 damage. Or 45 DPS. Lasts for 45 seconds. Could you farm camps with this? Could you, like... Oh, and then it goes there. You could be, like, jumping around. This is interesting. But I have to get the kill, right? Not an assist. If Ember Spirit dies or kills an enemy hero within 400 range... 400 range of me or 400 range of a remnant?
Be on your way.
Huh. Let's, like, throw axe over there.
You waste your essence.
Buy, like, a Dagon. Let's speed this up a little. Oh, Dagon recipe got changed, guys. Or removed. Oh, no, we're spoiling ourselves. Okay, we won't look at it. We'll get there later. This seems really cool. This means you could always buy back and teleport to a fight. And this extra DPS is a way to do, like, it speeds up his farming efficiency. Although you are spending money for it. And it adds DPS in a fight. It is a constant way to cancel, like, blink daggers. If, like, fights break out and, like, these things are everywhere, it's going to make it really difficult to use. Blinks. That's pretty cool. Worth 1,400 gold at 20 minutes? Possibly. Could see it being worth it. Let's see their demonstration. So you kill Silencer, you get a Remnant, and then eventually PA dies, she gets a Remnant. And then Ember also... How much damage does he do when he, like, jumps around to them?
Guardian of the Flame.
100, 200, 300. So you get DPS, but you also get potential burst damage from it. Okay, that seems pretty cool. I expect to see that a bit. Enchantress. Enchant cooldown rescaled from 20 to 28, 24, 2016. Sproink upgrade no longer grants plus 150 attack range passively. That's too bad. Sproink now launches an impetus attack on the 3 furthest enemy units within your attack range plus 200. Sproink cooldown increased from 3 to 5 seconds. Nature's Attendants. Add 3 permanent Nature's Attendants that follow you around. That might be good. Is that good?
Enchanting.
So when you have this maxed, you permanently just get 39 HP per second or to teammates around you. I could see that being really good. That might be worth it. Even on a support, that could be worth it because you're just always healing that amount. Interesting. I don't think many people buy the Ag, so I don't know if the Sprunk change like does that much. This enchant cooldown is a nerf to the early game, but a buff later. Though later on, she didn't need it as much anyways. She was kind of like this lane dominator between her attacks and enchant. But enchant does dispel. I forget that a lot. And so having that on a shorter cooldown is pretty cool. Jakiro buff later? Oh, we're almost there. Don't spoil it yet. We're going to see it soon. Okay, Enigma. I'm hyped to see it, though. Demonic Conversion attack point improved from 0.4. Okay. 35 to 40, sure. Malefice cooldown reduced from 18. That's okay. It wasn't too much. I expected them to get cool stuff, so it's okay. Malefice cooldown reduced from 18, 17, 16, 15 to 14, sure. Maybe people will take the Malefice talents now. Level 10 talent changed from plus 4 seconds Midnight Pulse duration to plus... Okay. 10 seconds. So he gets this way sooner. And then watch this. Black Hole now does a non-interrupting pull towards its center in a 1200 AoE. Pulls at a rate of 175 units per second. Oh my god. You can get pull. That's really cool. Thematically, it's awesome. And it forces people who aren't affected by Black Hole to still react to it. I'm guessing, though, it still... Actually, I have no idea. Is it affected by BKB? Oops. Okay, what I need? I need the Shard, and I need an Axe with BKB. I need to level up. Still affects BKB units. Oh, that's sick. That's so cool. That might be worth buying.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Because even though they aren't disabled, like maybe they can kite, they attack, they run, they attack, they run, but they can't just sit there and attack. Otherwise, they get pulled into Black Hole. This is getting... We're going to do this a lot. That seems really cool. Can't get it till 20 minutes, and it does cost money, but still. I think that could be pretty good. And people might actually take these Malefice talents now that they're increased stun and lower cooldown. And it can just be like a value point in Malefice as well still, if you want. Because by 1 point, you get 14 seconds, and you can then take the talent and still get like increased stun talents. Faceless Void. Oh god, guys, this is gonna go forever. Base agility reduced by 4. Base damage unchanged. Slightly less armor, okay. Slightly less attack speed. Time lock bonus damage reduced. Needed to. Level 15 talent reduced from 275 to 250. Not too big of a deal. Time walk remains castable for 1.5 seconds after landing. If used in this period, you will reverse your time walk back to your previous cast location increases time walk cast range by 200. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have let the actually never mind, we'll leave it. Hold on, let me see this. And then he's like, he's like a yo-yo. What the heck? Increases time walk cast range by 200. Does not change health the second use. Still seems really good. Yeah, it's gonna be faceless checks. It's gonna be confusing. I think that's pretty good for him though. Especially with your Aghanims, which does the bash. You could like wait, it doesn't bash on the way back, does it?
Alright, I have seen how this war ends.
I like the sound effect for it. Okay, it doesn't bash on the way back. But it does mean you can, like, cancel and then get out really quickly. And if they, like, come to jump on you, you can quickly get out. That's pretty cool. Gotta be said.
Foreseen is forearmed.
Yeah, he's like a slinky. Yeah, that works too. Slinky or a yo-yo. Oops, where are we? 7.28. Faceless Void. Grimstroke. I used to be a Grimstroke spammer, then he got nerfed. Let's see. Base attack range increased. Okay, I'll take that. Extra 25 attack range. Inkswell max damage is reduced. Okay, not too much of an issue. Inkswell max values now happen after 2.5 seconds of touching an enemy rather than 3 seconds. Okay. Phantom's Embrace mana cost reduced 110. Much cheaper at level 1. Phantom's Embrace cooldown rescaled from 32, blah, blah, blah. Higher cooldown to start, but lower at the end. Oh, thank goodness. The gold and XP reduced significantly when you mess up. You don't feed like a full-on last hit with the bad casts. So that's really good. Dark Portrait Illusion duration increased from 15 to 25. That is a lot. I mean, you do need an Aghanims, but still. Phantom's Embrace now refreshes the cooldown if the target it was cast on dies before it reaches them. Thank God. This was such an issue where you had to cast it on someone like a Storm Spirit to make sure he's silenced, but then he dies, and then you just had to wait like 20 seconds before it was off cooldown. This is such a nice quality of life change. And it's honestly a buff to the hero for like to not lose your W and have no effect on it. Level 10 talent change from plus 80 Inkswell damage to -4 Inkswell cooldown. Oh, I'm fine with that. I didn't care about the damage on this anyways. Do a review. I'm going to do this solo this time, sorry, because it's already going to take like 8 hours to do. And if I like have discussion in there, it's going to go like 16 hours. So I'm just going to go through this. Let's see. The Shard. Ink Over. Grants Ink Over. Covers a target enemy in ink for 6 seconds. Slowing attack speed for 50. Move speed by 20%. And dealing a total of 240 damage over its duration. Cast range 700. Cooldown 14. Mana cost 125. Attack speed by 50. This seems pretty good. Especially if you're dealing with like right-click carries. I mean, you always have to deal with one right-click carry usually. But if they have a lot of right-clickers, this could be pretty good. Reducing their attack speed. And move speed. And damaging. 1,400 gold. Grimstroke was a hero that didn't need too many items. Ooh, plus I forgot that Aghanim Shard doesn't take up a slot either. So you could fill up on cheap items and then buy this. But do the other changes bring the hero back? This was a nice quality of life change. But it wasn't the reason he was like struggling as a hero. More likely to get the stun off. That could help his laning. You're less likely to feed gold, but again, not really an issue. Like, yeah, I messed it up a couple times, but in general, it's not like you were game-changingly losing gold. I'm not sure how strong this is. I feel like depending how strong this is, might change how good this hero is. How much Grim was buff. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would say this level 10 talent I really like. Having this stun on 4 seconds lower cooldown is really good. Where is he? That brings it down to what? 11 seconds. So an 11 second with a potentially max 3.7 second stun is quite good. And I think that's way better than the extra damage. Oh, but the issue is that was your cast range. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be such a tough choice now. I think Inkswell cooldown might be a little more important. Oh, that's such a tough choice. And then the 15 talent, I don't particularly care about either of them, but I guess the Inkswell move speed's a little better. Oh, but I want both level 10 talents, honestly, rather than the 15. Fake time walked and blink. Alt combo, no real combo, go for Inkswell. Yeah, it might be like that. Or if you have someone that just really benefits off of the Inkswell. Yeah. It's gonna be a tough level 10 choice. I like this shard idea though. I'm gonna have to test this out. But this could be good. This might work. Dark Portrait a little better too. But I mean it's tough to build Ags anyways. I'll try him out. I'll see. It's not clear to me. I have to like see how this works. Sometimes it's like clear if I think a hero's gonna be really good, but like this time I'm not so sure. Aragon Ghoulslayer, thank you for subscribing. Hello. Gyrocopter, attack backswing. Okay. Not a huge issue. Base damage range rescaled from 40-50 to 42-48. Okay. Base agility increased by 7. That's a whole extra armor. And some. And 7 attack speed. Base damage unchanged. So his base damage was technically reduced and he gets it back with the agility. That seems really good. Rocket Barrage. Now hits an extra target. Increases barrage duration by 1 second. What? Oh my goodness. This seems good. This might bring Gyrocopter back. I don't know that he would buy Rocket Shard or this Aghanim Shard all that much, to be honest. I think he might still just skip it. Go for like Aghanims and then other right click. But this base 7 agility start, I feel like really helps his laning stage. Maybe I'm overselling that. But I mean, it is an extra armor and attack speed. That seems really strong. His variance isn't so high anymore. So the average is going to be a little better. Well, I guess he got reduced from both ends. It's just going to be more consistent, at least for last hits. Which I think should help. Maybe this Barrage talent, or this Shard isn't so bad, though. Huskar. Berserker's Blood, max attack speed, increased from 130, blah, 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 160. Sure. Life Break Scepter duration increased from 2.5 to 3. Life Break Scepter now increases cast range by plus 300. That's kind of a lot. Level 20 talent change from plus 325 Life Break cast range to minus 3 Life Break cooldown. Level 25 talent increase from 175 attack range to 200. Inner Fire. Causes Inner Fire to reduce healing regen by 50%, and apply a 35% move slow. I assume to the enemy. Lowers cooldown by 2 seconds. We have another person who affects regen, but his is also healing. So that makes it good against, like, Dazzle and Oracle. Buff to the Ethereal E-Blade. Yeah. Oh, man. Thompson, he's going to win another TI off of E-Blade Gyro now. E-Blade plus the Barrage Shard, that could be kind of cool. Huskar won a Scotty for 14. That is kind of what it is. I guess you have to cast the spell, but... yeah. I guess it's good in a niche case because, to be honest, around 20 minutes, I think Huskar still has a very set item. I mean, not fully set in stone, but he very much wants certain items. And I don't know if reducing healing is one of the things he needs to prioritize, but he might against certain lineups. So it's like something he could buy some of the games and then like might buy later. Invoker, oh. Is support Invoker back? Let's see. Forged Spirits now spawn 2 units when both quas... okay, so it's back to not being a talent. Forged Spirit armor reduction cap increased from 10 to 20. Cataclysm cooldown from 90 to 100. Probably fair. Okay, level 10 talent from plus 30 Chaos Meteor damage to plus 40. No one wanted it. I think the other 10 is the cooldown talent, right? Or no, is that 15? We'll have to check real quick. Level 15 talent changed from plus 1, 40 DPS on Ice Wall. Level 20 talent reduced from plus 40 Alacrity to plus 35. Minus 8 Tornado to minus 10. Causes Ice Wall to become a 60, or what am I saying? A 900 range vector target ability. Is that good? I mean, it makes his life easier, but like, is that worth 1,400 gold? I guess you have a lot more flexibility with it. Use it to cancel blinks from really far away. Use it really safely. That might not be something you buy till later, though. I gotta see what his other talents are real quick.
What joy it is.
Oh, 7.28A incoming. Oh no, the other level 10 talent was the Ghost Walk cooldown. Okay, so it probably depends whether you go Quas Wex or Wex Exort. 15 talent, I personally feel like the Cold Snap talent is still better than this DPS stuff. I forgot his 25 talent even was the plus 2 Forged Spirit armor reduction. That's why they changed the cap. Okay. That's interesting. Huskar position 4. Oh, now that is an idea. Support Huskar, and then you get the Ags. Yeah, dude. Vectors and math, what's up with that? I don't know. This seems like a nice quality life of change that he might buy when he's like slotted out. I don't know if this is worth buying before then, though. Just being able to cast it like this. I'm trying to imagine a synergy that I'm missing out, but I don't know. Like it's cool to cancel blinks a little further away and to like be able to cast the spell you want, like place it really well, but like 1,400 gold to do that? I don't know. No longer has instant turning before actions. Aw. Attack point increased. Pretty much doubled, but still not that high. Base damage increased from 39 to 48 to 45 to 51. Tether slow increased from 8-6. These seem good. Carl, gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you for your support, everyone. All the subscriptions and the support. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. These seem really good for support IO. Better slow, better poking damage. I mean, this is good for core IO as well. Let's see what else. He's got to get a nerf in here, right? Otherwise, his hero's just getting broken. Tether movement speed, rescaled 5-8. Okay, stronger at the start, weaker later on. Tether heal transfer, reduced. Okay, this is probably supposed to be like, these are supposed to be in percents. So from 60% to 150% to 60% to 120%. So it is worse when you've maxed out. In fact, it's like a whole level worse. Your level 4 is now what your level 3 used to be. Spirits now has the in and out sub ability again. Okay, we're going back and forth on that. Spirit damage increased from 20, 40, 60, 80 to 30, 50, 70, 90. Spirit's collision damage increased from 10, 18, 26, 34 to 10, blah, 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 40. Okay. Maybe this is a core. Actually, he kind of feels like he got pushed to a core role. Overcharge attack speed reduced from 50, 80, 110, 140. Yeah, so this got reduced. Overcharge now grants spell amp. What? That's wild. He might be really good with someone like OD now. I'm trying to think of other like spell casting right clickers. OD, Lena, maybe DP with her new stuff. That could be interesting. Relocate cooldown increase from 90, 75, 60. Let's finish reading before we do more theory crafting. Ending tether. It's back. Ending tether now stuns enemies touching it for 1.75 seconds and deals 150 damage. Increases movement speed by 5%. What, just like flat? I just get 5% more. Oh, man. Okay, but you gotta line up the stun. That's a little annoying. But you have a stun. You can cancel teleports on your own now. Or like channels. With 1400 gold. The issue is support IO probably still needs to prioritize building general regen. But I suppose if your team really lacks a way to cancel channels or needs a way to lock down mobile heroes, you could now choose to buy this. And it would be overall pretty good. Like 1.75 second stun, AoE. And if you were willing to sacrifice tether, like if you had tether going, you could break it, recast it, and then break it again. But some of this did get nerfed in the support aspect. Like, you're not sharing as much healing. You're not giving as much attack speed. Your W does more damage now. Overcharge affecting support heroes is, or spellcasters is great. Is it worth, like, you now tether your, like, you tether your Zeus instead of, like, your Troll or something? Or, like, Sven? That could be interesting. I don't know how to feel about this. I kind of feel like this favors core IO more than support IO, which I'm a little sad about because I really like support IO. But then again, core IO is also pretty, like, a cool concept. My boy Jakiro. Okay, forget IO. Who cares? Level 15 talent. Increased from -1 second. Fools! I took this talent anyways. Now it's even better. Great. Liquid Frost. Justice for the Ice Head. Grants Liquid Frost. Auto-cast attack ability. Causes your Ice Head to release a frost-based attack, slowing enemies by 30% and dealing 20 plus max health. I thought he was going to cast like other abilities. I need to see this.
Unkind. Rewind.
Pew! Pew! Does this affect towers? Affects you. Oh my god.
Can't get enough of those.
Does the cooldown? Okay, it's just a flat 12 seconds. Pew! Oh my goodness, this does so much damage to buildings. This cannot be balanced. This can't be fair.
Might want to check.
Guys, I'm going to get to 7k off of this right here. Oh my goodness. Do I still get increased attack range for like... You do. Is it even further or is it the same? Okay, it's the same as the E. This seems super good. Slows enemies by 30%. 20 damage and 2.5... Wait, 20 as in like 20 damage or 20%? Okay, 20 damage. 20% of their current health would have been way too much. And 2.5% of their max health. Can I do both? Am I limited to like... Okay, it is an auto attack. What if they're both set to auto cast? What do I prioritize? He did both! Okay, what if... It still does both. Okay, so I can set them to auto cast, still do the manual cast to get the extra range, and apply both at once. Or I could do it one at a time. What would the benefit of that be? Is there a benefit? Benefit is that you apply both of them at the same time so they can both go on cooldown immediately. I suppose you may not want to do that if you want to, like, apply Liquid Frost to their Strength hero and then, like, Liquid Fire to the carry. Yeah. And then, Max E and buy Shard. I don't even know if you need to, though. I think this is so good on its own. Like, look at this tower damage. In an AoE, right? This is absurd. Even when you maxed E, like... Yeah. I am the tower killer.
Tower's in a tight spot.
10%. You need less than 10 auto attacks, 10 liquid frosts to kill a tower. Does it do like reduced damage to towers or something? This is getting nerfed for sure. All right. I'm buying this right. This is happening. This is for sure has to be nerfed. That seems way too strong. Okay, you can't get it till 20 minutes, so there is that. And it does cost you 1,400 gold. But the fact that you can apply both at once and take the attack range talent, you destroy towers now. Absolutely demolish them. I wonder if it applies to Roshan. I kind of feel like it shouldn't. 2.5% of Roshan's health. Okay, hang on. Let me pull up I have a Word doc ready. Absolutely need to try Jakiro. But we also need to test if for Jakiro, Liquid Frost works on Roche, question mark? We'll have to check that. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Straight up buff to Jakiro. Half a second. Less time. Okay. Juggernaut. Blade Fury. Radius increased 250 to 260. Sure. Omni Slash. No longer restricted from initially being cast on Ancients. What? Oh, you can cast it on Ancient creeps if you want to. Sure. Level 15 talent. Change from plus 100 Battle Fury movement speed to... Oh, the cool... minus 20 healing ward cooldown. That's kind of cool. And then plus 140. Oh, magic cast. Magic build on Jug incoming. I don't know if it's worth it. Oh, wait, maybe with a shard, though. Blade Fury. Increases your move speed during Blade Fury by 100. Oh, this is the talent. And attacks a random nearby enemy once per second. Okay, that's kind of good. I wonder if it counts the tower. Can you now, like, spin attack towers even faster? That could help. Hey, Coddle right here. Perfect. Okay. Illuminate. Mana cost. Reduced from 150, 180. A lot cheaper. Level 1. Way cheaper. Chakra magic can no longer be cast on enemies. Aw, rip. Removed blinding light as a basic ability. Okay, here we go. Another Keeper of the Light rework. Let's see. Solar Bind. Lowers the target's magic resistance by 15, 20, 25%, 30%. And causes the target to become increasingly slowed the more the target moves. That's pretty cool. I don't think there's a mechanic like that. Each 100 units moved reduces the target's movement speed by 4, 5.5, 7, 8.5%. Lasts 7 seconds. Cast range 700 to 850. Mana cost pretty cheap. Cooldown okay. But does no damage on its own, right? Spirit Form is now an ultimate ability. Transforms your hero into a spirit form, granting you 20, 25, 30% move speed. That's what I needed, even more move speed. 125, 250, 375 cast range. Grants blinding light. Okay, we're back to this. Okay, so pretty much what blinding light was. And recall. We're back to old Coddle. Recall 15 CD, 3-second delay, 150. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Also causes Illuminate to no longer require channeling. Okay. Cooldown 90, 80, 70. Duration 40. Mana cost. Okay, for you guys who are like newer to Dota, this is pretty much what Keeper of the Light used to be. He used to have 6 abilities. 3 were like the typical ones, and then he had his ultimate. And when you used your ultimate, you got 2 other abilities for that time period. And that's pretty much what this is. So Blinding Light, you guys are familiar with. It's just now you have to ult to use Blinding Light. And then Recall is kind of what Chen could do with Divine Favor. You would cast it on an ally and call them back to you. I think they couldn't take damage. Actually, that might be wrong. I think they can take damage. We'll test it real quick after this. Hold on. Let me finish reading this, actually. Scepter rework now gains Will-O-Wisp. Okay, so Will-O-Wisp is now on the Scepter. Guys, I have an issue. I need to drink water because I'm talking so much, but I already need to pee, and we are not even halfway through. However, instead of a stun on flicker, it applies a movement manipulation that pulls units inwards at a rate of 60 units per second, but does not prevent attacking or casting. Cooldown 60. Okay, we're definitely going to have to open this in a lobby. Level 10 talent increased from minus 2.5 blinding light cooldown to... It's not really increased, though, is it? It's a change, then. To plus 30%. So what was it already? 40. So now they're up to 70 blinding light. Okay. 2 Will-O-Wisp flickers to minus 6-second blinding light cooldown, which was what? 18 seconds, so you bring it down to 12. You could probably cast it 3 times in a single ult. Okay. Level 20 talent. AoE to plus 15 seconds spirit form duration. Okay. Level 25. Plus 3 Will-O-Wisp health to 1.2 blinding light stun. A stun. An AoE stun that does knock people around, which makes it a little awkward. But a stun. AoE stuns are so good in this game, guys. 1.2, not the longest, but still pretty solid when you're stunning like the whole team. Other level 25 changed from 160 damage / heal to just 160 illuminate damage. And then the shard causes illuminate to heal allied units for 40% of its damage during daytime. Okay. All right, so Coddle got nerfed thanks to GH, guys, back in the day. He would rush because when you got Aghanim, so this was back when it was old Coddle, your ultimate was always up. So he always had the other two abilities, and Illuminate would heal in the daytime. And so Liquid, I'm pretty sure they pretty much won off of GH playing like 4 heroes, and one of them was Coddle. He was pretty much the best Coddle player, and he would rush the Ags every time and heal like crazy. And they would have sick timings on their pushes. You can now kind of do that with this shard for a lot cheaper. But you don't get nearly as much of a heal, and you don't get the alt stuff. Okay, we gotta check what a Will-O-Wisp does here. I don't understand by their description what it does. So let's check it out. Why are there talents for Will-O-Wisp? I changed. Oh, got it. Okay. So let's see. So I buy this. Wait, what happened? Do you have enough? Do you have enough abilities? Wait, what happened to recall? Oh, recall is on V. Okay, they had the foresight to do this. I was about to say, I was like, you don't have enough buttons! Okay. So it still says sleep, but he was not sleeped. This is weird. Okay, so Blinding Light is on the first ability slot. So when you don't have Ags, it's still... You ult with R, for most of you guys, probably using R. And then when you R then becomes Recall, which works like this. And then Axe can take damage. No, he can't. Okay. Oh, it says here. It didn't say in the thing. Yeah, so recall doesn't work if the enemy hero, if you're the guy you're recalling, so I tried to recall this Axe, if he takes damage from a hero, an enemy hero, it gets canceled. Oh no, takes player-based damage. So it doesn't have to be the hero. It could be like maybe the bear or like a summoned unit. So the more common way to use recall was someone was split pushing and then you recall them in, or they're like dead and you recall them, or they teleport home and you recall them. Very similar to Chen, except that they're not allowed to take damage. I think Chen was able to take damage. To be honest, I'm not sure. I like these noises for the Ags. So Will-O-Wisp, you still cast spells. You can still like attack in this time, I think. Yeah. But you're forced to move up there. Interesting. It makes it a lot less oppressive. It means you can still, like... You can BKB now. Not get, like, chain stunned like crazy in this stuff. Oh, Blinding Light is such a large cool... Blinding Light's massive again. I forgot. Alright, and let's see... Blinding Light stun. Oh, and then where's the, what did the shard do again? Oh, it just healed, right? Okay. Okay, Solar Bind. So what the heck is this? This is a really cool effect. This is hella cool, actually. This is such a cool thing. Okay. So if he blinks, does he like... Oh, he gets... he gets slowed so badly. That reminds me, guys. I forgot. We had to check Darkseer's one-man punch. Alright. So you... is really silly, though. I gotta say. All right. And then does it work if I, like... Seems like it. Or actually, I should have had a base. Let's stand here for a little bit. Very short. Okay, so I think Blink did work. Stand here for a little bit. The most important part of this is that he has a stun. All else aside, the stun is really good. Assume you can just like run in circles as well. You can stack with the refresher shard on the Ags. Oh, for the Keeper of the Light. So many abilities. Worst time to view. Yeah, camera keys is gonna take up a lot of hotkeys for Coddle. Coddle's really interesting. These changes to Coddle, he's definitely gonna see some play as people try it out. It's gonna be hard to do in pubs, but pro teams I expect will do some timing pushes with this shard, because at 20 minutes it turns to daytime as well. So like I could see Keeper of the Lights like buying it the second it's up and then doing some timing pushes. The Ags is not as important, I think. A big part of getting the Ags was having the heal, and now that that's not there, I think you could kind of just get the shard and not need to get an Aghanims. Of course, always having your ult is great, but I don't think you need it. Especially considering the cooldown versus duration is like not that bad. 90 seconds at level 1 for a 40-second duration, and at maxed out level 70-second cooldown for 40-second duration. Like, that's pretty good. Let's go to Kunkka. Intelligence gain from 1.5 to 1.8. Smart Pirate. Ghost Ship Rum movement speed increased from 10% to 12%. Okay. Base health regen 0 to 0.25. Pretty solid. Anytime you have kind of these base stats increased, armor, health, or mana regen, it's usually pretty good. 0.25. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, and it's like not the biggest, but like I still like this kind of stuff. I think it's pretty good. Level 10 talent. 6 armor to cast range. Support Kunkka. 20 talent increased 18 to 20. That's back. Okay. 110 cleave to 140. Okay. What is your shard? Grants Tidal Wave. Releases a wave towards the target direction that deals 225 damage and drags, non-interrupting, enemies along it for 600 range over 1.25 seconds. The wave spawns 600 units behind you and travels 1400 in front of you. Has 700 move speed, 750 radius. Cooldown 16, mana on 50. This is going to be hilarious. Isn't there... There's also a League of Legends ability like this, right? What was it? Nami had an ability like this, I think. Yo, Kunkka can cliff people now. It's going to be hard to space that out, though. But you could cliff people, push them down cliffs. You may also mess that up and help them escape, pushing them up cliffs. How much damage was this? 225. He didn't really need help farming things, though. But this does give him a very safe wave clear. Does this really help you play as a support, though? I'm trying to understand, like, why you would need this. It, like, helps kiting and control. Like, you have a Sven whose BKB is getting low. You can drag him around, waste his ult time. Is that what a support needs to do, though? Can I play support Kunkka? I don't really think so. Though this base regen does help support, or like any Kunkka's laning. You have a bit more regen, more flexibility in the lane. Slightly more mana. So if you are support Kunkka, you are casting more spells. Maybe. I'll try it out. I'll take the reports for the team. Feel like this patch is fun AF, but it's gonna be so chaotic. Yeah. That's kind of how it goes. It'll be fun though. Yeah, he already farms, so he doesn't like need it to farm usually. But I suppose if you're in a really rough spot and you're like defending high ground, you can now use this like tidal wave to like de-push waves really safely. I don't know. It's a interesting item choice or like effect. Thematically, it fits the hero, but like ability synergy, I'm not fully sure why you need this. Except to help control melee heroes, which I guess is a plenty good reason to need it. So, we'll see. Level 15 talent, Legion Commander, change from -6 seconds overwhelming odds to 9 seconds. Okay. 25 attack speed to 20. Okay. While dueling, every 1.5 seconds, an overwhelming odds is cast centered on random enemy units within 900 radius. Does not center on the same target twice. Prioritizes heroes. Okay. Why would this be good? Possibly really good against summon heroes and illusion heroes. Because, like, say you duel a PL, he spawns a bunch of illusions on top of you, and you constantly hit him with a high damage, overwhelming odds, clearing out the illusions and damaging the main hero. And when all the enemy heroes, like, you duel someone, all the enemy heroes jump in to help, you now get a bunch of AoE damage in. I could see this being a bit of value. However, this is like a win more item because LC tends to need to build like initiation and survivability to survive the duels, and then the damage comes from winning duels. So if you're building this, you're not getting any stats, not getting any survivability. But if you're already winning duels and survivable enough, then it's not an issue. And then you could get it late game for the extra damage when you've already got your survivability. Kind of cool. I like it. Leshrac. Scepter reworked. New ability. Nihilism. Grants you a temporary aura that causes you and all nearby enemies in 450 AoE to turn ethereal, preventing them from attacking, taking 30% more magic damage, and be slowed by 30% for 4 seconds. Increases your speed rather than reducing it. Cooldown 25, mana cost 75. That's going to increase your damage by a ton. Aghanim Shard. Split Earth. Causes Split Earth to repeat in the same location 2 additional times with a 5-second delay between each one. Each time, the radius increases by 75. Split Earth Echo location is visible to both teams. This is really cool. I mean, its actual effect is like very mundane, but like the visual and like what it could be used for. You could have like some crazy chain stunning with this. Imagine you had level 25 Kunkka with the Ghost Fleet and you time it with Leshrac's Q. You could stun someone for like 12 seconds. This is kind of like Will-O-Wisp now. This seems good. I like this. You just need like other people to help stun them in the time. Or it's just good for farming. Like you buy this and you like stun a camp and leave. Or like stun a wave and walk away. You probably kill the whole thing. And then this Nihilism aura. Oh, I wonder if you can slow someone enough, like between your E and Nihilism. Like you stun, use the slows, and then they can't get out in time for like the follow-up stuns. This seems like it could be really powerful. It does mean you're going to need like the Scepter and the Yag Shard, of course, which is a good amount of money, which doesn't provide him with survivability. Actually, it does. It makes him go ethereal. So if the enemy doesn't have like a nullifier or a dispel, then this could be a really good survivability and damage item against right-click heroes. That's pretty cool. All right, Lich. Level 10 talent. Increase from 60 Frost Nova AoE damage to 90. Okay. Shard. Ice Spire. New ability. Grants Ice Spire. Creates an icicle at the target spot for 15 seconds, slowing enemies by 20% within 500 range. Chain Frost can bounce to the icicle if there are no other enemies in range. Can cast Frost Shield on it. Has 300 health. Cast range 750, cooldown 25. Okay, so now you have a better chance at getting like solo kills so that your ult doesn't just like hit once and die. But you have to pay 1,400 gold for it. Or 20% slow. AoE slow. Pretty big slow. But 1,400 gold. Yeah, it seems a little expensive for a support Lich. It's certainly interesting, though. Any potential for a core Lich? But why wouldn't you get other things if you're playing core Lich? To get the solo guaranteed bounce on like one hero? I don't know. And I wonder if bouncing to this thing counts as one of the bounces, in which case you would rather it bounce to like an enemy hero if it's a team fight. 15 seconds, cooldowns 25. I'm not sure. Yeah, 1,400 gold for 20 AoE slow. 20%. Maybe. But seems not very good. I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing something. It doesn't it seems a little disappointing. I agree. All right, Lifestealer. Ooh, a new ability. Okay, base attack speed reduced from 130 to 120. Okay, feast increased from 1.5, blah, 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 3% to 1.6 to 3.4%. Okay. No longer grants attack speed. New ability. Replaced open wounds with Ghoul Frenzy. Passively causes Lifestealer's attacks to slow enemy movement speed by 6, 12, 18, 24% for 1.5 seconds. Additionally, grants you 20, 30, 40, 50 attack speed. That seems really good. A lot of aggressive potential with that. But you lose out on the heal from your open wounds. Just kidding, it's a shard now. Accidentally read ahead. Let's finish reading. Rage mana cost 75 to 75, 100, 125, 150. That's a nerf to late game in Lifestealer. Infest mana cost from 50 to 100, 150, 200. Oh, but you don't have open wounds mana cost at the start, so maybe you're okay anyways. Unless you get the shard. Level 20 talent change from -4 open wounds to +8% Ghoul Frenzy slow. So if you took that, every auto attack has naturally a 32% slow. That's quite a lot. Scepter rework. Yeah, because Consume was kind of dumb. Allows infesting enemy heroes for 4 seconds. Attacking inside them every 1.25 seconds. Enemy heroes gain no bonuses from infest. Doubles self-regen rate. Increases cast range to 500. And reduces cooldown to 25 seconds. That's the coolest part. It's so hard to kill Lifestealer with that. And then the shard grants open wounds. Quote-unquote new ability. That's funny. Provides attackers with 50% lifesteal for all damage dealt to the target. Has 800 cast range, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so pretty much open wounds is now the shard. Yeah, Lifestealer's, though, well, I guess Infest is a spell too. But he's kind of a 1-2 button hero now. This seems pretty good overall. I could see Lifestealer becoming popular. The slow is only 1.5 seconds, you know, only. But with enough attack speed, you will always have it applied so long as you keep attacking. So I could see Lifestealer being very good in aggressive lanes. I mean, he was already good in aggressive lanes, but like, you know, Orb of Venom plus this passive could be really powerful. And then I really like this new Scepter. Attacking enemy heroes could be good, but honestly, just the reduced cooldown to 25 seems really good. Support Lifestealer? Let's think about this. No, probably not. Probably not worth it. Okay. Lina. Oh, I forgot I had this. Base damage. Reduced from 49 through 61 to 49 to 57. Base armor. Oh, that's sad. Base armor reduced. Fiery Soul attack range. Wait, attack speed increased from 40, 85 to 40 up to 100. Oh, that's pretty good. Light Strike array cooldown increased from 7 to 10, 9, 8, 7. Laguna Blade mana cost reduced. Decent chunk. Level 15 talent increased from 110 Light Strike array to 130. 15 talent, 300 health to 350. Level 20 talent plus 30/1.5% to 30/2%. Okay, right-click Lina, looking a little stronger. Aghanim Shard, Laguna Blade upgrade. Increases Laguna Blade cast range by 150. Laguna Blade can now also be ground targeted and will always travel its full cast length and hit all units along its path. AoE, or not AoE, but like area of line effect. That's pretty cool. When is this good? Illusion heroes? Or just when people line up? Sick wave clear. This is pretty much a pure, if you get the Ags and the Shard, pure damage, straight nuke. That could be okay. But probably a late game item. Probably not early. Though then again, you could get this at 20 minutes if you're a core. Other heroes aren't so strong. If a team fight breaks out, you could possibly like nuke a whole team. Dragon Slave plus this could be a lot of damage. Lion, agility. Agility, 15 to 18. Okay, that's cool. Half an armor. Earth Spike, cast range, 500 to 575. Okay. Hex unit move speed reduced, 140 to 120. Good. Mana drain, multi-target now searches for units within your cast range, plus 300, rather than in a 400 radius around the target. Prioritizes heroes. Okay. What if I wanted it to kill the illusions next to the heroes, though? Fixed Finger of Death Scepter, reducing mana cost by 25 at level 3. Level 15 talent, reduced from 150 cast range to 125. Shard. Mana drain, grants true sight over the enemy and reduces their attack speed by 90. I mean, 90 is a lot. I don't know if this solves his issues. Yeah. What could you do? You could buy this shard and then just drain. Your job is to just drain the enemy carry. Reduce their attack speed by 90. I think he might still need something. It doesn't seem like enough. I mean, like, half an armor, a bit more cast range, a bit more movement speed reduction on hexed units, mana drain, having a bit more flexibility. And I guess in a team fight, if you're like draining 3 targets and reducing them all by 90, that's kind of nifty, but like, how does the search work? If like, where is Lion? If it keeps searching for new units, that could be kind of cool. So like, no, it doesn't. I was gonna say, if it keeps searching for new targets, that could be pretty cool against a, like, an illusion heroes. You just, like, insta-kill, like, all their illusions. I guess that would have been too strong, right? But it's a level 20 talent, I don't know. Probably too strong, though. I don't know if this is enough to help the hero. He might still need some stuff. Yeah, Undying will probably get a nerf. We'll see. Where were we? Lion. Lone Druid, level 20 talent. Minus 32, true form cooldown to minus 40. Okay. 200 truth. Oh, and the bear gets health. Okay. That's kind of good. Savage Roar on the Shard. Now empowers allied units in 700 AoE with plus 20 movement speed and 60 attack speed for 4 seconds. I could see that being good in a very fast tempo lineup. 60 attack speed's a lot. But it's still on the Roar, which is the fear, right? Yeah, which means you can't just use this as a attack speed steroid. You have to, like, if you did that, you don't have it to like use as a fear. I don't know. I don't know that, but I guess like there is some synergy where like if you're using the fear to initiate on a target, you do that, and then you all like have the movement speed to chase and the attack speed. So I guess there's that. But I don't like that you have to choose between like, oh, I'm hitting this tower, I want more attack speed, but then I don't have the fear for the escape. Luna, base agility increased by 6, but base damage unchanged. So that just means she has 1 extra armor and 6 more attack speed. And better bonus damage and stuff. Lunar Blessing damage bonus changed from 10, 18, 26, 34 to flat plus 5, 15, 25, 35. That does not seem good. Lunar Blessing night vision increased from 200, 400, 600, 800 to 250, 500, 750, 1000. Moonglave's damage reduction reduced from 52, blah, 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 2% less. I don't know. So if you had 100 agility before, you would get 34 extra damage. And now, so like early levels, if you max Lunar Blessing, which is tough because she like, Luna wants to like max all her spells. It means you get 35 damage sooner, which might be good. But in the late game, it's worse because you could easily have over 100 agility and then you're not getting as much damage. But I guess that's better for like your teammates who don't have 100 of their primary attribute. But do you really care about giving those teammates damage anyways? If this is good, it requires her to max it early. And that means her ult is not going to be that good. And it also means her farming speed's not that good because Moonglaves aren't being maxed out. And it means the fact that she got a base agility increase doesn't matter to her passive anymore. Yeah, it might be a Deathball Queen, but I don't know. Let's see the Shard. Allows Lucent Beam to be ground targeted. Increases stun duration from 0.8 to 1.1. And grants you plus 30 bonus move speed for 3 seconds. Ground target search. Probably not worth buying this early, but good for like late game. Or maybe support Luna. Could support Luna just max out her E? Maybe. Support Luna has 1 extra armor. And if you max out her Lunar Blessing, you provide vision at night and flat bonus damage. That's kind of nice. And then you could buy this shard for what? 0.3 more stun? That's probably not worth it. The shard's probably not worth it, but the other stuff might be okay for support Luna. Yeah, some shards are pretty meh, but I don't know. That's how it goes, right? Some people have like really sick ags, and some are really boring. Some have really cool talents, some don't. Lycan, Howl cooldown reduced from 24, 22, 20, 18 to just 18. Howl mana cost reduced from 50 to 35, 40, 45, 50. Feral Impulse no longer has a radius. Affects your units anywhere. Level 10 talent changed from 4 armor, because wolves don't need armor, to +8 feral HP regen. Level 15 changed from +10 feral HP regen to +75 shapeshift speed. Did he really need more speed, though? Level 20 talent. Oh, 15% feral impulse damage to 25%. That's a big amount. Shard. Summon wolves. Causes one of your creep waves to include an uncontrollable wolf that moves into each wave. It's back. I mean, that's kind of cool. It's a really good way to like keep up a lot of pressure. We might see that a little bit. I honestly like the concept. And for only 1,400 gold, it's a lot better than like it used to be like the whole Aghanims. Didn't this guy like need armor though? I'm not sure. Probably don't play enough Lycan to know. But I kind of like this shard. And the mana cost is getting reduced on his Howl. So, might see him a bit more. Magnus. Empower duration. Rescaled from 38, 42, 46, 50 to 40. Level 15 talent changed from 140 shockwave damage to -5 skewer cooldown. Level 25 talent reduced from +12% empower damage / cleave to +10%. Level 25 talent increased from 0.8 reverse polarity stun to +1. Scepter rework. Releases 3 shockwaves going outward from you at 30-degree angles. Can only be hit by 1. After reaching the end, the shockwaves come back to their origin and deal 75% damage and pull towards cast point a second time. It's kind of like SF Ag's ult. Horn Toss. What the heck is this? The shard grants Horn Toss. Tosses enemies in front of you, launching them behind you. Enemies spend 0.6 seconds in the air, take 150 damage on landing, and are stunned for 0.25 seconds. So 0.85 total disable. Cast range 100, cooldown 30, mana cost 125. A second way to cliff people? Oh, it can hit multiple units, though. That's pretty funny. Why would this be good? I guess your ability to chain stun is quite high now, isn't it? So you could RP, Horn Toss, and then Skewer, and that would be a lot. Yeah, easier to skewer as well. So if they're all split up in front of you, you Horn Toss all of them, and then you skewer like all 5 at once. Or, you know, however many you grab. Okay. Worth 1,400 gold? Maybe. It is a 0.85 second stun, essentially. And that could be pretty good for the price. God's Rebuke. Mana cost increased from pretty much to a flat 80, so that's a nerf. Mars needed some nerfs as a offlaner. Sorry, Kyrie, support Mars is going to be nerfed here a bit. Arena of Blood mana cost reduced. Okay, that's kind of good. From 200 to 150, 175, 200. So early game up. Arena of Blood damage reduced from 120, 185, 250 to 100, 175, 250. So nerf in the early game. Scepter rework creates invulnerable soldiers in front of you while Bulwark is toggled on. Soldiers move alongside your hero. Soldiers move alongside your hero, dealing your full damage with a bonus 75 damage. Applies procs as well. Enemies can only be attacked by one soldier at a time. Soldiers apply a 20% slow for 1 second on their attacks. Level 10 talent change from -3 spear cooldown, 15 move speed, blah, blah, blah. 15 talent, 20 move speed to -4 seconds on God's Rebuke. That's a core change. Level 25 from 80 HP regen in the blood to 120. Whoa, that's a lot. Shard ability, Spear of Mars upgrade. Spear of Mars impales up to 2 units and leaves a fire trail behind it, lasting for 10 seconds, deals 35 DPS. Why isn't this capitalized? And slows by 20%. Debuff lingers for 2 seconds. So 70 damage. No, wait. Oh, once you leave the effect, lingers. So for sure you get at least 70 damage, but depending how long they stand in it, you could potentially get up to like 350 damage. This is kind of a cool shard. I like this, actually. Because first of all, you can get a double stun. That's pretty good. And now you have like kind of better wave clear, too. Dusa, level 25 talent, change from plus 800 mana to 75 intelligence. Oh my god. That's the highest stat increase like ever. What does that convert to on the mana regen? It's where's my calculator? 900 mana, but you also get the benefits of like spell amp and mana regen. Yeah, Medusa's a genius now. Makes her weaker to Nyx. But I guess that's okay. Aghanim Shard, Cold-Blooded, grants Cold-Blooded passive. When you are targeted with a spell, a single target Mystic Snake is sent back towards the enemy. Cooldown 12 seconds. So Witch Doctor stuns you. You go and hit him with a snake, which steals mana back for you. And I wonder if you have the Aghanims, if it also stuns him. Let's test. Where is she? Dusa. Oh, you know what? Probably need to have a snake leveled up. It does not stun him. Kind of cool. The cooldown does reduce its usefulness, though. Because, like, when they go to focus you, they're gonna, like, cast all their spells. And so, like, the fact that you only return one snake in that time is, like, not the best. Meepo! Turn rate improved. 15 talent. Poof damage up by 5. 20 talent. 8 lifesteal to 8 ransack health steal. I think that's a nerf, right? Because you would need 100 damage. Oh, wait, though. So individually, you only needed 100 damage for 8 lifesteal to be 8 lifesteal. And any more damage would be better than ransack. But I believe the way ransack works is that every lifesteal from each Meepo is shared. So now, although one Meepo is stealing 8 health, it's now 8 health for everyone. Whereas lifesteal was just for the individual Meepos. So this is probably better for Meepo, actually. Maybe. I think it is. Assuming they're all shared, I think it's better. Level 25 talent change from -4 poof second cooldown to +1 divide we stand clone. More micro. Scepter rework. So instead of having the Scepter grant a new Meepo, it's now a talent. Scepter rework grants a new skill, Dig. Fair enough. Clones also have this ability, that's pretty cool, channels for 0.75 seconds and digs into the ground for 3.5 seconds. Dispelling you, causing you to become invulnerable and untargetable. Restores a total of 25% of your max health over that duration. Can't be cast while rooted. Cooldown 40%. What the heck is this? Ransack Shard. Ransack now has a 30% chance on hit to apply a Geostrike debuff. Oh, we're back to Geostrike. I like Shards. It's calling back all the old abilities. Slowing enemies by 20% and dealing 20 DPS for 4 seconds. So 80 damage. Instances from different Meepos stack. I want to see this Scepter. Let's take a look at this real quick. Oops. Game crashed. Uh-oh. All right, we got to update this new patch. I'm not pausing the recording. Sorry, YouTube. If I have to render this, it'll take days. So I can't edit the video. It's got to go uploaded in one giant chunk. But if we really have to, I'll break it up and all that. But I hope not to have to do that. I'm apologizing now because at some point I suspect we're going to have to take like a 5-minute break or something. And I am not editing it out. All right, let's pull up Meepo again. We didn't get to see him dig into the ground. All right, if it crashes again, it's literally a game-breaking bug. Okay, it wasn't. I'm literally Nyx! Can't cast Poof Wild Dog. This is a little goofy, guys. I don't think this is good. Is it? You do heal a lot. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth an Aghanims. For like core Meepo to build that. Not sure that's worthwhile. Oh, we gotta go find where we were again. We're getting there though, guys. Oops, too far. Meepo, okay. I don't know. Meepo players are gonna pick Meepo still. Non-Meepo players not gonna play Meepo, so. Hey, Andy Cod. Upload to YouTube the video of that stream session. This one right now? Yeah, I'll upload the whole thing. It'll be like, at this rate, it'll be like 6 hours plus. But yeah, it'll go up. Marana, level 10 talent, increase from 12 damage to 15. Okay. Scepter rework. Causes Sacred Arrow to release a starfall on enemies within 500 AoE along the travel path. Only active on the primary arrow. Causes a second starfall that deals 50% damage on the impacted unit. The Aghanim Shard grants +1 leap charge. Attacks during the leap buff have 1.5 critical strike. That might actually be good. That might open up core Marana a bit more with her right clicks. Let's check out this Ags though. I don't know if I fully understood it. So I think it doesn't have to hit, and it just casts Starfall along. Oh yeah. And then I can also hit him, which would cast 2 Starfalls. This might be a super farming item. Because, like, you could now just, like, fire this arrow down the enemy jungle and possibly get some last hits. This just provides, like, a lot of AoE damage down the arrow's path. Wait for creeps to spawn here. This is really safe wave clear as well. Interesting. Yeah, Cormorana could open up. Does it hit Courier, though? No, there's no way it hits Courier. You have to pierce spell immunity and some stuff to be able to affect the Courier, and only certain spells can. 9.28. Okay. Ooh, Monkey King. I really like Monkey King. Let's see what got changed. Support Monkey King back. Fingers crossed. Those were the greatest days of my life. Just kidding. That'd be sad. Base armor increased by 1. Good buff for the guy. Mischief cooldown reduced from 20 to 15. Sure. Level 20 talent increased from plus 320 primal spring damage to 350. Level 25 talent adjusted from 100 Wukong's armor. 200! Is that the highest armor possible in the game, then? I think it already was at 100, but for sure at 200. Aghanim Shard ability. Tree Dance. Lowers Tree Dance cooldown from 1 to 0.3 and cast point from 0.3 to 0.1. I guess you're just really mobile with this, but I don't know if that's worth... Doesn't seem worth 1,400 gold. Maybe in the late game, sure. And I could see it being useful. Yeah, doesn't look like support Monkey King is back. That's a shame. This does buff Monkey King, though. Just the armor alone is, like, nice for the lane. Talents are buffs. And the Mischief cooldown allows for more outplays because you get the invulnerability. So, yeah, the Shard doesn't... Okay, well, the fact... Because Treant has a really long range, the fact that you can now cast it essentially 3 times more often means he's crazy mobile. And I'm not going to open it right now. Okay, actually thinking about it more, it might be worth it. You would be insanely mobile. You could cross the map so quickly with this Shard and pretty much always get away. If you get into a tree, you are for sure getting away. If you just like keep max range casting Tree Dance. But I don't know if that's worth the 1,400 gold. Maybe. Morphling, level 25 talent, change from plus 3 multi-shot adaptive strike to plus 30 strength. That's a lot of strength. And then the Aghanim Shard, adaptive strike for agility causes it to have plus 1 multi-shot. And removes the 3-second shared cooldown between the 2 different abilities. Oh, so you could use the strength one right after. Or vice versa. And the strength one also gets plus 1 agility. Even though adaptive strike is under agility here. Oh, I just realized Rubik probably gets... Does Rubik get... No, wait, maybe he doesn't. When heroes get like a spell improved by Aghanim Shard versus like a new spell, I wonder if Rubik also gets the benefits if he has a shard. Oh, I wonder what Rubik's shard will be. Naga Siren. Yeah, we're not there yet. Still in the ends. Naga Siren. Mirror image cooldown reduced from 45, 40, 35, 30 to 40, 36, 32, 28. So 5 seconds shorter early levels, 2 seconds shorter late levels. And snare cast point down a little. Level 20 talent change from minus 9 seconds on ensnare cooldown to minus 30 seconds on the Song of Siren. That's going to make it really difficult to kill this hero. Scepter rework allows ensnare to target spell immune or sleeping units. So it used to do this already. I guess it's back. Reduces ensnare cooldown by 5 seconds and increases cast range by 400. Shard, Riptide. Can activate Riptide releasing a stronger Riptide that deals 100 extra damage and slows enemy units by 30% for 3 seconds. Applies around each illusion, but can be only hit by 1 instance. I'll be honest, that seems really good for a shard. Or like for her shard. I almost feel like the scepter and the shard should be replaced. Like, wouldn't this shard massively increase her... I guess you can only get hit by 1 Riptide. Maybe it's not that good. The 30 move speed slows a lot. I guess you have Ensnare. But then, like, illusions could be farming waves, and then they Riptide from an attack and an extra attack. Seems pretty fast. Yeah, we're on the back end of the alphabet now. We're getting there. But there might be... there's probably items and stuff, too. We'll probably have to take a short break soon. So I can, like, eat something real quick. I think this could be really good. And I'm kind of curious if... where is it? So Ensnare would go down to a 9-second cooldown. 9-second BKB piercing 5-second root. Why isn't that working? Okay, we'll just go back this way. I don't know. The Ags doesn't quite seem worth it, but if you like, Naga tends to go late game. So if she goes late game and picks one up from like Roshan, that's like pretty good. Probably for a core Naga, this is probably better than her old Ags. Although the whole full like team heal and reset was pretty good, so I don't know. Nature's Prophet. Nature's Call. Treant move speed rescaled from 325 to 300, 320, 340. Whoa, these Treants are going to be zipping around now. 360 move speed at max level. That's crazy. Nature's Call Treant base damage reduced by 2 damage. Okay, not too bad. Oh, because their base attack time was improved from 1.75 to 1.6. That's probably worth it overall. Sprout backswing reduced from 1.1 to 0.5. Okay. Wrath of Nature damage increased per bounce reduced from 11% to 9%. Scepter rework lowers cooldown from 85 to 60. Entangles all enemies hit. I believe that means they can't auto attack in that time, but I'm not sure. Duration scales from 1.2 seconds up to 3 seconds at max bounce. Level 15 talent increased from +4 Treant summon to +5. Level 25 talent increased from 1.8 Treant HP damage to 2. Aghanim Shard ability causes the first 2 trees destroyed with Sprout to summon greater Treants. Can only have 2 greater Treants alive at a time. This means that Quelling Blade is not an escape mechanism to Sprout, but it does require you to be like level 20. And it does mean, let's open this up. Let's check Entangle and let's check these greater Sprouts.
I summon the forces of nature.
Okay, oops, not that. Oops.
Sacred scepter.
Okay, yeah, so he can't auto attack. That's pretty good. And then let's check out. So we get these. Essentially 4 times as strong, 4 times more damage than a regular Treant, and 3 times as much health. Does that scale with my level in E? No. Okay. As a shard, this could be pretty good. Like, these greater Treants would probably wreck a tower. And no one was getting Ags on him before. We never got to see Greater Treant, so I kind of like this. This seems kind of cool. 1,400 gold, probably not too much of a cost. But then again, you don't need Treants for damage or anything. They're just there for in the late game, they're kind of there for like tanking and like pushing waves without you. But maybe if you reliably have Greater Treants, that's even better. So hard to say. Okay, we will to a break soon, I swear. But at the same time, I want to keep going. But I am hungry. Okay, Necrophos. Only change is a shard. Thank you. Speeding up. Death Seeker spawns a fast-moving, large death pulse towards the target enemy or ally, not self, dealing 50% more damage and causing it to spread a normal death pulse towards enemies and allies. Cast 900, or range 900, cooldown 20, mana cost 150. That actually seems good. You can get like a burst of heal and damage if you're in the middle of a fight and you cast Q and then cast Death Seeker, or you like farm waves really quickly, like in a you're standing in a creep wave and a fight breaks out, you Q and Death Pulse. You're gonna do a bunch of heal and damage for your team and the enemy team, but then you're gonna kill all those creeps really quickly and get a bunch of your passive healing. That's pretty cool. I kind of like that. That might be worth it. Night Stalker, level 10. Talent, plus 7% Hunter in the Night movement speed to plus 4 armor. Level 15 talent, remove Lifesteal, now plus 10 Hunter in the Night move speed. I think he kind of liked the Lifesteal if he was strong, but it's probably okay. 4 armor is not too much. Hunter in the Night, Aghanim Shard. During nighttime, you can cast Hunter in the Night. Consume a lesser creature, instantly killing it, and restoring 25% of your maximum HP and mana, can only be cast on non-player units. That seems really good. 25% of your total health and mana. And a sick effect. This seems good. Nyx Assassin. Base intelligence up 3, up to 21. Vendetta damage increased from 250, 375, 500 to 300, 450, 600. Okay. Lots more damage. Oh, maybe not lots. A decent amount. Impale cast point reduced from 0.4 to 0.3. That makes it easier to land. That's great. Level 20 talent increased from 60% spiked carapace damage to plus 75%. Aghanim Shard ability, Vendetta. Causes your Vendetta attack to reduce magic resistance by 20% for 4 seconds. Also increases Vendetta move speed by 40%, unlocking max speed. I don't know if this really makes Nyx pickable. I mean, not that he was like bad, but he was not very common. And I don't really feel like these changes do that much. Yeah, I'm not wholly convinced on that. I mean, they're all technically buffs though, so that might be enough to get him like start picking a bit more. Ogre Magi, base damage reduced by 2. Ignite mana cost increased from 90 to 100. Ignite first damage instance is now dealt immediately. I wonder if that means it's going to have the same effect as like Enigma. Or no, was it Enigma? Jakiro is the one who originally had it, and then someone else got it, and I made the comparison. This might increase the total damage from Ignite by a little bit. And it also makes it better to cancel blinks. Fire Blast, mana cost reduced from 75, 85, down 5 mana, okay. Unrefined mana blast, or unrefined mana cost. Unrefined Fire Blast mana cost reduced from 45% of current mana to 30%. Okay, not going to destroy his mana pool as badly. Level 25 talent changed from plus 60 move speed to 20% bash. 20% chance for a 1.5 second bash. What the heck? That seems good. Shard. Grants fire shield. Creates a shield around the target ally or building, absorbing 70% of the damage from the next 3 attacks. Launches fireballs at the attacker, dealing 125 damage. Lasts 25 seconds. Can be multicast. Cast range 600, cooldown 18, mana cost 125. So it's going to be better against heavy hitters like Sven, who attack less, but attack with really high damage. Because that way you're reducing a lot, and you're making the most out of your 3 charges. Not so good against illusion heroes, or high attack speed, low damage heroes. Interesting. And then in the end, you reflect 375 damage total. Okay, that could be workable. Omni Knight, Heavenly Grace duration reduced from 12 to 10 seconds. Shard, grants Hammer of Purity, auto attack ability, causes your next attack to deal bonus pure damage equal to 25 plus 150% of your base damage. You are healed for the amount of damage dealt. Cooldown 6 seconds, mana cost 30. Core Omni Knight incoming. You are healed for the amount of damage dealt. Yeah, this seems like core Omni Knight. They're tired of people playing position 5 Omni Knight. Which might still happen because only Heavenly Grace being reduced by 2 seconds. I mean, certainly that's a nerf, but it's, I don't know, he still does what he does. You probably don't buy the Shard if you're a support. Slacks is very happy with that change. Could be. But Slacks doesn't usually play core Omni Knight, does he? Or maybe he does. I thought he played support more, but who knows? This seems like a core Omni Knight kind of item. And it honestly seems not bad. Let's see. Base damage. It wouldn't be too weird to build strength on Omni Knight. But if you're a core, you're buying more utility stuff, so maybe not that much. So let's say you had, well, for easy math, let's say you had 100 strength. So that's 150 damage plus 25, so 175 every 6 seconds. That's heal. But I think 100 strength is a little high. So let's say like 60 strength. Then that comes out to be like a 90, 115 heal every 6 seconds. That's still not too bad. Yeah, it seems okay for core Omni Knight. Oh, he was playing Omni 3 to meme. Well, he can resume doing it, and it may not be a meme. It may actually be good. Oracle. Scepter rework. Causes Fate's Edict to no longer disarm allies or make enemies magic damage immune. That is good. Is that worth a scepter, though? Maybe if, like, Alchemist gives you a scepter. Level 20 talent change from False Promise Invisibility to minus 50% Purifying Flames allied damage. I guess that's okay. It's unnecessary if you get an Ags, though. I don't know. I think the invisibility might have been a little better, to be honest. Oh, never mind. The Aghanim Shard causes False Promise to have a 0.3 second fade delay invisibility. So now you can have the invisibility if you pay 1,400 gold, and the Purifying Flames does less damage to allies. So the effective heal is higher if you don't cast your W. Okay, one of the emotes I actually did want was a maths emote. Or like, it was either going to be like a calculated emote or like a smorts, like a kind of emote. And it was it's a scene from The Wind Rises, a Studio Ghibli movie of the main character at a desk. As a student, he's like, I was gonna use it, but I wasn't sure if he could be seen. I'll see if it looks good. But yeah, we do need a maths emote. It comes up a lot in Dota. Oh man, Outworld Devourer has an essay here. Okay, we might do this 8:30 here, and then we'll take like a quick break, as quick as I can make it, to go run upstairs, use the bathroom, and eat a snack. But let's read this essay of a change first here on Outworld. Renamed from Outworld Devourer to Outworld Destroyer. Okay. Agility reduced from 24 plus 2 to 22 plus 1.3. So that is quite significant. Minimum damage increased from 46 to 49. Okay. Astral Imprisonment cast range increased from 300, 350, 400, 450 to 650. That is a lot. Astral Imprisonment Scepter upgrade cast range bonus reduced from plus 300 to plus 150. So originally you could have 750 cast range. Now you can have 800, so still a buff. Astral Imprisonment duration. Oh, this is a huge nerf. From 4 at all levels to 1.75, 2.5, 3.25, and then 4. So much weaker in the early game. But honestly, kind of fair, because OD would always be so irritating in the mid lane, because you just astral someone and remove them for 4 seconds. Now, many ODs max this anyways first, but at least in those first couple levels, you're not going to get like 1 or 2 free denies every time. Astral Imprisonment no longer deals area damage. Oh, we definitely need to read all this before we pass judgment. Astral Imprisonment damage to a single target increased from 100, 175, 250, 325 to 120, 190, 260, 330. Okay, slightly buffed in the early game, barely buffed in the later levels. Astral Imprisonment mana cost reduced from 140, 160, 180, 200 to 120 at all levels, so that's quite a buff. Astral Imprisonment has more changes than some heroes had, like, as a whole. Astral Imprisonment now steals 14, 16, 18, 20% max mana from enemies for 30, 40, 50, 60 seconds. It doesn't increase your current mana values, and it doesn't reduce the enemy's current mana value directly. I have to test that to understand how that works. Arcane Orb mana cost changed from 80, 120, 160, 200 to 20% of current mana. We're kind of going back to like original OD. Arcane Orb cooldown increased from 0 to 6420. Okay. Arcane Orb damage increased from 7.5, 9, 10.5, 12% to 14% flat at all levels. Essence Flux no longer has an active component. Sanity's Eclipse no longer provides its other abilities with a mana capacity charge counter. Sanity's Eclipse base damage increased from 150, 250, 350 to 200, 275, 350. Sanity's Eclipse cooldown reduced from 160 to 160, 145, 130. Shard Essence Flux becomes a 1.5 second channel ability, swaps your current life and mana totals. Only transfers 75% of the respective values. Is this good? In theory, the way this is meant to function is as a heal. Because you could heal yourself with your mana and then attack to get it all filled again. Or use your abilities with the Essence Flux. But if you get unlucky and don't refill your mana, you may get screwed. Let's see how this mana steal works. Oh, it's not even part of the axe. It just is. Wow. Okay, so... He has less mana. My goodness. Did I steal that? Oh, right here. 62. Well, this is going to be really good against, Medusa and some other, well, many intelligence heroes to reduce their max mana pool. Some people won't even be able to cast all their spells without 20% of their mana. And in fact, it's probably even stronger against non-intelligence heroes, like strength and agility heroes who are very limited in their mana pool, and you just steal 20% of it. No, I noticed the change. It was what was it? Destroyer to, or Devourer to Destroyer, right? Obsidian Destroyer. Yeah, he goes through a bunch of different name changes. At first, I thought it didn't even change anything. I thought it was just like repeating the name. Blizzard lawyers getting ready. Oh man, it's gonna take me ages to remember these OD changes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and the shard. Let's take a look at the shard real quick. I mean, I don't think there's much to understand on the shard, but... And then you're like, heal! Oh, but you have to channel too. Oh, and because you can only transfer 75%, it's not good to do when you're like pretty healthy, I guess.
All right, carry on.
No. All right, and then we channel this. I feel like it's not. Am I misunderstanding this, or am I using this incorrectly? Oh, there we go. This is some maths emote right here, guys. It's gonna be... I'm glad I'm not an OD player. I don't need to understand. I don't need to understand how this works. All right. Where are we? Okay, this is the halfway point, guys. It's 4 hours. I'm gonna take a short break. It's gonna be as fast as I can. I'm sorry, YouTube. I'm not cutting this out because that would require like 12 hours of rendering. This is gonna be here. I'll put a timestamp to skip it though. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hello YouTube. I can't believe you watched while he was gone. Guess you get this surprise message now. Please like, comment, subscribe, and ring the bell for notifications.
I'm back. I had to eat, guys. Originally, I thought this was going to come out sooner. The patch. I forgot there were like tournament games today. So I'd eaten lunch and I was ready. And then the patch came out at like 4. So we went through dinner. I feel like this shard is going to result in some accidental deaths. But I suppose it's a 1.5 channel at least, so you can't like accidentally kill yourself too easily. We'll see. That's true. I didn't have any items when I was testing the shard, so it's probably fine. Pangolier. Shield crash damage increased from 75, 150, 225, 300, 290, 160, 230, 300. I don't think that's actually that big of a deal. Like it's a buff, and like looking at these other things, the mana cost reduced, cooldown reduced. Pangoliers do not level shield crash early. They usually max Q and get like 2 points in their passive as well. Maybe 1 point in W and 1 point in the passive. But you just you like very rarely use shield crash because it drains your mana too much and you like really just need your Q. So I don't know if it helps him that much. Level 10 talent, 350 swashbuckle range to 400. Level 20 talent increase from 16 to 18 strength. Okay, let's see this shard. I kind of saw it in the corner of my eye, but grants roll up. Fruit turns you into a protective ball for up to 4 seconds, gaining magic immunity and allowing you to turn. Can be cast during Rolling Thunder to temporarily pause it. Can cast Rolling Thunder and Shield Crash during roll up. Does that mean people won't? Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, so people, if you cast this first, they can't interrupt you casting Rolling Thunder. That's pretty cool. If enemies attack you during roll up, you will roll away from the attacker for 0.75 seconds, applying Rolling Thunder damage stun if there are enemies in the way. Cooldown 30 seconds. Let's see them demonstrate getting hit. Okay. They had to demonstrate a lot in this clip. That is funny. I think this is actually good. I think Pangoliers might buy this. It's 4 seconds of magic immunity in which you can cast your spells. That's pretty good. I wonder if it functions as a dispel. I don't have to wonder. We can test this. Because gaining magic immunity is actually not the same as dispelling. BKB has a dispel effect on gaining magic immunity. So they are not quite the same. Let's see. Oh, perfect. This will dispel, right? Okay, I think it does dispel. It makes a sound during the whole thing, too. Does, Okay, so Io, this is funny. They removed Io, who's just a ball. Io can no longer, just like, what the heck am I looking for? I'm looking for, there we go. Io now has to turn to cast spells. Pangolier and Io were the only two heroes who, for whatever reason, did not need to do that. Io, who is just a ball of energy, now has to turn, but Pango still does not. And then the stopping Rolling Thunder could be good. Like, you could stop on top of someone and just keep stunning them, and you don't have to... unless that's not how it works. Let's just double check real quick. Oh, never mind. It doesn't work like that. But you could just, you could, like, stun, stop, then go again like that. So there's that. But you can't just, like, stand there and keep bashing. But that's still pretty good, I think. Okay. Back to,
They say it can be done. That is why I'm here.
heroes. Abyssal Dagger. Oh, it didn't used to. It does now. I guess it's been in for a little bit, but yeah. PA, blur, fade time for non-scepter reduced 0.75 to 0.5. That's a buff. Blur evasion reduced from 20, 30, 40, 50 to 15, 25, 35, 45. So 5% less. Level 10 talent, 175 health to 150. 350 cast range to 300 on Phantom Strike. Level 25, change from 100% critical damage to +7 coup de grace chance. So the rest of these were all nerfs. I'm not sure how the math works out for the level 25 talent. Oh yeah, it is helpful. Sorry, YouTube, you can't see this, but yeah, the Pango stopping against Bloodseeker is really useful. Fan of Knives ability shard, Aghanim shard, grants Fan of Knives, releases sharp blades around you in a 550 AoE, dealing 12% of enemies' max health on impact, and applies break for 3 seconds. Cooldown 20. That seems really good. If someone has 2,000 health, you just straight up do... is this magic or physical? Didn't quite say. I'm not going to bother checking. It's not that important. But I assume it's reduced a little bit. So you're probably doing about like 200 damage if they have like 2,000 health, which is like another auto attack or two, especially if you're not critting. And to just get that like in between auto attacks is pretty nice. But the break is probably the most important part. She can now like go up on Spectre, break her, and attack, or like Bristleback type Hunter, tons of heroes. They don't know how to balance shards. They'll get it. You know, when talents came out, some were broken, some were not. You know, they'll fix it eventually. That's what patch day is fun for. It's finding the stuff that's broken before it gets changed. So like Jakiro, I think they are they're going to nerf that. So I gotta play Jakiro before that's changed. PL, base intelligence increased by 2. Spirit Lance, mana cost rescaled. 120 flat. Overall a buff for that. Phantom Rush agility bonus is still provided if the dash is cancelled. Okay, that's a nice quality of life for him. Phantom Rush minimum proc distance from 250 to 200. The 15 talent from -1 Spirit Lance cooldown to -2. I was about to say maybe people will buy the Ags, but it's been changed. Level 20 talent decreased from 400 +400 Phantom Rush range to +350. Juxtapose can now be cast, destroying your other juxtapose illusions and quickly creating the max illusions it allows, 6, 8, or 10, depending on your level, with a bonus 10 seconds duration. Cooldown 60, mana cost 75. 5. Is that worth an Aghanim's? I mean, it'll definitely help with upfront DPS, but I feel like Phantom Lancer is a sustained fighter anyways. Aghanim Shard ability, Spirit Lance. Spirit Lance bounces once towards an enemy up to 900 units, prioritizing heroes. Increases Spirit Lance illusion damage by plus 20%. So this is kind of like what the old Ags was, but changed a little bit. I'm not sure this Ags is that
It's hardly a fight without
great. Where's PL? Here he is. I like that all the demo lobbying is really just like buying Ags and Ag Shards. Okay. Let's max juxtapose. So I have a bunch of illusions. I cast juxtapose. Suddenly I have the max amount of illusions. It's a lot of money for that though.
Should I fail?
I'm not.
My brothers would
I mean, I guess it's a survivability thing too, right? Like they're not sure which one's real. Like maybe they kill all your illusions, they're gonna hunt you down. You cast that, they get confused again. High price tag for that though. Might not be something he regularly buys and just kind of like picks up when he gets the chance. Why does he keep bringing us back to Lifestealer? You gotta scroll down. Oh no, too far. Way too far. Here we are. Okay, Phoenix, Supernova cooldown up by 10 seconds to 2-minute cooldown. Supernova mana cost. A buff in the early game, nerf in the late game. That should be fine for him. Phoenix doesn't need that much mana. Sunray mana cost increased from 100 to 100, 110, 120, 130. So that may actually start to add up. Late game, 2 increases to his mana cost plus items he buys. That could start to make Phoenixes have to be a little more conscious of their mana usage. Level 10 talent increased from 18% Icarus dive slow to 24%. Decent buff there. Aghanim's Shard causes fire spirits to become a passive ability. Every 7 seconds, a fire spirit respawns. This seems really good. Or is it better to be able to summon 4 and then quickly cast them? But actually, this fixes your mana issues because then you don't have to worry about this spell. And you have more spirits in general. You can just use 1 to farm instead of having to like cast the whole all 4, have it on a long cooldown and only needed like 1 or 2 for like the creep wave you were farming. This seems pretty good. Probably a core item, not a support item. Puck, agility gain, increased from 2.2 to 2.5. Oh, God. Too expensive unless position 3. I would say it probably depends on how good fire spirits are in the game. So if the enemy has a ton of right clickers and the attack speed slow from fire spirits is really good, then perhaps this is then really good. And worth buying as a support. But in terms of like the farming potential of this item, I think that's probably more of a support or a core pickup rather than a support. Though maybe a position 4 could do it. I wouldn't want to see a position 5, I think. Puck, more agility. Thompson's E-Blade build, which someone in my games 2 days ago was smurfing and just building like Manta E-Blade on. He beat me with Puck and Rubik mid, going Manta E-Blade. That was a little sad, but now Pucks are going to be Oh, actually, what am I saying? It doesn't matter about the agility for Puck. It's the intelligence. This is just a bit more armor for Puck, though. Attack speed as he levels up. So, oh, fine. Turn rate improved, sure. Illusory orb, damage, 74, 48, 280. 5 extra damage each level, so extra 20 by the end. Waning Rift, max distance up 25. Little buff. Dream Coil, Scepter, Link, Break, Stun, Duration. Rescaled from 1.8, 3, 4.5 to 2, 3.25, 4.5. So buffed the early ones. Dream Coil initial damage increased 25 each level. Level 10 talent increased 25 damage to plus 30. Level 25 talent reduced from plus 300 Waning Rift AoE and range to plus 275. Okay. A mix of like buffs and nerfs in here. I think the hero is probably still mostly the same. Oh yeah, the Shard. Waning Rift now deals 70 bonus damage and knocks enemies back 250 distance over 0.4 seconds, non-interrupting. Reveals invisible enemy units and wards in the area. This is pretty good against Invis heroes. Invis heroes, and as a way to just check wards. Plus, you can now cliff people. Yeah, could Puck buy this as a support? Well, probably cheaper to just buy detection. And you don't quite need the damage as a support. The knockback is cool. But I think if you're playing support Puck, a lot of it is around the ult. And so maybe this doesn't have the best. Oh, but now you can ult people and then knock them out yourselves with this ability. So maybe that is still pretty good, even as a support or a core. Yeah, this one seems pretty good. I like this. Pudge, alright. Let's see. What can they do to make Pudge viable? Base damage increased by 2. Okay. Base armor increased by 1. That's good. He had really low armor to start. So this was a big issue for him. He's still going to be pretty low armor, but better. Agility gain reduced from 1.5 to 1.4. Not the worst, but, nerfed. Strength gain also nerfed a bit. Flesh Heap magic resistance increased by 4%. Level 10 talent changed from plus 30 rot damage to minus 14% rot slow. But you don't get that till level 10. Level 15 talent changed from 16% rot slow to 120 meat hook damage. Scepter rework increases rot radius by 200, damage by 80. That's a lot. Reduces health regen on affected enemies by 25%. So now we have another hero who can affect health regen. Shard allows targeting an ally with Dismember to swallow them and heal them for 6% max health per second. Has half cooldown when used on allies. So the armor, okay. Let's think about why Pudge has issues. His laning sucks. That's his biggest issue. He now has 2 more damage and 1 more armor. I'm not fully convinced that's enough. He used to be a better laner when he had health regen from his passive. That's still not here. And he used to be better when Rot had a slow attached to it. It was a better slow. Now it's a pretty weak slow. 4% is getting there, but if I recall, it used to be even better than that. No, I'm sorry. What am I saying? The rot slow is the talent. It's the magic resist that got increased, but you don't even take flesh sheep level early levels. So his laning will be slightly better, but I'm still not convinced it'll be that much better. The Ags is kind of cool against heroes that have the regen stuff, so like the Huskars, Timbers, Alks we mentioned. And that's a lot of damage, the rot damage. But I guess that's really only a issue for core Pudges that care about... Well, that's not fully true. But I feel like if you're a support and you're buying an Ags, it's probably for the regen, not for the damage. But I could be wrong. That is just straight up a lot of damage. Right? Because it's the damage is usually 120 at max level. And so an extra 80 puts you at 200 damage per second. And if you dismember for 3 seconds, that's 600 damage from your ult. Or from rot. Along with 360 damage from dismember. So that's kind of good. I'm assuming if you buy the shard and you use your ult, it's 3 seconds. So that means you heal an ally for 18% of their max health. And that's pretty good. And it's a save. So if you... Blink's not like that weird to buy on Pudge. So if you see someone like get doomed or something, or they are being shackled, you could blink, eat them up, walk away. You can even hook them and then eat them up. And the cooldown is only a half on allies. So you could just use this as a heal after a team fight as well. The shard might give him... I mean, not might. It definitely gives him more utility. But I still think his laning will be a little rough. But his mid-game utility might be a bit better. Mid-Pudge. Yeah. Could. I'm sure there will be people running it. If you got... but why would you get a Scepter? Like, if you're mid-Pudge, I feel like you would go for other stuff that would improve your damage more than, like, an Ags. Because an Ags is so expensive. It takes so long to get there. I don't know. I still feel like Pudge is in a weird spot. I'm not a Pudge spammer, though. This does not really make me want to be a Pudge spammer either. I'm going to need, like, some other people to show that it works first, I think. Pudge can farm them. Yeah, if he's the mid, he could probably farm it up, too. Battle Fury hard carry Pudge. Yeah, why not? Alright, Pugna. All he has is a shard change, life drain. For every 1.75 seconds of channel of an enemy, another secondary life drain is created, targeting another random enemy hero in the cast range plus 200. You will continue to channel until there are no enemy heroes available or the channel duration runs out. Is this not the most broken shit? Ice Frog must love Pugna. Pugna randomly got that buff before. His ult used to be 22 seconds, and you needed an Ags to reduce the cooldown. And then they just randomly made his ult 7 seconds. And now they're making it so for 1,400 gold, you could ult like an infinite amount of people, apparently. Am I crazy? This seems like... this seems way too good. I don't know. I don't know about this, guys. Pugna seems really strong. With, like a Pugna getting off to a good start. He must be. He must be a Pugna spammer. Queen of Pain, okay. Strength gain, 2.2 to 2.4. Okay, a little tankier. Level 10 talent increased from +8 strength to +9. Sure. 25 talent changed from Scream of Pain Fear. Ooh, that's a big change. To +200 sonic wave damage. This is a nerf to the hero. That fear was a big part of her late game. Aghanim Shard ability. Blink upgrade. Releases a sonic boom when you blink at both your starting and end locations. This is straight out of Aghanim's Labyrinth. Deals 150 damage in a 300 AoE and silences for 1.5 seconds. You can be hit by both. Okay. I thought the Scream of Pain Fear was a big issue for her, but this shard change is actually so good. Hey Ingrid, yeah, this is gonna go for a while, I think. We'll see. This is a lot, I feel like. Is this enough to play support Qua? By 20 minutes, you can have a silence. AoE silence. At your location and the enemy location. Do up to 300 damage if you like blink on the same location and double burst. You don't have to build Orchid. You could build this and something else. I mean, there are still reasons you would get Orchid, but... Seems really good. There's a quiz at the end. Yeah, I hope you guys are jotting this all down. If you don't pass, you're banned. So, you know. All right, Razor. Alex needed some Razor buffs. Let's see what we got. Base movement speed increased by 5, so he's now at 290. Base HP regen, oh my god, 1 extra HP regen. That sounds sarcastic, but that's actually a big deal. Every 60 seconds, he has 60 more health. It sounds still sarcastic, but I swear, this is actually... I'm shook. This is a lot. A whole extra 1 HP regen. Plasma field minimum damage increased from 15, 25, 35, 45 to 35 at level 1, 40, 45, 50. Aghanim Shard ability. Storm Surge. Causes Storm Surge to have an 18% chance to release a Forked Lightning when attacked, or always when targeted with a spell, hitting the target and up to 2 other enemies. Deals 120 damage and slows them by 50% for 1.5 seconds. Truly, carry or Razor is like an anti-carry between like Link and with like Storm Surge. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it being good. I forgot he's streaming right now. Ricky. All right. There's another spamming hero for Alex. Let's see. Smokescreen can now be cast during Tricks of Trade. All right, let's just give him that. Let's buff him, sure. Smokescreen radius increased from 280, 310, 340, 370 to 300, 325, 350, 375. Smokescreen miss rate rescaled. It's higher at max level by 10%. Smokescreen mana cost reduced. Smokescreen already a fantastic ability, I felt like. Made better and larger. Tricks of the Trade Scepter cast range reduced from 1,000 to 700. Okay. Tricks of the Trade Scepter upgrade now hits 2 units at once rather than 1. That's actually pretty good, I think. Sleeping Dart. Grants Sleeping Dart. Fires a dart at the target's enemy, putting them to sleep for 3 seconds. Target is invulnerable until duration ends. When the target wakes up, they receive 150 damage and are slowed by 25% for 4 seconds. And this seems good too. This feels like you could now do... you could be willing to buy a couple extra I mean, not a couple, like 1 extra Wraith Band. Originally, you didn't want to because you fill up all your slots, and then you're like, oh, I have to sell one to buy my next item. But now you could like buy the Wraith Bands, get the Diffusal, and then buy this, which doesn't take up a slot, and this can be your initiation to go on someone, sleep them, and then like Smoke Cloud Diffusal right after without wasting any time. And then they're stuck in Diffusal for a really, or stuck in the Smoke Cloud for a really long time. Or you could save this, and if they start to like TP away from you, or a fight looks bad, you sleep them and walk away. Ricky Shard equals support Ricky? Smokescreen did just get really good. But the issue is... The issue for support Ricky now is that he needs 6 to get his ult to go invis. And so until you have that, you're kind of useless in terms of roaming. And your abilities, your other abilities, are just not good in the lane if you're not a core. And so like needing to hit 6 and then potentially even needing to buy a 1400 gold item to be useful makes him have trouble as a support. Now, when he had Invis as early as like level 1, that's when he could be a support because like you roam wherever, all of that. It's fun to play different supports. That's why. And I think it is worth considering whether like a hero can be a support or not, because that helps you to like break down like what does this hero offer? Do they need to be a core or can they do it as a support? Or like vice versa. Do I need to be a core to be effective? And it's like a good thing to ask. And it's also just fun to think about like, can I be core Queen of Pain now? Or support? Maybe. You are support, everyone is. Okay, Ruvik. Arcane Supremacy no longer provides debuff amplification. That's probably a good thing. It was a little ridiculous. Arcane Supremacy now provides, oh my god, plus 75 up to 225 cast range. And Spell Steal now provides bonus plus 10, 20, 30% debuff amplification to the stolen spells. So your lift doesn't get the debuff, but like everything else, which is what like it was really about, gets it. And you get more cast range. Spell Steal cooldown rescaled from 2018-16 to 26-2014. Not a huge deal, honestly. You don't steal that many spells in the early game, I feel like. Spell Steal Scepter cooldown rescaled from 2 seconds at all levels to 6, 4, and 2. That's fine. Level 10 talent changed from 50 base damage to Fade Bolt Steal's hero damage. Level 15 talent changed from Fade Bolt Steal's hero damage to plus 100 base damage. Aghanim Shard Telekinesis allows you to use telekinesis on yourself or an ally. Throw range is 60% longer and cooldown is reduced by 30% when targeting allies. Throw delay is reduced to 0.5 seconds. What the hell is this? So you can now send your Enigma in. This makes his other talent better. The telekinesis range, like no one ever got that. But now it could be. And now you can cliff your own allies. And the cast range. Oh, so that's why you can cast it so far here. I was wondering. Oh, now you can get crazy cast range with between talents and Aether Lens. Making it easy to steal spells. And so this is cool. I feel like you could potentially have Rubik core and support, depending what talents you take. So let's look at Rubik. So his talents, right? If you're a support, you know, you're taking health, you're taking cast range. Now you might take telekinesis land distance. And you probably take the telekinesis cooldown. You could potentially play Rubik as a mid now and go for the stealing damage and the 100 base damage. That makes things like double damage crazy on you. Probably gives you some good synergies with... Never mind, Luna does not do % base damage anymore, so that sucks. But maybe if a teammate buys Vlad's, the fact that it's base damage is really important. You could get like some crazy right click. Like Thompson's gonna go mad with this. Thompson's gonna go like E-Blade Daedalus on this guy. Yeah, core Rubik. Ice Frog plays Rubik when he can't play Pugna. Seems like it. Yeah, I don't know what these black boxes are. It's been bugging on my game for a little bit now. It's throwing your allies stun enemies. Let's find out. The reason it's base damage instead of just damage is for calculating like double damage and % base damage and stuff like that. Oh, what do I need again? I need a shard. Okay. It does stun. All right, so you can throw in like Tidehunter. You can toss in Magnus, so then he can like do the, what was it called, like horn toss and all that stuff. This is pretty cool. I'm not sure if you're a support when it's worth buying this. But what else? Oh, there's some new items here. Spoiler! Hide! Close your eyes! Let's see how far you can cast. What? It's gotta go further than that. What? Oh, I can only... I guess it doesn't increase the throw distance. It just increases, like... Oh, that's kind of disappointing. I thought I was gonna, like, yeet myself across the map. So, like... Aw, man. That's a little disappointing. But I guess there's still the 20 talent in this one, and you can still, get to safety. Okay, this is kind of cool. That might be interesting. Rubik Airlines, yeah, there we go. All right, let's get back to it. All right, that could be fun. Do this stuff again. Okay, Sand King. Epicenter now uses cast time instead of channel time. Does that mean he can be interrupted and it doesn't use his ult? This is a massive buff to Sand King. Epicenter now, radius increased from 275 to 725. Oh, from 275 to 725 to 500 to 725. Okay. Level 15 talent increased from 8% Caustic Finale slow to 15. That's kind of increase. Shard, every 700 units moved causes an epicenter pulse around you in a 400. What, just like all the time? Whoa! That might make the epicenter talents a little better. I feel like a lot of people skipped them. But if now you just like walk around and you apply like extra damage or... Actually, I guess that we removed the other, so forget that. I probably have to have Oh yeah, guys. This is such a Sand King buff. You can now cancel your ult when it's like gonna be bad. And now you can like taunt the enemy. Oh my goodness, you're so good now. What about blinking? Does blinking count? I see a new item.
Their annihilation
It does.
blink away.
So that means you can like blink and instantly cancel someone else's blink that you blink on top of. That's pretty cool. If you get this, what are the odds you get this +4 epicenter pulses and it just... Oh, I thought it would do... What are the odds you get like 5 pulses for nothing? I don't know if I'm gonna spam Q. Sand King is like good as a core, I feel like, after reading that. I don't know if I want to play him as a support, to be honest. I don't feel like I enjoy him. Even if free spells were off, it would still work. It's because it's a cast time instead of a channel. So you're free to do that. Same with like I do the same thing with like Treant, where I like spam my ult a little bit and it doesn't cast. Shadow Poison is no longer dispellable. Oh. Oh. Demonic Purge Scepter upgrade debuff now ends when a new one is cast. Deals damage relative to how long it lasted. Oh, so you don't want to like cast them all right away? You have to like wait? Shard, Demonic Purge. Allows Demonic Purge to be cast on allies, continuously dispelling them and healing them at the end instead of damaging them. Does not slow allies. That's kind of cool. I'm trying to imagine where this is good. Because I kind of feel like it seems like it would be better on the enemy dispelling them. But I suppose if there's something you need to dispel from your ally a lot, then maybe it's good. Make Rubik super OP for Epi now. Maybe. Alright, Shadow Fiend, Shadow Raise, mana cost reduced from 90 to 75, 80, 85, 90. Okay, Shadow Fiend buff. Level 10 talent increase from 15 attack speed to 20. Necro Mastery. Necro Mastery now provides 0.75 spell amp per soul. Magic SF back in the game. How many souls total do you get? I think it's like 32 or 36. Up to like 48 with the talent or something. Oh, I'm totally wrong. 20. I think they changed the values though, guys, I swear. So 20 souls up to nothing, just a +3. Oh no, with the Ags you get some extras, right? Maybe that's not worth it. Is that enough spell amp to justify the price? I'm not sure. Shadow Shaman. Mass Serpent Ward damage increased from 50, 80, 110 to 50, 85, 120. Level 15 talent increased from 4.5 hex cooldown, or reduced 4.5 to -5. Level 25 from +30 attack wards damage to +25. Shards. Shackles creates 4 serpent wards that attack the target while you channel. Increases shackle range by 150. Wards last 8 seconds. That seems good. That seems pretty good. You could even like, you could just shackle a creep just to get the wards to hit a tower or something. And you get 140 or 150 cast range. Don't have to worry about casting ult and then shackling now. Yeah. Yeah, this could be pretty good. When do you build it? You probably still want to build like Aether Lens first. Do you? Because I mean, the increased range on Hex is nice, of course. But if you have increased range on Shackles and damage. Oh. Oops. Oh no. Wrong button. I think you still build Aether first, and then maybe you get that. But that's pretty good, I think. Might have to try it out to see. Yeah, the Hex CD is quite nice. He has we just closed it. I wish we saw the other talent. If I recall, he has another talent at 15 that's really good. I think it might be cast range. And in which case, it's going to be a tough choice. But let's move on. Silencer. Last word, Scepter radius increase from 600 to 650. Sure. Glaze of Wisdom with the Shard bounces. Bounce once towards the closest enemy unit, dealing 50% of your attack damage. Bouncing range of 600 units. Better farming, but you only get this at 20 minutes. Might still be okay. It also increases your damage in team fights overall just because you're bouncing around, so... Shards might be popular, yeah, for that reason. If anything, I suspect that... Well, it depends on your shard. Some shards are not so good. But for heroes who have good shards, I think there might be more early items purchased that are slot efficient, but used to have to get replaced a lot, like extra null talismans or bracers. And I expect people to like be willing to buy them because they then plan to buy a shard which won't take up a slot. Skywrath Mage only has a shard. Ancient Seal. Debuff now causes other debuffs applied to last 40% longer and grant vision over the target. Oh my god, can you imagine having a shard? Ooh, actually this reminds me. I want to check something real quick. Rubik. I want to see if Rubik having a shard applies shard benefits from other heroes. Create hero, Skywrath, enemy. And then we steal this. Do I get here, how can I check if I have vision? Where do I have vision from? Oh, this ward. Oh, I do. I think you... Oh, no. Maybe it was just buggy. Yeah, well, let's see. Let's break this. Let's get another one of these. Ooh, get out of here. I need to see if this works. I think it does. So I think you do get the shard effects of other spells you steal. I merely borrow. Yeah, shards might go through a lot of changes in the next few days, but we'll see. Okay, Slardar, sprint move speed reduced 18, 26, 34, 42, 16, 24, 32, 40. So a slight nerf by 2%. Sprint river speed rescaled from 7, 19, 31, 43 to 10, 20, 30, 40%. Slight buff at the start, nerf at the end. Slitherine Crush, mana cost, increased from 80, 95, 105, 115 to 90, 100, 110, 120. Scepter HP regen reduced from 35 to 30. Scepter armor bonus reduced from 12 to 10. Shard, Corrosive Haze, causes Corrosive Haze to be applied for 5 seconds to units hit with Slitherine Crush. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm not sure. I mean, like all the shards have beneficial effects, but like for the price compared to like other things you could buy, do you really need to apply corrosive haze to everyone you stun? Because usually the whole thing with Slardar is you like focus and kill one guy, so you only need to like ult one guy at a time. If he crushes a BH or a Ricky that are invis, good question. Let's find out. Slardar. That could be a reason to get it. Let's give you... doesn't look like it. Or no, wait. I'm dumb. I didn't didn't buy it. Hey, it does. All right. There you go. So that could be a reason to get one. Should you just carry detection instead though? This doesn't take up an inventory slot. Worth the price though, 1,400. Maybe. If you have teammates that do a lot of like AoE physical, I think it might be worth it. But if not, if you're like a Lifestealer combo and you're just gonna like go one hero at a time, I think you probably skip it for other things. But the fact that it can reveal heroes that are invis is pretty good. Good question. Yeah, but as a core, you rarely spend that much on detection. Like cores, aside from like buying a gem, like a core will buy like what? Even if they bought 10 dusts in a game, it's less than 1,400. Or like 10 sentries is like 750. So, well, it used to be. Maybe the item prices got changed. I wasn't really paying attention when I hovered over them, so we'll see. But yeah, it doesn't take up a slot, so that could be good. Shadow Dance, cooldown reduced from 80, 70, 60 to 80, 65, 50. Uh-oh. We're going to start seeing Slark again. Pounce Scepter range increased by 100. Level 10 talent increased. One more agility, sure. Aghanim Shard. Fish Bait, new ability. Can throw it on enemies to reduce their move speed by 30% and grant you true sight over them for 4 seconds. If you pounce an enemy during that time, you will be rewarded with 50 attack speed for the duration of pounce. Cast range 110, mana cost 100, cooldown 20. Can't even see the attack speed coming into play in this clip. That's interesting. I'm like wondering if Slark even has the mana pool to sustain an extra like 100 mana cost spell. And I kind of feel like for 1,400 gold, you could be buying other stuff, which would get you close to... Like, maybe you wouldn't get 50 attack speed, but you would have sustained attack speed. You know, like, instead of 50 attack speed for only pounce duration, you have, like, 20 attack speed, but all the time. Might actually be better. So, I don't know. The true sight aspect is kind of cool, though. All right, let's see. Was Snapfire killed? Fire Snap, Cookie mana cost increased 100 to 110. Lil Shredder mana cost reduced from 90 to 75, 80, 85, 90. Gobble Up now has 150 mana cost. Okay. Gobble Up Spit Out no longer has 150 mana cost. Okay, fair. Gobble Up can now target special units like golems, Spirit Bear, etc. Will they die? I assume they don't die. Gobble Up impact damage changed from 400 to match the glob's current values on your ultimate. So 160, 240, or 320. Scatter Blast. Units in the point-blank range of Scatter Blast will be knocked back 250 units. You can cliff people, take 125 extra damage, and will be stunned for 1.5 seconds. Oh! Ooh, knocking them back could be awkward, though. But an extra 1.5 stun, that's pretty good. You can now cookie in and then stun again. And then gobble up and spit if you have it. Yeah, this might not be too bad. Anytime you get more stuns, it is worth considering, I think. As a shard, pos 4 seems good. Yeah, I could see it. I could even see it working as a position 5, maybe. And, I mean, to be honest, I could see core Snapfire buying those too. You know, it's like damage and stun. Like, everyone wants that. So, it'd be good. Sniper. Okay, Sniper's also not doing too great. Let's see what they gave him. Increased strength gain a little bit by 0.3. Reduced agility by 0.2. Agility gain. But base agility went up by 6. Which means he has 1 extra armor, 6 more attack speed, and when he gets double damage and stuff like that, it's a little better. Shrapnel charge replenish time reduced 40 to 35. Okay. Concussive grenade ability shard. Knocks enemies back 425 units, slowing them for 50%, and disarming them for 3 seconds. Radius 375, cast range 550, cooldown. Oh, and it's got a fast travel time, too. Support sniper? You're a little tankier. You lost a bit of agility, but you don't care about damage if you're the support so much. Plus, you got some in your base agility increase, which gave you 1 extra armor and better attack speed, so better trading in the early game. And most importantly, shrapnel replenish time is down by 5 seconds, which, considering it's a charge-based ability, instead of needing 120 seconds to get 3 charges, you're now only 105 seconds. And if you take, like, cooldown and stuff, that's pretty good, too. This concussive grenade is pretty interesting as well. It definitely strikes me as more of a support shard. Well, maybe not. Because, I mean, core sniper just needs distance and time to attack, and so knocking people away and disarming them help him survive. The problem with support sniper is that you kind of wanted to rush the Aghanims, which isn't as good anymore. And if you were, like, you'd have to be playing well to get an Aghanims before 20 minutes. Maybe not that well, but, like, you have to be doing okay, which then makes it hard to get, like, this when it comes up. Yeah, I like how, same, there's, like, more instances of break and HP reduction, or regen reduction. Spectre, let's nerf this. Base attack speed down by 10. Okay. Dispersion rescaled. Stronger at the early levels, but 2% weaker in the late game, and that's when it really mattered, so that's fine. Spectral Dagger cooldown increased from 16 to 22, 20, 18, 16. Spectral Dagger mana cost increased from 100, 110, 140, 160. Ooh, this is a lot. 130 mana at level 1 is a lot for Spectre's early laning stage. Shadow Step Scepter ability now also casts a Spectral Dagger on its target. Okay, sure. No one was getting the scepter anyways. Ags. Dispersion. Can activate Dispersion to spawn a Haunt Illusion to attack the most recent hero that damaged you in the last 5 seconds. Illusions last for 5 seconds. Cooldown 25, mana cost 150. Guess that's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of S heroes. For 1,400 gold? I mean, later on, sure, why not, right? You don't need to buy this at 20 minutes. And you probably won't. But later in the game, could be decent. You get another illusion. Can't nerf Spectre. Arcana is coming. You're right. Oh, you're so right. But they could just buff Spectre when that comes out, you know? Spirit Breaker. Nether Strike cooldown reduced from 180-60 to 10 seconds down at every level. Okay. Charge of Darkness Scepter cooldown from 6 to 7. Nerfed. Okay. Charge of Darkness Scepter movement bonus, though, from 100 to 175. That's a decent amount. Shard. Nether Strike to have a cast delay rather than a cast time. Deal 200 extra damage. And apply Break, another Break, and Spell Immune. Okay. Yeah, all the new Break abilities do kind of nerf Spectre already. Which is a great way to look at it. That's why she doesn't have to be hit with all the nerfs in the world. But she may honestly still need a little bit. However, this mana cost to her dagger at the start is massive, and it should hurt her early game quite a lot. And a slightly slower attack speed. So hopefully she just has like a worse time in the beginning of the game, and later on in the game she is still somewhat the same hero, but now affected by more breaks. So we'll see. Might need more adjusting, but the numbers will tell. Bristle is still bad. Really? His buff seemed good, but I don't know. I'll have to see it. Maybe he was just that bad before where the buffs weren't enough. Level 15 talent increased from 325 health. Oh, I guess an extra 50. Okay. Level 25 talent changed from Overload Pierce's immunity. I think no one was taking this. To +2 Overload bounce. Causes your attack to bounce up to 2 times at random enemies. Can bounce back if there are only 2 enemies. I still feel like the other talent is literally infinite high ground defense unless you mess up. It's so hard to push into a Storm Spirit with that talent. And even if you are on the winning side, I don't know, maybe that's when you take this other talent. But even on the winning side, I feel like the other one's just so good. Shard, Electric Rave, new ability. Gives you and allied heroes within 750 AoE of you 3 overload charges. Lasts up to 12 seconds or until the charges are depleted. Cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 150. Additionally, passively provide 40 attack speed to Storm Spirit. That seems not bad. Storm Spirit actually really likes attack speed. A little deceptively because he's like an int hero, but he actually does depend a lot on his right clicks. I wonder if you use this and you have the 25 talent, if they bounce. Let's find out. Storm Spirit. Oh, that's true. Bristleback is also going to suffer from all the breaks. Yeah, Cairo, I know it's so late for you, but thanks for being here. All right, let's see. Oh, I love this noise. And then we need to get to see if we bounce here. Oops, need one more hero. I forgot. Okay, so you get the bounce too. That's pretty good. Do your allies It wouldn't make any sense, right? For the allies overload to bounce as well. It does! Oh, this is so good then. You give your whole team AoE bouncing attacks that do AoE every time they bounce. Oh, I bet this is really good. Hi, Matthias. Hi, Ingrid. Seen items yet? Yeah, maybe they did get rid of some break items.
Storm clouds are gathering.
All right. Okay. Because of that shard, actually now I can see people taking that Storm Spirit talent instead of the other one, which spawns the So I think if you're losing, you still probably take the Zip creates the remnants. But if you're winning or like middle kind of game, I could see like if you're close to 25, you take this overload bounce talent, you get this shard, and then your team's auto attacks are just like doing a crazy amount of AoE. Especially if you're against illusion heroes, I bet it's really good. 7.28 soon. Hopefully not until I finish this. I'm not even gonna play tonight. I'm gonna be too tired. I'll play tomorrow. Sven. Let's see if they killed Sven. God Strength reduced from 110, 160, 210. Ooh, 10% off of each level, so that at max level it's 30% less. That's quite a lot. Stormhammer Scepter no longer applies attack on impact. Guys, I didn't even know it did that, but now I understand why it was so broken. I thought he just attacked, like, he lands and then he attacks. I didn't realize it applied an attack. That's absurd. Reduce the bonus range by 150. That's good too. Level 15 talent change from Stormhammer Dispels to +4. Okay. And now he needs the shard to dispel people with Stormhammer. I'm fine with that. If I have to buy a 1600 gold ethereal Ghost Scepter, then this guy has to spend 1400 on a shard to dispel it. Plus, it helps with the timings a bit. Though, in a way, if you think about it, if he's farmed enough, he now still gets the dispel and 4 seconds on Warcry. Should be okay, though. Ooh, techies. Only has a shard, increases blast off cast range by 600, and applies a 1.5 second stun to enemies within 200 AoE, half the primary radius. Okay, so like the inside area gets a stun, and you have this insane cast range, I assume? Oh man, that is far. All right. Yeah, it slows Sven's timing. So this might be enough. This 30% off of God Strength at 18 is quite a lot. And the no longer applying attacks means he won't like instantly delete people from landing on the stun. This will help control him a bit. TA. Base strength 19 to 21. Base attack range increased from 140 to 160. That makes sense. She's the she's a really low ranged hero. Side blades attack range bonus rescaled from 80. Okay, so overall she still gets like 10 extra attack range with side blades. Maxed out, and her early game is just a lot easier with 1 point. Side blades spill range is now 2 times your attack range. Honestly, I'm not sure what they were before. I assume this comes out to be about the same. Level 10 talent increased from +15 move speed to +20. Okay. Psionic traps silence enemies for 2.5 seconds, up to 2.5 seconds, depending how long it's been charged. Minimum half a second stun. This could be really good. This is like an AoE slow silence bomb on someone. This seems good. Now you could go Deso Shard. Possibly, yeah. Orchid is still really good on her, but this is an AoE silence, which could be really good in like Roshan or something. So I could definitely see this having some value. Terrorblade. Reflection duration increased by 0.75 seconds at the beginning and ends up at the same, okay? Terror Wave ability is now gained when equipping Scepter rather than after Metamorphosis cast. That makes sense. It was kind of silly that it was on the same thing. Terror Wave fear duration reduced, okay? Fear now sends enemies away from you rather than towards the fountain. Okay. Terror Wave Scepter ability now grants you a metamorph... What? This is really good. In the right team fight, all you need is meta for 10 seconds to win. This is now like the best part of the Aghanims, I feel like. Like, the fear is great and all, but 10 more seconds on meta. Or a mini meta cast. That seems like really good. 2 more seconds off of Sunder. Sick. Shard, Demon Zeal. Grants Demon Zeal. Costs 25% of your current HP to cast, providing you 25% movement speed and 50 attack speed for 6 seconds. Provides 50% more bonus while melee. Okay. Could be an interesting combination with Sunder. You use this and then Sunder someone. You ever seen Axe on Terrorblade? I think I saw it once, and it's because it came from Roshan. I mean, this seems fine. You just more attack speed on a Terrorblade. Late game, he's slotted. Sure, why not? I don't know if he'll buy it early, though. Maybe. Well, actually, it could be like an interesting farming steroid, right? 25% of your HP. If you have any form of lifesteal or regen, you just use this as like a farming steroid. Although it's 20 minutes at that point, maybe you don't need a farming steroid. I guess you don't really. You have the illusions already. Kraken Shell damage block increased by, looks like 4 at every level. Cool. Level 10 talent increased from plus 15 move speed to plus 20. 80 gush damage talent to plus 1.75 mana regen. That seems really good. Level 15 talent change from plus 30 mana regen to 120 gush damage. Okay. Anchor Smash increases Anchor Smash damage by 90 and causes it to affect buildings. Reduces cooldown by 1 second. Okay. Does this mean there's like a build where you go like Battle Fury and like Daedalus? You go for the late game stuff with Anchor Smash because it all counts as an attack, right? Is that still how it works?
Time to make waves.
I'm pretty sure it does. So do you just have like way more damage to like crit people with? Yeah. I mean, I've lost to it. So that could be fun. Oh, we got some neutral units at the end. I don't know why it keeps bringing us back to that spot in particular. Treant. Not yet. All right. Okay. I do like that there's another ability that can affect towers. Like, only a couple abilities can do it, so I think it's kind of cool to have more that can do this. Yeah, and it even reduces tower damage. I actually haven't even thought about that. I was just thinking about damaging the towers. But yeah, now you can reduce the tower's damage and help keep your push going longer. Okay, level 10 talent increased. 25 more health, sure. Whirling Death, base damage. Nerfed at the beginning, but buffed at the end. Whirling Death range increased from 300 to 325, sure. Timber Chain speed increased. So he's just faster at the start of the game. Oh, I can see the sick video over here. Chakram Scepter slow now stacks independently from the primary chakra. Okay, that's cool. So now you can cast both and you'll like essentially slow them twice as much. Chakram casts animation reduced. Okay. Flamethrower. Grants Flamethrower. Releases a flame in the direction you are facing. Lasts 7 seconds. Applies a debuff that deals 75 DPS and slows by 20% for 3 seconds. So in theory, you could apply this to someone for 10 seconds, where you hit them with it to start, and then at the end, the whole time, and then at the end, they have 3 more lingering seconds, and you could do 750 damage with this. Sets trees on fire that eventually die after 5 seconds. That's interesting. That's like the first ability that like eventually kills trees. That helps. So like I was thinking about this as a Treant player. I was like, oh, he's gonna like cut even more of my trees. But at least if he like burns me in a tree, this gives me a chance to run away because the tree is still up. That's pretty cool. This will increase his damage by a lot, I think. And just like make team fights hectic overall. Yeah, pretty cool. Tinker Scepter rework. Upgrade your laser into a shrink ray, causing it to have plus 400 cast range and reduces the enemy model size and current health values by 20%. Stacks, huh? Laser bounces once on the furthest target up to 700 range from the primary target. Prioritizes heroes. Shard, defense matrix. Grants defensive matrix target an allied unit, applying a barrier to them that blocks the next 200 damage and provides 40% status resistance. Barrier lasts up to 10 seconds or until the damage shield is consumed. 400 range, 30 seconds. I guess the cooldown doesn't matter, right? That's what his ult is for. Kind of interesting, but I'm not, unless the meta shifts, I'm not sure if Tinker will become popular, but we'll have to see like what the other changes are. Position 4 Tinker. No, I don't think we can do position 4. Yeah, I'm not sure what the tier list will be. Today's video will just be like this, and then I'll play over the next couple days, we'll like update like things we find that I think are good, and then eventually we'll do a tier list. Let's see. Tiny tree grab cooldown reduced from 25, 20, 15, 10 to 16, 14, 12, 10. Okay, pushing him to the core role using tree grab. Avalanche now deals 2.5 times damage to tossed units rather than 3 times. Okay, so that's a nerf. Road damage increased. All right, this is not useful to support Tiny. So they're trying to push Tiny towards the core role here. Make him more about his right clicks rather than his spell combo. Level 15 talent increased from +3 tree grab attacks to +5. There you go. And 25 talent, -7 avalanche cooldown to -8. Craggy exterior. Passive. Provides a 20% chance to stun an enemy for 1 second and deal 100 damage when a physical attack impacts your hero. Works against enemies within 400 range. Procs after an attack impacts and does not affect spell immune units. This either was an ability that he had before or it was like a mini game. I can't remember what. But this is familiar. Yeah, to me this is like encouraging him to like fight one-on-one. Or not one-on-one, but just like be up in the front lines, trading right clicks instead of like dodging in and out, casting spell combos. So we might see more like Tiny Core again. Ooh, Tiny is another hero that could Tiny IO is a classic combo, and now you you buff up his spell damage and his attack speed. So that could be pretty good. We might see some tiny IO. All right, Treant, here we go. Oh my goodness, Overgrowth now interrupts targets again. Guys, truly, I am getting to 8K. I just bumped it up from 7K. Now we're at 8K. Nature's Guys. This, I'm pretty sure, we'll test to be sure. I'm pretty sure this means you cancel channels now, which was a massive weakness of Treant Protector. Shard, Nature's Guys. Causes Nature's Guys to root enemies upon attacking. Roots them for 1 second and deals a total of 200 damage. Lasts an extra second when attacking near a tree. So very briefly, your passive did this.
My spirit sings.
Will pass.
Okay, so first, they changed Meteor Hammer. We spoiled it. What can we do to teleport? Oh no, I canceled this one anyways. I need to Treant hype. I know.
Treant hype.
Treant.
I'm under attack.
Oh, boys, we are getting to 8K off of this. I hated dealing with heroes like Crystal Maiden, Witch Doctor, anyone that had a channel. You just like couldn't do anything about it. Like you had to build a Yule's or like, oh, I've got a Meteor Hammer. Go ahead and channel your ult for 2.5 seconds while I Meteor Hammer you. Please continue. It was such an issue. But now we have this huge overgrowth to cancel channels. That's going to be great. Shard. So this works even when I'm not in trees? Oh! How close do I have? Do I have to be like in a tree for this to get the extra like... Okay, but is this like... Is this near enough a tree? No. Okay, so I think I have to be like in trees to get the extra second. Oh, this is fun. Is this worth buying? Does this root disarm? It does. Does it pierce immunity? It does not. 200 bonus damage. Does it affect couriers? Wait, I'm just gonna kill all these couriers, aren't I? Do any of them have enough health? Oh yeah, it's got enough health. Root? Oh, I'm not gonna root them? Oh, it doesn't root them. I feel like it used to root, but I guess not. I think when it was like a passive ability, it would root. Would I buy this? I mean, I'm gonna buy it to test it out. Yeah, even if it's not worth it, I'm getting this. I could see this being good. For one, it disarms. So you can potentially get a disarm on the carry for 1 second or 2 seconds if you happen to be in a tree. You also... You have a bit more solo kill potential as a core or as a support, especially if you have a Meteor Hammer. And you might not even have to use Overgrowth. Because Nature's Grasp actually does a decent amount of damage, but obviously they need to be standing in it. So now what you can do is like cast it, hit someone, and actually what might be happening, so like they're like pushing down a lane, right? You're Treant, you're like standing on the side, you built Meteor Hammer. I don't know what the recipe is. What if Meteor Hammer got removed? I'd be so sad. Hopefully it's not removed. You Meteor Hammer someone, when it hits, you Nature's Grasp, and then as the root ends, you like walk out, hit them, root for 2 seconds, and extra 200 damage. Possibly Overgrowth after. Like, you got solo kill potential. I could see it. Ice Frog, please. Do not... Please do not have removed Meteor Hammer. All right. I don't know why he would have removed it, but, you know. It wasn't in the game before, so it could be removed. We'll see. Troll Warlord. Berserker's Rage movement bonus increased by 5%. Sure. Or not 5%, just 5. 5% would actually be, like, crazy. Level 25 talent change from -5. Whirling Axe's cooldown to +2 seconds on Battle Trance. That seems a lot better. Scepter rework. Ranged axes dispel the enemy. And melee axes dispel yourself. Reduces cooldown from 9 to 4. And mana cost by half. That seems really good, actually. That sounds miserable as a support, actually, because he can now do what Sven does, and he can just dispel your ghost scepters and glimmer capes. Oh man, you could be invis and he hits you with this ranged axe and dispels you. Sick. And it's AoE. Cool. Oh, this might be worse than Sven. But at least he has to buy a 4,200 gold item. And but can he dispel Yules? I don't think so. He can't cast in Yules. Let's check. What am I doing? Troll. The brain's starting to go. All right, where is Ags? So, like, right, this guy's, like, glimmering away. I don't see him, and then you're just like, haha! Great. Great. Alright, so you can't do that. Is it a... There's no way it's a constant dispel, right? Yeah, it's not. What is... A 4-second dispel. Oh my
The other fellas aiming to wreck it.
Guys, I feel like this is going to be the bane of my existence. I hope this is not. Sven can dispel Yules if it was already casted. Yeah, Sven was a guy.
All right, carry on.
Oops. I meant to, Okay, so he can't... We still have this going for us. Can't dispel Yules with, this Whirling Axes. And then, I kind of saw the shard there, but it looked like it was just bonus attack speed. Where are we? What's happening? Troll. Oh, perfect. Let's see. Casting Battle Trance now gives you a global aura. Oh, this used to be your old ult. So now everyone just gets 60 attack speed. Okay. Honestly, that could be pretty good. This is essentially a Hyperstone for a little cheaper whenever you ult and for your whole team. Downside is that it's only when you ult, so like you could get a Hyperstone and just always have that attack speed, but that doesn't benefit your team. So I could see this shard being pretty good, especially if you follow what we were talking about before, like you buy some cheap items to fill up your slots, and then the shard doesn't take up any slots. And if you have a teammate like, who else likes to right-click? Storm, Drow, Huskar, whatever. Any of those guys, you kind of like buff them all. No troll support. Don't think so. Oh yeah, you can't ult your teammate anymore. Because it looks like a zoo meta. It could be. Yeah, troll. This seems strong. I could see troll working in some pretty good lineups. We'll have to see. Tusk, Walrus Kick now targets a direction and kicks the closest enemy unit to you within 250 radius. Prioritizes heroes. Level 25 talent increased from -8 snowball cooldown to -10. Okay. Oh, Frozen Sigil's back. Grant Frozen Sigil. So this used to be in the game. It used to be what his tag team was. He now summons a Flying Sigil that slows enemy attacks by 30 and movement speed by 20%. 650 radius, last 25 seconds. Cooldown 30, so it's pretty much almost always up. You could use it to check high grounds easily. Scout. Wait, does this only follow? It doesn't say. Let's test it. You used to be able to control it and move it around. So you could use it to scout and all that.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot.
Okay, yeah. You can still move it around. So now you can use it to, like, check trees. Oh, that means it's going to be annoying to play against Tusk as a Treant Protector.
I want to check your bottom tower.
Scout stuff, check high grounds, wards, all that. It was really good for that. Used to feed gold as well. It didn't say in this description, so feed away, guys. Where are we? Come on now. Still in beta. All right. Underlord. Oh, I forgot to check Tusk's ags. I don't want to leave, otherwise we'll, like... Actually, we can just do this. It should be fine. Ag. So how does this work? I want to kick him this way. Whoa, that went far. Is that always how far it went? I guess so. Yeah, I liked Frozen Sigil. Had to let people... Oh, yeah, that's true. Some of us had... Like, VG has a cosmetic for the sigil. The team, I think. I think I have that sigil. Underlord. Reworked Scepter. Level 10 talent. Changed from 12 magic resist to 2 firestorm wave count. Okay. That could be... Well, you kind of liked being tanky, but this gives you more damage. I guess it could be fine. Dark Rift now can be cast on allied heroes. Could it not before? Reduce cast delay by 1 second and cooldown by 50 seconds. Aghanim's Shard. Firestorm can now be self-targeted. When used that way, the Firestorm follows you around. Also causes Firestorm to heal you for 15% of the damage values. Reduces cast point by half. That seems really good. Okay, so now I think you would take this Firestorm wave count and then you self-cast, you're healing up, you're chasing enemies, you buy some magic resist, and you get extra effective HP from the heal. This seems really good. And swap heroes from inside demo. The main issue is, like, if I leave this screen that I'm on right now, then when I click back, it, like, keeps putting me back up next to, like, Lena a bit. It's, like, not a very big issue. It's just kind of like this minor inconvenience. Nerfs for Undying. Here we are. Decay mana cost increased 70, 85, 100, 115 to 85, 95. So by level 4, it's the same, but you left Decay at level 1 most of the time, and it now costs 15 mana more. That does hurt. Before, a mango, I mean, not quite, but it was like sort of close to like 2 casts of Decay, and now you're like, you're definitely not getting 2. Soul Rip damage heal per unit reduced from 22, 29. Where's our maths emote? I'll work on that later. Looks like it's down by 3 for every 1. Doesn't sound like a lot, but then you had to factor in that it picked out, like, I think 9 targets at 8 targets level 1 and like 12 targets or 11 I think 11 targets at a max level. So this does hurt Soul Rip a bit. It was really too good though, guys. Like, let's be real. It was too good. It had to go a bit. A level 10 talent changed from 5 health regen to 40 decay duration. That could actually help supports a bit. Level 15 talent changed from the decay duration to 10 soul rip heal. Oh, thank God it's going to be easy math too. It's 40 at max level and then 50 with the talent. Thank God. Level 20 talent changed from 4 tombstone attacks to destroy to minus 1.5 decay cooldown. And then the level 25 changed from the 2 decay cooldown to 6 tombstone attacks. The shard increases decay radius by 100 and spawns a zombie around each hero target. How long do these last? Wow, this is a big AoE now. Okay, we gotta test this. It's true. Alright, so how long do these zombies last?
Axe in hand.
Where's the zombie? Oh, I guess you have to have tombstone leveled up. That, and I guess they just last as long as the tombstone zombies do. Lasted a decent amount of time. Oh, I could have just clicked it to see. I forgot. Looks like it's about 15 seconds. Is it just one hit to kill? Yeah. But still, that's not too bad. Is it worth buying the shard for, though, as a support? Slows them. Causes a little bit of damage. Ruins their blinks. Doesn't seem worth 1,400 gold. Maybe if you're like core decay, core undying, it might be a little better. But yeah. However, this 10 plus 10 soul rip talent seems pretty good, guys. Puts you at 50, so you get a 550 heal soul rip. What was it before? It was 43 times 11, which, why did they do that, right? That math is hard. I can't do that. But that's definitely less than 50 times 11. So, yeah. Yeah, the nerf doesn't seem too bad. And in fact, with that talent, yeah, maybe the tombstone talent's still better. I don't know. 10's a lot too. Oh, it's kind of tough. Because it's just damage from that one. I guess it depends what you need. If you just need to like heal up your main core, like you have a troll warlord, and you just need to keep him alive, then maybe the heal talent's better and you just keep spamming it on him. But maybe if, you know, maybe if it's like not that case, then like, yeah, the tombstone talent might still be better. Ursa, overpower cooldown reduced. 3 seconds level 1, but it's the same by the end. Mana cost reduced by 10. That's pretty nice for him. Earth shock slow. Ooh, another 6% at level 1. All right, we might see a bit more Ursa. There's some like good aggressive potential with that slow. 15 talent increased from 300 health to 350. Aghanim Shard. Every 6th Fury swipe on a single target causes Ursa to get enraged for 1 second. Wasn't this also in like Aghanim's Labyrinth? That's pretty good because with overpower, you're pretty much going to hit the Dispel. Yeah, we're going to have to... Let's go look. Where is Ursa?
Fuzzy wuzzy.
Yeah, so Overpower at max level gives you 6 attacks. It's going to cost you less mana too. And you're going to Enrage, which means you'll get a... I guess the strong Dispel doesn't matter, because if you were stunned, you're not getting the 6th auto attack anyways. But at least it's a Dispel, so like silences, slows, all of that you'll remove. And then, you know, of course, you have the damage reduction and status resistance. So if they stun you in that time, you know, if they get a bit unlucky and they throw out a stun and it hits you as you land your 6th attack, you're now saved a lot. That seems like a pretty good shard. Was that everything on the hero? I think so. That doesn't seem too bad. I don't know if you would buy it right away. I think you still have to go for like the bashers, the damage, and all of that. But then as you get to like that mid to late game area, you might pick this up, I think. I could see it. Don't nerf Venge, you nerf the other 3. Uh-oh, let's see. Venge. So, base intelligence increased by 2. Okay. Magic missile cast range increased. Okay. 550 to 650 at max, so an extra 100. All around buffed. Projectile speed also a lot faster. About a 50% increase. Actually a 50% increase. Okay. Venge Aura no longer increases attack range or primary attribute. Venge Aura no longer has the illusion death mechanic. Venge Aura now increases base attack damage by 8, 16, 24, 32%. So pretty much we're back to what it used to be again. Luna and Venge just like kept swapping their passives together. So we're back to what this used to be. This is good with... We saw several heroes. Sniper and Luna are the ones I remember, but I feel like there was a third one. So that is good for them because they will now like working with Venge a little more. Scepter rework. Upon death, creates a strong illusion of you that can cast all your spells and deals 100% damage and takes 100% damage. Illusion has 30% move speed bonus. If the illusion is alive when you respawn, you will take its place. Oh, that is pretty cool. I guess it is an Aghanim's. XP earned by your illusion is given to your hero. Might see some core Venge with that. Because that means you could, like, die for a kill. And then it's fine. Your hero still does everything as an illusion. You can farm up, and then you don't even have to TP out of base when you respawn. You just, like, boom, you're right back in, like, in the fight. Or, like, farming or something. I mean, I guess it is pretty expensive to get to that point. Nether Swap no longer has charges. Nether Swap cooldown reduced from 90, 80, 70 to 60, 45, 30. Nether Swap cast range increased. It was pretty short. Looks like it's 100. Yeah, 100 at every level. Okay, not bad. Level 20 talent changed from plus 100 Venge Aura to plus 125 cast range. As a 20 talent, that does not seem... Some people have higher cast range talents at like 10, I think. Or at least level 15. Level 25 talent changed from Venge Aura illusion cast spells to 16 Venge Aura base damage. I think it had this before. This means you have 48% increased damage. You're pretty much half a double damage rune. Shard, Wave of Terror, now steals 25% of enemy hero base damage and grants it to you. I think you're going to see some core Venge with this. You don't quit. Happy you're staying around. Yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. This shard is not great for support Venge. But for core Venge, this is cool. The better stun slightly more mana is good for her. And this is how the passive worked originally, and she was still, you know, she was good with like Drow, Lunas. It's like the same deal. They're still gonna be good together. You're still like this aura hero. Or not necessarily aura, but at least amplifying your core with the passive, with like medallion, drums, Vlads, those sort of things. But this scepter change and this wave of terror, or this shard change, might introduce core venge back into the game. Yeah, that could be fun. Venomancer. I like Venomancer. What do you got? Venomous Gale, initial damage, increased by 25 at each level. Cool. Level 15 talent changed from Gale impact summons 2 wards to 100 attack range. And then the Shard is the talent. The original talent. It spawns 2 Plague Wards, but increases travel distance by 400. I guess that's kind of cool. I guess this means you don't have to take attack range, right? I think it's 12% poison sting slow.
Concentrated venom.
Oops, what am I looking at? Oh, 10% poison sting slow. Yeah, so level 1 talent could go either way. You buy the shard and you take the slow now. Maybe that's not too bad. What would the attack range be good for? If you're playing core Veno, maybe? Possibly. But now you gotta buy it. It's kind of expensive. 1,400. I guess it's okay. See, where are you? We're almost at the end of Heroes. We're at V's. Venge literally never dies with the scepter. Yeah. Okay. Viper. Nether Toxin mana cost. Okay, nerfed in the first 2 levels, but buffed in the later 2 levels. And it was pretty common to max out Nether Toxin, so I would say this is probably a buff overall. Level 25 talent change from Nether Toxin Silence. Ooh, that's too bad. I felt like the Silence talent was so good. It was so strong. And in fact, it was probably a little too strong, and so they've changed it to Nether Toxin cooldown. Minus 11 seconds is a lot too, though. That's a big area you can keep applying breaks to and stuff. Poison attacks now also lower armor by 1.5 per stack. Increases max stacks by 2. So that's what? 7 stacks now? Which means you get even more poison damage and my brain is dead at this point, guys. I can't do the math. I'm like sitting here trying to do 7 times 1.5, and it's 10.5? 10.5, right? My brain's dead. How long's this stream? We're almost at 6 hours. This seems not too bad. If you have a minus armor strat, say like a Vengeful Spirit on your team, or like Dazzle and all that, I could see this being good. And even if you don't, I mean, it's not too bad. You're hitting them, so like the armor, sure. But then you're just getting 2 extra stacks of poison damage. And the way it stacks is like really powerful that way. So yeah, could be good. We might see this picked up a couple times. Visage. Attack projectile speed increased from 1,000 to 1,400. It's getting fast. Summon familiars base attack time increased from 0.4 to 0.5. That's a nerf. But their damage is being increased by about 25%, it looks like. Scepter rework. Grants you the ability Silent as the Grave. Pretty cool name. Turns you and familiars invisible and plus 20% move speed, as well as upgrading your movement type to flying. Excuse me. When you or your familiars exit invisibility, you deal 30% bonus damage for 4 seconds, last 35 seconds, cooldown 45. What? You're gonna just give this guy flying flying vision to hunt down supports and kill them. I guess it's a scepter. Oh man, that's gonna be miserable as a support player against a good visage. Dong, dong, you're dead. The familiar's just chain stun you out of like flying, and then he's there. Like, what the heck? Oh my goodness. At least it's pretty expensive, and I don't think it's quite what he wants to buy. He wants to buy other things that did I not say visage was gonna be dope? You did. You did. Fortunately, I don't think it's something he'll buy too quickly. I think he'll still want like solar crests, he'll want like aura things, but then later he might pick it up. And honestly, this might help him. He historically has fallen off in the late game, and this might give him some like pick off potential and like escape potential and stuff. Like, instead of building a Shadow Blade, he builds Scepter. And it's way better than a Shadow Blade. Slightly more cooldown and stuff, but fly. Gravekeeper's Cloak. Ability Shard. Allows you to cast Gravekeeper's Cloak to turn into stone form. Oh, you're now a familiar. Restore 25% of your HP, 60-second cooldown. Is that worth it? Couldn't you just buy, like, a salve? Where like cheaper. $300 mana, 60 seconds. I don't know. That's I don't know if that's good. Void Spirit. Level 20 talent reduced from negative 5.5 Astral Step recharge time to just negative 5. Okay. Aghanims. Adds a partial outer ring to dissimulate. Increases damage by 125. Oh man, this is really mobile. This seems good. I could see Void Spirits buying this really quickly. This makes his mobility pretty nutty. Like before, with the original Hexagon, you can see in here, it's like, okay, where's he gonna pop up? You stand like somewhere in the middle, and he like tries to escape this way or this way, and it's like not too bad. But now you're like, if you're trying to cover the whole area, it's huge. And you like try to walk this way, he like teleports off screen up here. This just makes a mobile hero like even more mobile, which I think he'll really like. Does it stun? Which one? The visage? You know what? It doesn't say that it stuns, but turns out it does based on this video here. It stuns. Alright, so get this. You're a support. You're in the jungle. You're just trying to ward a little bit. And then suddenly, this giant stone bird falls out of the sky and stuns you. And these two little birds are hitting you. And then you hear a dong, dong as the other two birds fall down and stun you. And then the big bird gets up and he hits you and then blasts you with his W and you're dead. And then he does it again in 45 seconds. And he's flying too. Sounds terrible. Thank God there aren't that many Visage players in the world. Warlock, level 20 talent, 300 Shadow Word AoE to plus 500 AoE. That is quite a lot. The Shard, Shadow Word now provides plus 20 or minus 20 move speed on allies or enemies. Okay. That's kind of cool. Especially if you take like the AoE talent. It lasts for so long. It's like just straight up 20% move speed for your whole team for the whole duration. Or like negative 20 to the enemy. Imagine being the enemy, negative 20 move speed in the channeled slow. You're like not moving at all. still get Golem, right? Oh, is that the other level 20 talent? Oh. Yeah. Thanks for staying, Kyrie. We're almost through the heroes. Weaver. Golem on death. Yeah. That one might be better. Maybe if your team's doing really well, you don't need it. Maybe. It's kind of good, but maybe not good enough. Weaver. Only has a shard. Causes the swarm to latch onto and reveal invisible units. Okay. Causes Geminate attack to also launch an extra attack onto other enemies within 1200 of the attack target that have beetles attached to them. Reduces the swarm cooldown by 4 seconds. This is a mouthful. Alright. So pretty much when you have people affected by beetles and you use Geminate attack, you're going to hit the people with beetles. Gives Weaver some like AoE damage. Okay, kind of cool. I could see that. Maybe not early purchase, but later on a bit. Windrun Scepter movement speed reduced from 45% to 40. Okay, fair enough. Power shot. What? What is this? Power shot. This is definitely a Sir Action Slacks reference right here. Power shot now becomes global, but after reaching its default range, it only affects heroes. Max 1 hero. Impacted heroes will be killed if they are under 13% health after taking the impact damage. Kill threshold scales based on power shot channel duration. This is some meme stuff right here. Oh, we are going to see montages of people cross-map sniping people. This is like the new Sunstrike. This is like, where is the guy? And you like shoot this across the map and kill him. You like buyback snipe him or something. This is wild. Wind Ranger Bloodseeker. Yeah, there you go. Or like Zeus as well. Oh, this is pretty funny. I kind of like this. It's kind of silly, but it might be too silly to be serious. Oh, but you know what? It probably also gives you vision, doesn't it? That might be worth it. Just having this, like... Wait, do you only get vision at the end point? I think you get vision the whole time. Or is it only the end? Oh, it might only be the end. If it's only the end, it may not be as good. But if it gives you vision along its route, that might be really solid. We'll check that. It's vision the whole time? Okay, that could be pretty good. That could be like... This could be like a scouting item then. Okay, Winter Wyvern. Base damage up by 2. Okay. Cold Embrace. Heal per second increased. Oh, by 10. Almost. 10 at level 1 and 7 by the end. That's still a decent chunk. Arctic Burn, Scepter mana cost, down by 10. Okay. Not many people are buying Ags because it tears through your mana. And it's also not that useful for a support. Scepter upgrade also increases your move speed by 25%. Sure, I guess. Level 25 talent increased from 1.2 Winter's Curse to 1.5. Shard. When Cold Embrace ends, a Splinter Blast goes off at the location, hitting enemies within 1200 cast range. Sure. I don't know if that's worth... As a support, I don't think that's really that worth it. But it's kind of interesting. Voodoo Switcheroo. Witch Doctor Shard. Turns you into a Death Ward for 2 seconds. Death Ward has negative 30 attack speed. You are hidden invulnerable during this time. Cooldown 70. Mana cost 250. What the heck is this? Is this affected by the Ags? Can you... I have to check this. Where's Witch Doctor?
Someone called the doctor?
What? Oh, I don't have it. Okay, and then let's
Axe.
Oh my gosh.
Which doctor are you expecting?
That is some memey stuff. But it's so memey, it just might work. You could use it as a survivability. You could dodge like certain stuns with it. Turn a fight for those 2 seconds. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it is a lot of gold to get both an Ags and the Shard. May not be worth it. Pretty funny though, especially in the late games. Ooh, I didn't check. I doubt you could. Oh, you know what? We still can check. Let's try this. Oh, yeah, all your items disappear, so you can't use anything like that.
For my graveside mana.
Reworked Mortal Strike. It is now a passive ability, critical strike ability. Is the one button king back? Cooldown 4 seconds. Reworked Vampiric Aura, now called Vampiric Spirit. Provides you with 10, 18, 26, 34% lifesteal. Can be activated to summon skeletons. Same numbers as when it was on Mortal Strike. Skeletons also have the Vampiric Spirit ability. Okay, so they just moved the skeletons over to Aura. Because before it was too easy to just max Mortal Strike and get damage and the skeletons. Now you have to... You can choose the like sustain and faster farm, but you're going to have less personal damage. The cooldown on the crit, though, means you can only crit every 4 seconds? That doesn't seem that great. Scepter upgrade now buffs Wraith units with plus 75 attack speed and 25 move speed. Interesting, so maybe you can get a kill right at the end. Level 20 talent. Level 20 talent changed from no reincarnation mana cost to plus 30 move speed. That does not seem good. Oh, it's the Shard now. Level 25 talent changed from plus 20 Vampiric Aura to minus 2 second Mortal Strike cooldown. Guaranteed crit every 2 seconds, but at 25. The Shard is now no mana cost. And you spawn 3 skeletons to attack each nearby enemy hero when reincarnation is triggered. Each hero? Why don't we only put 1 hero in here so we can't?
By my bones will taste my venom.
Let's see.
A kingdom of bone follow. I see all.
Get over here, you guys. Okay, this might be okay then. Because before you had to like wait till you were level 20 to be able to compete with like PL or Anti-Mage. But now you can just buy the Shard at 20 minutes. And that's not too bad. How does this work? Oh, I still have to like develop charges. Okay. Oh, so many skeletons. That's pretty funny. I wonder if it works on like illusions. I'll check that later though.
Ready for your
Get this
dose?
over with quickly. I've got nations to kill.
Come on now. Why isn't this working? I like touched this and now it like doesn't want to work with the scroll bar anywhere. What's happening? All right. Zeus, last hero. Thunder God's Wrath mana cost increased by 50. Okay. Cooldown increased by 10 seconds at level 1, but by level 3 you're back to 120. Level 10 talent reduced from 1.5 mana regen to 1.25. Level 20 talent changed from 12% cooldown reduction to plus 100 Thunder God's Wrath damage. Level 25 talent reduced from 115 Arc Lightning to 100. Shard static field can be cast to perform a heavenly jump, shocking the closest visible enemy, hero priority, within 2,000 range, dealing static field damage to them and reducing their move speed by 100 for 2.5 seconds. If you were moving forward, you will jump towards that direction 450 distance. Cooldown 14, mana cost 10. Yeah, this is another Mario reference. I legitimately think, though, this might be really good. Okay, it's a little annoying to use because, like, you have to be moving for this to work. But you can now use it, like, this is actually so good. I actually think this is so worth it for Zeus. First off, it's more damage. Secondly, Zeus suffers as an immobile hero. And, like, he gets killed when people jump on him. But now someone jumps on him and he's like, haha, yeet, away. 14 seconds. And, like, it's still damage. Look how far this is. This is crazy. You're now, like, a mobile hero. This is good, I think. This is actually good. Crazy. Have to be moving is a little annoying, but I'm sure players will get around it. All right, guys, 6 hours to complete all the heroes. Now we got some items. Fluffy hat! That's so cute. Costs 250 gold, grants 125 health. Okay, let's just read through them all. Let's not worry too much about theory crafting yet. Falcon Blade. Requires a fluffy hat, a sage's mask, blades of attack, and a recipe. Grants 150 health, 1.6 mana regen, and 10 damage. Orb of Corrosion. Blightstone, Orb of Venom, and a fluffy hat. We're making use... Those used to be... Well, Orb of Venom was a dead-end item. But now we're getting something. Plus 150 health, a bit of slow, a bit of magic DPS, a bit of armor reduction, 3 seconds. Interesting. I don't know. That doesn't seem that good to me right now. Unless the other items got cheaper. But maybe. Witch's Blade. Or Witch Blade. Blitz Knuckles, Chainmail, Robe of the Magi, and a 600 gold recipe. 35 attack speed, 12 int, 6 armor, 300 projectile speed. Has a 9-second passive cooldown that procs on attacks, applying a curse for 3 seconds that slows by 25%, and deals your int as damage every second. Okay. So this is going to be really good on, like, OD, Lena, Void Spirit, Puck. Yeah. Storm Spirit. Does Storm Spirit want this? He likes the armor and attack speed. It's probably not a Storm Spirit item. Maybe, yeah. Nice orb item for Treant. Could be, actually. It just provides some, like, extra value to, like, people who used to start with an Orb of Venom. My issue is that, like, because these are, like, this is, like, a 900 gold item. And I'm looking at this, and it's like, is that worth it? I guess as another way to stack armor, it's not too bad. And you apply a slow. It makes you a bit tankier. It's definitely going to be an early aggression kind of item. Someone like Tusk, maybe Treant, maybe Spirit Breaker, Bounty Hunter. I could see them working this item. Wow, we got a lot of new items. Gleipnir. Gleipnir. I don't... Maelstrom. Holy crap, this is a late game item. Maelstrom, Rod of Atos, and a 700 gold recipe. 30 damage, 20 intelligence, 12 strength, 12 agility. Passive is 160 damage, chain lightning proc. And the active, target a 450 AoE area, releasing a lightning strike onto each enemy unit, ensnaring them for 2 seconds, and dealing chain lightning damage proc for 220. Cast range 1100. Is there a... We'll test all the items at once, so we'll read through them all first. Mage Slayer. Cloak, Blade of Alacrity, Claymore, 600 gold. 20 magic resistance, 20 agility, 20 damage, causing your attacks to place a minus 35% spell amp debuff. Oh, truly, this is the mage killer. This is for pretty much agility heroes that were scared of getting like burst or like killed by certain heroes that would jump them. So like a drow getting jumped by like Storm or Quap or Void Spirit. Puck. Now you have magic resistance. You're still getting damage and agility. And then you reduce the person jumping you by a ton. Leshrac, another possibly good example. Grand Gringo, thanks for stopping by. 5 a.m. over there. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thanks for joining in. And yeah, the rest will go on YouTube. We're all, God, who knows? It could be another hour or two. We'll see. Eternal Shroud requires Hood of Defiance, Voodoo Mask, and 1100 gold recipe. Grants 8.5 HP regen, 20% hero spell lifesteal, and 4% creep lifesteal. Can be activated to create a shield that absorbs up to 400 magical damage and convert it to mana. That's cool. Last 12 seconds. Cooldown 60, mana cost 50. So net gain of 350 mana. Previously, people... Wait, where's the magic resist? It may not be written in here. It uses a Hood of Defiance. I'm assuming it keeps the magic resist. Because what I was about to say is that some cores buy magic or buy the Hood of Defiance, but they don't plan on building the pipe. So Eternal Shroud is a cool way to let Hood of Defiance be turned into a... not quite an aggressive item, but it's now like an advanced defensive item that Hood can evolve into. So that's pretty cool. Give some good counterplay to magic damage lineups. Or a magic damage hero against other magic damage lineups. Helm of the Dominator. This isn't a new item? Helm of the Dominator can now be upgraded to level 2. Still called Helm of the Dominator, but cooler looking. By buying Ultimate Orb and a 1600 recipe. Allows converting Ancients. Minimum health increase to 1800. Increases stat, armor, HP, regen bonuses from 666 to 28 and 8. That's kind of cool, because right now Ancients are fairly unused. Like, you just farm them, and that's that. But now you might be able to get some, like... all the Ancients have, like, some decent passive abilities and usefulness. Overwhelming Blink. Blink Dagger. A Reaver. These are a lot of late game items in here. And a 1750 gold recipe. These are some expensive recipes in these past couple. Grants you 25 strength, and when you land at a destination, All enemies in an 800 AoE have 50% move speed slow and 50 attack slow for 6 seconds and take damage equal to 200 plus 100% of your strength. This is pretty cool for a lot of initiators because many happen to be strength, and Blink was sort of a... So the reason I think this is good on, particularly meant for strength heroes, agility heroes just scale crazy well with agility, but strength does not scale as well. And many strength heroes had to buy blink daggers because many strength heroes are melee. And a blink dagger, like Sven suffered this issue, which is now solved by Ag, so maybe he wasn't the best example. But anyone who had to get a blink dagger had an issue where they needed the blink dagger to gap close, but then it filled up a slot without any stats. And now this gives them a way to do more damage, initiate with like a slow, attack slow, have stats in it. It's really cool. All right, just kidding. Looks like we're getting one for all of them. I thought it was just going to be strength. Okay. Agility. Okay, so it's just all the final tier items. Eagle Song, whatever, grants you 25 agility. The destination, you gain 30% phased move speed and 40 damage and 40 attack speed. That's a lot. That's scary. This might encourage some agility heroes who they wanted Blink, but then it's like, again, same issue. It's like, oh, this doesn't have any stats. Juggernaut comes to mind. Now this is pretty good. Arcane, same deal. Land at the destination, gain minus 50% cast point. Cast your spells faster. And 25% ability cooldown reduction for 6 seconds. What? That seems good. Enigma, Blink initiates with this. 25% cooldown reduction on his ult every time. Sand King, yeah, Sand King is here. He's ready. Ooh, what does Sand King get? Does he get this one or this one? Both kind of good for him. I feel like the lower cooldown reduction, more stuns and stuff. Ah, but he's a strength hero, right? I don't know. Wind Waker. Do you think Nintendo's going to sue them? Yule's Mystic Staff and another extremely expensive gold recipe grants 50 move speed, 6 mana regen, 35 intelligence. Extends the Cyclone functionality to allow casting on allies. It's here. When cast on yourself, you can move the tornado. Speed of 360. Does the tornado do damage? Does this mean you can now, like, go up high grounds and stuff? I bet it does. Oh, this is sick. These are a lot of late game items. I'm wondering if we're going to see a change that pushes the game further or increases gold income. This game is nuts. Yeah, these are some wild effects. Okay, Aether Lens, mana reduced from 450 to 300, kind of a lot. Soul Booster no longer grants 10% magic resist, probably pushing it to that other item we saw earlier, who I forget the name of. Octarine is cheaper now, doesn't have the magic resist. Oh, now requires Aether Lens instead of Voodoo Mask and doesn't provide spell lifesteal. That's kind of cool. This gives some late game viability to Aether Lens. God, guys, it's gonna be a while till I can do another itemization video. It's gonna have to like experience all these new like late game features of it. All right, Bloodstone no longer has 10% magic resistance. No longer, now also uses Voodoo Mask. Has the 15% spell lifesteal. Okay. Makes it more of a... I feel like this makes it more of an aggressive item. It's like... This is the risk of Bloodstone. You shouldn't get an item that allows you to play aggressive and protects you. And that's why I'm glad it's removing magic resist. Like spell lifesteal, you have to play aggressive to get that benefit. And because you have to play aggressive, it's also a risk. If you get killed, you lose Bloodstone charges. So I like this change. It's like you don't get the best of both worlds. You don't get a ton of mana to play aggressively and magic resist to protect yourself. You have to like full commit, be aggressive, and you have to risk it to do so. Echo Saber, an extra mana regen. That's a lot. Silver Edge now requires Oblivion Staff instead of Echo Saber. Echo Saber can be disassembled. Bonuses change from plus 45 attack speed, blah, 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 to plus 45 attack speed, 40 damage, 10 intelligence, 3 mana regen. So it's got more mana regen, remove the strength from it. Recipe cost increased from 600 to 1100. Total cost is 500 cheaper. Cooldown reduced from 22 to 18. So the reason they did this is because many people didn't benefit. Like, ranged heroes do not want Echo Saber. And so it made Silver Edge very good for melee heroes, but not for many others. By making it an Oblivion Staff, they bring it back to the fact that many heroes can enjoy a Ghost Scepter, and many heroes will be happy to take some attack speed damage and a bit more mana, mana pool, and mana regen. So it like opens it up more to all the heroes and not just strength heroes. But it's still, you still have a benefit as a strength hero. If you go Echo Saber, you could disassemble it for the Silver Edge, and then you have the Ogre Staff to, or the Ogre Club to then build into like a BKB or something. So that's pretty cool. Ring of Tarrasque, removed. Oh no, we are removing things. Heart of Tarrasque no longer uses Ring of Tarrasque. Recipe cost increased from 650 to 900. Bonus health reduced from 400 to 250. Bonus strength, another 5. HP regen, 1% to 1.6%. No longer has out of combat regen. But that's fine, because you're getting more regen here. Okay. Holy Locket, is this going to be useful? Now automatically gains a charge every 15 seconds. It is. Okay, that's pretty good. I can see that working. Requires a fluffy hat and a headdress instead of a Ring of Tarrasque. Recipe cost reduced by 25 gold. Now provides 3 HP regen aura instead of a personal 4.5. Guys, Holy Locket might be good now. Or at least viable. This is it. It's happening. Okay. Satanic. No longer has an 800 gold recipe. No longer provides status resistance. Thank God. Damage increased by 20. Unholy rage duration increased by 1. Honestly, I'm fine with that. Status resistance stacking was a huge pain. I hated that. Sange and its upgrade status resistance don't stack with each other. Okay. I don't think... Were people buying multiple Sange upgrades anyways? I guess some were. Recipe cost reduced by 200. Regen amp reduced. Status resistance reduced. Kaya and Sange status resistance up. Same with this one. Scotty nerfed a little bit. That's fair. The active... Or not the active, but the passive effects are pretty good. Drum of Endurance. More charges, up to 8. Now requires Windlace, Robe of Magi, Belt of Strength, and 550 gold recipe. Oh, so this buildup is like, not so... Well, I don't think it's as good. Now provides 6 strength, 6 intelligence, and then the swiftness aura. Boots of Travel. Upon equipping, automatically sells TB scrolls that you have and grants you 1 charge. This also applies to Meepo clones. Okay, this is like a quality of life thing. Not really a huge deal. Damage reduced from 15 to 10. Okay, Mask of Madness was a little popular. Abyssal Blade. Overwhelm active now also triggers the bash passive cooldown. Oh, so you can't active into immediately chain bashing people. That's fair. That's fine. Actually, this might even be better because you actually didn't need to bash. You know, if you active and then you bash right away, that's kind of a waste. So this is actually probably good for the item. Blade Mail nerfed with a recipe cost increase. It's too good. Glimmer Cape now requires 450 gold recipe instead of Gloves of Haste. Nerf to the item. I mean, it's kind of fine because many supports don't really need attack speed. But it also just made the item straight up worse. I don't know if it was really an issue. So, interesting. Necronomicon. Cooldown reduced from 90 to 80. Archer Warrior now has movement speed aura. Okay. Zoo meta is coming in. Javelin proc chance up 5%. 10 less damage. Hey, Alex, what's up? And everyone else, welcome. Welcome. We're almost through the patch. It's going to be on the channel. We're at 6.5 hours right now. Demon Edge. Damage down by 2. Okay, that's fine. MKB. This was the broken item. Let's see. So 2 less damage. Slightly more gold cost on the recipe. Proc damage greatly reduced by 30. Magic damage procs on attacks no longer work with lifesteal. This is a general change. Okay, that's fine. Huh. Yeah, this damage is fairly significant. It's kind of not as big of a change as I was expecting, but honestly, that's fine because it's not like you want the item to be like totally destroyed. So removing a decent chunk of damage, but this damage still pierces BKB. You still get it for the miss chance. The damage isn't too much reduced. The cost isn't that much higher. So it seems all right still. But hopefully it won't be like everyone building MKB. It's not like the item everyone gets. Maelstrom, higher proc chance. Okay, this is a buff to Maelstrom. Maybe to persuade you away from the MKB. Mjolnir as well. Desolator, slight damage reduction. Slight damage reduction in Divine Rapier. Armlet, a little stronger and a little less painful to use. This item fell off a lot recently, so it makes sense. Makes sense to receive a small buff. Maybe some strength heroes will start building this instead of like rushing MKBs. They'll actually build some strength items. Hood of Defiance. Magic resistance reduced to 20%, but you still got the active. Don't need the recipe. Okay. I think that might be preferable to a lot of people, not to have to get the recipe, and 5% is not a huge deal. Pipe of Insight. Oh. Cost has gone up. Pipe is so expensive now. In the past, I've talked about when supports can buy Pipe of Insight. I really don't want to buy this item. This recipe cost is so much. Yo, Alex. Alex with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, you guys. Let me press thank. Oh, I don't know how it works. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Vlad's. Oh, the buckler. The armor's back. It's an armor item again. Oh, this is good. Vlad's felt really awkward as a support because I missed having the armor associated with it. It's kind of nice that it's back. They didn't say anything about removing the recipe, so this might just be a fairly expensive item now. But I'm kind of okay with that. It felt really awkward when you needed armor. You wanted an aura armor item, but you didn't want to buy mech. Because then the only other option is the buckler. Or like an AC. But you want like multiple things along your way before you like commit to a full AC. And it felt weird to just have like a buckler for 2 armor. And like, this is my slot. It's a buckler. So now having it in the Vlads again is really nice. Mechanism now requires chainmail instead of buckler. Okay, so they removed the armor aura from the mech. Slightly less mana cost. That's nice. Cheaper recipe. This might be a little more accessible now. Might see a few more mech pickups. It's a little easier to do. Guardian Greaves now requires a buckler. Does that mean it also provides the armor aura that the mech lost? So now you still can get a mech and a buckler, and then you turn into Guardian Greaves. That could be cool. Quelling Blade, melee damage reduced from 15 to 13. Doesn't affect me. Support Quelling Blade. All good. Orb of Venom, cheaper. Okay. Slow, slightly reduced, but it can now build into that other item, so this seems alright. Ring of Regen, nerfed a little bit. This was getting kind of popular for some cores to start with like 1 or 2 of these. And Ice Frog didn't like that. Sage's Mask. Ooh, a buff to Sage's Mask. 0.1 more mana regen. Guys, do you remember there was a time when this gave 1 mana regen? It's crazy. Mangoes, nerfed a bit. With a nerf to Mangoes, Sage's Mask, buff. Maybe we'll see a few more. All these subs, he better... Okay, I'll make the math emote, I swear. I have to do like... I don't know how to do timestamps for this video. I don't know if I can do a timestamp for every hero. It would take so long. But maybe I will. Voodoo Mask, much cheaper. Spell lifesteal reduced to match. Okay. Medallion, mana regen, better. Duration and cooldown increased from 7 seconds to 12. Okay, so now it's a little... You can't just like, okay, we kill this guy, we kill this guy, we kill this guy. You have to be a little more careful with how you use it. And honestly, this kind of pushes it to be a bit more defensive. Like, you cast it on your carry, and they are always going to have it in their fight. Whereas, like, oh, you killed the guy you used it on, and now it's just not affecting anyone. But, I mean, if you still want it to be aggressive, you still want it. So, but you just can't, like, power through different targets constantly getting the benefits. Solar Crest, same effect. And this one is a bit better. I think Medallion you can still use aggressively completely fine. But Solar Crest, I might start leaning towards using it just on... or not only, but like more likely to use it defensively on my own cores rather than against enemy cores. Mana regen increased from 1.5 to 1.75. Okay, not a big deal. You still need Spirit Vessel when you need it. Ooh, the Yules. That's a big reduction, 1.5. I guess there were some other... We did see some other late game items, right? So maybe that's the idea, that Yules is now... well, it's just not so good. You're going to need to buy more clarities and maybe work your way to later game items. Vanguard can now be disassembled. Active damage block up to 60-70. Interesting. Okay, I was checking out Crimson Guard to see if there was a reason Vanguard can be disassembled. This means that you could build a Vanguard for the lane and then just change your mind. You can disassemble it and use it for other things. That could be just the play. It's like really good in the lane, but then eventually you need to replace it, and if you're not getting a Crimson Guard and you're not getting an Abyssal, then it became kind of awkward. But being able to disassemble it means we can see more creative uses with it. Radiance doesn't affect... Oh, no longer ignores Ancient creeps. Okay. You're going to farm Ancients slightly faster if you have Radiance. And you're also going to aggro them a little bit more if you're not careful. Refresher Orb reduced its insane mana cost by 75. That's actually quite significant. Some heroes didn't have the mana. In fact, many heroes don't have the mana to like use their combo, refresh, and then use it again. So reducing the mana makes it a little more accessible. And same with its cooldown. It doesn't become this like buy Refresher Orb to use in this one fight. Maybe you'll see some earlier Refresher Orbs and you use it a couple times throughout the game. Yeah, Tide couldn't do it. Hey, thanks for the follow. Space Design 27. Thanks. Dagon. Now require Staff of Wizardry Crown. We're back to the old Dagon recipe. Okay. Slightly higher intelligence granting and then slightly lower strength. Okay, this is literally what it used to be. We're back. Well, actually, it used to be a null talisman instead of a crown, but still back to the original one, not the newfangled stuff. Claymore, damage down by 1, 50 cold less. Okay. It's a very minor change. Projectile speed increased. Okay, harder to dodge. Recipe cost reduced. Okay, might see a few more Shivas. Okay, so this goes with those late game items we saw. It's going to be a little cheaper to buy these now. Thompson with his E-Blade Rush is going to be doing it a little faster. Neutral items. Oh, this means Meteor Hammer is still in the game. Wait. Is it, though? I didn't see... How come when we were here... and I tried to do this... Oh, I'm dumb because I needed to... Okay, guys. Meteor Hammer wasn't changed at all. Woo! I got worried. All right, neutral items. Some new ones. This is pretty fun. So we got a Fairy's Trinket. 100 health, 5 spell amp. Reduces mana cost, by 5. All right, Spellcaster's item. Pretty straightforward. And some health, too, which is really nice. This is a... You're probably going to see most mids ask for this. The health helps them to tank up while they're only building, like, regen and mana pool, and they remain quite squishy, so they're going to like this a lot. Chipped Vest grants 3.5 HP regen and passively returns 26 damage to hero attackers and 13 to creeps. This is like a mini blade mail. This is going to be a good farming item, I feel like. Heroes like Spectre, she was using blade mail as a farming item. That's pretty much what this was. And so now this is like a mini version of that. It's kind of cool. Possessed Mask. 7 primary attribute, 7 lifesteal. Whoa. There's now a lifesteal item in tier 1. Mask of Madness also got nerfed. So you might see people getting Possessed Mask and not like a Morbid Mask and stuff. Ah, goodbye Mango Tree. Goodbye Poor Man's Shield. Iron Talon. As a support, didn't really ever use Poor Man's Shield. At least the supports I didn't play, I didn't care about. Mango Tree, I'm honestly quite sad about because I did use a lot of mangoes. It fits the heroes I play. Iron Talon killed again. But honestly, this was anytime there's an item that is pretty much 100% picked, you kind of have an issue. And almost every single core would take an Iron Talon if it was an option. Because it just sped up your farming so much. As a support, I will miss the fact that I can cut trees for free. But as the founder of the starting Quelling Blade build, all the more reason to buy a Quelling Blade to start. The term is very interesting, though. Cycled out. That makes me think that we may see something like Seasons, where it's like, oh, it's the summer season. Mango Trees and Iron Talons are back in. Take out some of these other things. So we may end up like cycling through some items in different patches, and that could be pretty cool. Yeah. Balance changes, Arcane Ring. Okay, this was also very popular with mid, so it's fair to nerf it a bit. Active cooldown. Ah, man, it was fun to like spam this out. All right. 15 probably probably fair. Tier 2. Quicksilver Amulet. Let's not spoil ourselves. Let's not show what's gone. Quicksilver Amulet plus 30% attack, animation, and projectile speed. That's interesting. Plus 5% move speed and 10 attack speed. So most heroes, on average, have 300 move speed. So that puts you. That gives you 15 move speed. If you buy boots, maybe a Yule's, let's say you're at 400, so that's 20 move speed. So it's honestly, it's okay in move speed. It's less than a Windlace, but then you also get attack speed. If any of your abilities are on cooldown, you gain an additional +5 move speed and 15 attack speed. Oh. That's kind of cool. So then going back to that, so if you have 300 move speed, anytime you use a spell, you're now at 330. And same with like 400. You're now at 440. 10% of 100. Easy math. This could be good for like farming in the jungle. Like as you run from camp to camp and you use a spell, you get some extra move speed and you like shoot, run through, you know? Bullwhip. 3 HP regen, 3 mana regen. Okay, just a nice regen item. Ooh, you can cast it on allies to grant them move speed for 5 seconds, or on an enemy to slow them. This is a support item. For tier 2, many cores do not need more HP regen, and they might like HP regen. Actually, I assume you can cast it on yourself, in which case this might still be a core item. But I also think cores might prefer other tier 2 items, and so as a support, you get HP regen and mana regen, which you really want, so you can stay on the map and keep being useful. And you can then cast it on your teammates, or cast it on yourself to help you like roam and ward and stuff. So I see this as a support item, and I think that would be cool. And this is more of a core item. I don't think most supports care about attack animation or projectile speed. Aw, Clumsy Net removed. Vampire Fangs. Vampire Fangs were a little too popular as well. Clumsy Net also. It was just too good. A tier 2 item that lets you cancel teleports solved a lot of issues for heroes like Viper and Bloodseeker, and it was free. The similar alternative was Atos, 3,000 gold, and you would just get it. So it was just a little too powerful in certain games. Balances, Imp Claw. We are reducing the cooldown, so it's a little better now. You're going to crit a bit more often. An Essence Ring heals a little less, and we change the color of this item. It's now blue. Tier 3, Elven Tunic. 26 attack speed, 16% evasion, 8... Okay, this is a carry item right here, if I've ever seen one. Cloak of Flames. That sounds cool. 5 armor, 10% magic resistance, and a passive immolation aura, dealing 45 damage. That's a lot. Per second in 400 AoE. Isn't there a League item that does this? I don't know if League took it from Dota originally, but Dota has not had an item like this in a while. This is a tank item. Tank item because it's got the armor and magic resist, obviously. But then you want to survive in fights so that you just burn people around you more. Someone like Skeleton King or any hero that gets kited a lot might like this because it's pretty much a mini Radiance. So if you survive a lot, you just you're still doing damage. Okay, Ceremonial Robe grants 350 mana. Enemies in a 1200 AoE have -10 status resistance and -10 magic resist. So this could be good on some spellcasting cores who really need mana, but I suspect this is more likely to go on supports again. Because you will provide the AoE aura to your mids, and then they can pick a different tier 3 item, such as this next one we can see. Plus, many supports just like having mana but can't really afford it, so that's useful. Psychic Headband. Grant plus 12% intelligence and 100 cast range. Activate to push the enemy 400 distance away from you. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so like this is way better for many int cores because they want more intelligence. And then the cast range is kind of cool, gives them more utility. And then a bit of kiting. But you can't use it for your own mobility. It's just to keep people away and kite from like a Sven or a PA chasing you. Repair kit. Okay, that's fair. Repair kit was just a little busted. Some people really needed to push a certain item timing and win at like the 30-minute mark. So happens you get a repair kit and you repel 3 pushes in a row and they completely miss their timing and lose. So it's just a little too good. Craggy Coat, also probably just a bit too good on certain heroes who didn't need attack speed but just love 12 armor. Greater Fairy Fire, I think just had decent amount of value too. Balancing changes. Telescope, move to tier 4. Okay. You know what? Fair, honestly. Telescope, really good. Quickening Charm, 1% less. If you want Quickening Charm, you'll still take it. If you don't want it, you won't. Tier 4, Penta-Edged Sword. Provides 45 damage, 80 melee attack range. So this is a melee item. And 20% chance to maim, reducing move speed by 20% and attack speed by 60. Okay. So pretty much any melee core would like this. I mean, I guess range cores could use it too, but obviously the fact that it boosts a melee attack range pushes it towards a melee core. Stormcrafter. It's going to be a magic item, I bet. 4 mana regen. Zaps an enemy within 700 range of you every 3 seconds, dealing 200 damage and slowing by 40% for 0.3 seconds. Can be activated to cyclone yourself for 0.75 seconds. Cooldown 25. Wait, so is this part passive? Can be active. Yeah, we'll test items in a little bit. We'll test them all at once. Sounds like you get this passively, which could speed up your farming, though at the fact that it's tier 4, you probably don't need to speed up your farming that much. Then you get a bit of some outplay potential here. Survivability stuff to dodge certain spells. I really think that's probably a core item. Trickster Cloak grants 20% evasion, 20% magic resistance. Survivability item sounds like. Ooh, activate to become invisible. That's cool. This could be a good tank initiator item because you get a lot of survivability and you now have extra utility to initiate with the invis if you didn't want to build your own Shadow Blade or anything. Magic Lamp removed. Witless Shaco, Prince's Knife, Havoc Hammer. Oh, that's a lot. Probably fine. I could complain about them being strong, but honestly, these also sound strong. So I mean, that's just everything's broken in Dota. I would say these all had more niche uses. Only like very certain heroes wanted Havoc Hammer, could even use Witless Shackle. Like if you just lost too much mana, you can't play the game. So many heroes just couldn't use this item. And the issue with that is like if you get a neutral item that no one on your team wants, it feels really bad. So I think removing some of these is very reasonable. Balance changes. So you're now a tier 4 item, and you have 10 extra attack range. Okay. No longer affects non-player units. I didn't even know it did. Flicker, max blink range increased from 400 to 450, and doesn't cost any mana. That's kind of nice. Spell Prism, 2% less CDR. Same deal. You're still going to use it if you need it. Illusion bonus. Yeah, I was a little too good on certain illusion heroes, so probably need a nerf. Tier 5. Let's see what broken stuff's here. 40 strength, 60 move speed, plus 60% model size, and can walk over any terrain. When standing on top of an enemy, 100 AoE, deals 100% of your strength per second. That's pretty cool. Having this item alone already gives you 40 DPS if you're standing on top of people. So imagine if you're like Centaur or something. You walk over any terrain. You just do a bunch of damage just standing on top of people. It's very easy to have like 100 strength plus. 150 even. 150 DPS just being near people. Giant Treant. Ooh, there we go, yeah. Why just walk over trees when I can walk through cliffs as well? Book of Shadows. All stats, 12. 400 night vision. Target an enemy, ally, or self. Cause the target to become untargetable, but also silenced, muted, and disarmed for 4 seconds. Applies a basic dispel. Cast range 700, cooldown 25. All right, this sounds like a big brain item where you have to decide, do I save my target but disable them? It's like Oracle, right? Save my target, my teammate, but disable them a bit so they can't fight. Or like, I do that to an enemy, but now they can't be targeted for a bit, like remove them from the fight for a bit. But I can see this being really good still. Like, Troll Warlord ults on the enemy team. And you, like, you banish him to the Shadow Realms with this item. And now his ult just wastes its cooldown. Sven ults, but doesn't BKB. Wastes some of his time. He still has a lot of time after that, but like, you waste some of it. Enrage Ursa. I wonder if this would... It probably also gets reduced in the status resistance, but still, at least for a bit, you waste his time. Woodland Striders were removed. Trident. I'm a little surprised Ballista wasn't removed, because that is another item that only like certain heroes benefit from. Whereas I thought Woodland Striders were a little more accessible to everyone. But there were some really buggy interactions with the trees. And there wasn't really counterplay to that, so maybe that's why. And then Trident as well. Oh, here we go. Balance change to the Ballista. Trident as well. It was a pain because you had to buy the components. So it was like the only tier 5 item where it's like you get it and you're like, no one built SNY and is willing to pay another 2,000 gold for a Trident. I don't think I've had a stream game where I went to tier 5, yeah. Since tier 5s came out, originally you needed to wait till 70 minutes and then they moved it to 60 minutes. Between both of those, I think I've only played like 10 games max that ever went to tier 5 items. And I don't even think it was 10. I think it was less. Ballista, damage increased from 40 to 50. Okay, not really what I expected, but still going to be good on ranged heroes, but sucks if you're a melee hero when you get it. Ex Machina, more armor. Active doesn't cost mana. Similar issue to Refresher, where like if it took too much mana, you couldn't even use stuff again. Cooldown reduced from 45 to 30. Okay. Seer Stone now has an active that reveals a target 800 area of the map for 5 seconds. Okay, that's pretty cool, because the item on its own felt like a little lackluster for a tier 5. It was like cool, but like compared to the other stuff, it was like those are cooler. So with this becomes really good. The game at 60 minutes is literally just about who can kill someone that has no buyback, or who can take a good engagement. All of it is vision and a bit of luck, but mostly about vision and playing smart. And so an item that gives you vision and is like a free scan, it's a stronger scan. This is actually incredible as a late game item now. Force Boots. A unit target ability with 750 cast range. Push increased. Cooldown reduced. Just like a very fancy Force Boots. Boot of the Dead. Bonus health increase from 50 to 100%. Sure. On the creeps, right? I think so. So the creeps are just stronger. Okay. Mirror Shield. Stats reduced. Okay, yeah. This item was a little too strong, I think. Bonus attack. Yeah, this item also a little too strong. All right, so here we go. This is where we see if the game got increased. Game now starts at nighttime and turns to day once creeps spawn. Sick. This is really cool. This will allow for more sneaky plays, trying to place wards early, some niche benefits to like Night Stalker. Ooh, but he probably doesn't want to take Hunter in the night at the beginning. But a couple heroes will still have increased night vision, and so they'll be happy. I like that. That's cool. Neutral creeps no longer... It also means you can't just like stand across from each other on cliffs and like scout. It's going to make it harder to find each other. Probably going to make first blood attempts harder, but also more likely to attempt. because you can like sneak up on people a little easier. Neutral creeps no longer increase their bounty over the course of the game. Okay, neutral stacked gold bonus reduced from 40 to 30%. Okay, so right now we're reducing gold into the game. That means the game will go on longer. Well, not necessarily. It means it's gonna be harder to buy expensive stuff, actually. Well, let's keep reading first. Roshan, a little tougher to kill. Radiant Ancient Camp is now easier to stack. A lot of people were asking for that. Added lore to all items. Absolutely what we needed. Rearrange some items in the shop, mostly ordering based on cost changes in recent years, but also in some cases moving from one category to another. All right, sure. When combining, items will attempt to be placed into the slot of their component that has the most similar active effect. For example, Magic Wand will combine into Magic Stick. Bloodthorn will combine into Orchid Malevolence. Oh, I see. So that just means it doesn't move. This would happen sometimes where like a team fight breaks out and you're like trying to press a button and you're like, oh, it got moved to a different slot. So now it's like, okay, Orchid's usually on G. Now when you finish Bloodthorn in the middle of a fight, G is still Bloodthorn. And you don't get like screwed over by that. Neutral creeps, Neutral Ancients magic resistance reduced from 70 to 50%. So easier for spellcasters to farm. Ancient Thunderhide's Frenzy ability no longer interrupts movement when cast by a neutral. Oh my god, it's going to be possible to stack. This was the biggest issue. He would just stand there and cast his stuff and then leave. And wouldn't leave, sorry, is the issue. Slam ability no longer interrupts movement. Awesome. Slam damage increased from 70 to 250. This is strictly for the Helm of the Dominator 2. I kind of feel like that should get a name change. Is there another item that just gets called Helm of the... Like, the same name twice? Boots of Travel 1 and 2, I suppose. Oh, and Dagon 1 through 5. Okay, there's some. Never mind, forget it. The Ancients never cast their spells on their own. Except for the Thunderhide's Frenzy. All the others never get cast. So the fact that they're buffing it is for the Helm of the Dominator 2, I think. And slight buffs to, like, Enchantress and Chen and Doom. If they take those talents. So now those abilities will actually be useful. Because by the time you get it, it's quite late. And 70 damage is, like, nothing. But 250 is decent. And same with the slow and the aura and all that. Accuracy aura ability has now been removed. Has been moved to Ancient Rumblehide. Okay. Fixed Thunderhide's accuracy aura not working properly. Alright, but it was removed from him anyways, right? So it's actually the Rumblehide's accuracy aura? Ancient Granite... fixed it by moving it. Ancient Granite Golem model size increased. That's fair. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell the difference between the main one and the littles. Or it's a little hard to select it, even if you can tell. So I kind of like that. Black Dragon Fireball, cooldown. Increased from 10 to 15. That's probably a balance for the Helm of the Dominator again. Alpha Wolf unit. Okay, that's a Chen Enchantress thing. Ghost base. Oh, I got nerfed. He was so good. This is fair, though. Like, if you were Chen or Enchantress and you picked up the Ghost, you just, like, won your lane because it just had super attacks. And that's it. We've gone through them all. Let's take a look at a couple items real quick. That we wanted to test out. Alright, kind of cool. What else? Oh, this is silly. What was this? Okay. Oh, that's kind of a cool sound effect. Okay. Cool stuff. What else? Mage Slayer? Oh, that was just a passive. So how much is this? 825? Okay, maybe this isn't so bad with the cost reduced. Witchblade, what's this look like? Actually, what do these effects look like? Okay.
Axe here. Axe is under attack.
What about this? Some fun sound effects. And then the neutrals, what do we need to see? Oh, can you use this on yourself? You can. Nice. So that seems pretty cool. And it doesn't have a mana... Yeah, it doesn't have a mana cost. So that seems pretty good. I actually really like that. As a tier 2 item, I like that a lot. It honestly might be a little too good. How does this work? Same sound effect as Force Staff. That's probably fine. Okay, so this does just passively work. It just zaps people, and then you can also temporary mini cyclone like that.
They're mean enough to knock that bottom tower here.
Instant invis. Okay. What else? It's like a mix of Dark Willow's thing, ethereal, like
Your bottom
Dark
tower's in a
Pact
tight
or
spot.
Shadow Dance. It's just like a bunch of effects put together. Hey, Giant's Ring. This is kind of cool. This is going to feel a little goofy, but you know what? 60-minute Dota should be a bit goofy. It should be wild. It should be nutty. Cry a little. Ooh. All right. Does the Orb of Corrosion differentiate from... I don't think it said it did. Let's see. Oh, no, it does. Okay. 13% slow if the hero equipped is melee, or 4% if ranged. But they all get the same damage. I think they already had that from Oov. Also, Dispel. Which one has the Dispel? Oh, this Book of Shadows. Okay, I think that was all the items. Guys, I can't believe this was a 7-hour video. Actually, I can. I have a newfound respect for Purge. Not that I didn't respect him to begin with. But, it is tiring to do this. I bet Purge is still going, too. He does a lot more testing than I do, I feel like, in his stuff. Oh, the mini tornado? Doesn't say on here, but I have to assume it does. Where's Axe? Let's get Axe to,
Show your worth.
Yeah, okay. So it's probably just a basic Dispel. Like all the other Cyclones. Interestingly, I don't feel like there were... Like, they nerfed gold income. But... that doesn't strictly extend the game. Like, as a result of there being less gold to farm, you could play earlier lineups that need less gold and try to win faster. So we'll see. Maybe games will drag on longer naturally. Roshan is a little harder to do. That can also make playing the game a little tougher. But it did seem like they added more late game content. But with the ancient shards, it does mean you can buy small items to fill slots and then buy the shard if you're a good shard hero. And that could speed up the game because you have some like early stat items. But at the same time, it's another item to buy, which might drag out the game. I'm sure there will be other changes as things go. Hard to predict everything at once. Probably most people are going to be playing around with shards to come, because the new hero is just going to be banned in 50% of the games. We'll try to play it when we can. Otherwise, we'll be probably playing Jakiro or Treant. I like their shards. But besides that, we'll just have to see. We might get more Alchemist too. Maybe that's buff Alchemist, so we got to add in some gold heavy items. But yeah, so this was a first impressions video. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and YouTube if you watched all 7 hours. Thank you. After I play a bit, we'll do an updated video of like these are the things I think are like the most stand out to me, and so on. And then we'll do like you know, like a 3-hour analysis when 7.28a comes out tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna play today. I'm tired. So we'll play tomorrow. But yeah, let me end the recording for YouTube. Thanks for watching, guys. Goodbye.